Chapter 2844. The Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. In the Central Plains, within an ancient ruin, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation could be felt. An incomparably gigantic divine island appeared in the air above the ruins. The divine island blocked the entire sky above the ruins, casting a huge shadow over them. A young Taoist then walked out from the depths of the divine island. This is the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. The young man rushed up into the sky and stood high up in the sky. He looked around once. At this moment, there were many cultivators outside the ancient ruins. The commotion caused by the arrival of the divine island was simply too great. The cultivators in the surroundings were alarmed and naturally came over to take a look. Very weak. Could it be that even the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star has declined? The young man's divine sense instantly enveloped a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Within this radius, he couldn't sense any powerful existences. However, the Central Plains was incomparably vast. It wasn't something a young man could imagine. In the human realm, among the 5 ancestral stars, the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star was the most transcendent. For some unknown reason, the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars all rushed here. There were even supreme existences who didn't leave after arriving here. In the current world, no one knew what the reason was exactly, but the powerful existences from the other ancestral stars were all attracted here. Very swiftly, the young man in the air above the divine island vanished. The news of the appearance of a foreign expert in the Central Plains also circulated. After that, the foreign expert set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging all the experts from the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. That platform was a movable platform. The experts from the external realms were extremely domineering. The experts from the Central Plains naturally weren't willing to accept this. Hence, they sent someone to challenge the platform. However, to everyone's shock, the Xenorace expert had actually defeated all the experts from the Central Plains, and not a single one of them was able to withstand 3 moves from that Xenorace expert. Defeating his opponent within 3 moves, such combat prowess was simply too terrifying. The person who set up the arena was a Saint Emperor. He wanted to challenge the Saint Emperors from the Central Plains, or even the other regions. He wanted to become the strongest Saint Emperor, invincible among those at the same level. However, needless to say, that Xenorace expert really did possess the potential to be invincible amongst his peers, and even some seniors that had attained the Tao during the primeval times weren't a match for that Xenorace expert. The foreign experts swept through the Central Plains. Even the Saint Kings of the large clans and sects were not his opponents. That outsider had even declared that he wanted to challenge all the Saint Emperors on the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star. He wanted to be invincible among his peers. The sacred emperors of the great sects of the Central Plains were all very unconvinced, but they were all defeated by the young Taoist from the outer realm. The sacred emperors of the great sects and clans could not contend against him. For a time, the Central Plains was shaken. Even the experts of the other regions could not sit still and rushed to the Central Plains. There were even some great saints who suppressed their cultivation to the Saint Emperor realm to fight the young Taoist. However, even such existences were defeated. This left everyone dumbfounded and in disbelief. Extraterritorial experts. The news spread to the East region and Wanxiang City. Extraterritorial experts. Shaoqing could not sit still when he heard the news. His cultivation happened to be at the Saint Emperor realm, so he could fight against the foreign experts. The Iron Blood Taoist cultivation had already broken through to the Great Saint realm, but he could suppress his cultivation to fight against the same level as the foreign experts. However, Guzhong was currently in the state of ascension. They could not just leave Wanxiang City and head to the Central Plains like this. Let that guy torment himself. for now, Xiaoqing said. He wanted to wait for Gu Zhong to successfully undergo ascension before leaving Wanxiang City. However, just because they could endure it didn't mean that others could. The primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan both left their ancestral lands and headed to the Central Plains. After waiting for the news, the Azure Dragon also headed to the Central Plains. For a time, the Central Plains of the Tonglong continent attracted the attention of all the great sects and clans. In the southern wasteland, a supreme figure from the primordial Zhou clan came out of seclusion and headed to the Central Plains. The extraterritorial experts were too arrogant. They actually dared to publicly challenge the saint emperors of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even the Buddhists of the West Earth sent their arhats. Time passed day by day. The arena in the Central Plains still stood in front of an ancient ruin. Half a year had passed, but no one could defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor. The Azure Dragon had yet to take action, but there were people who saw him near the arena. He was very cautious and did not take action. In the past half a year, countless Saint Emperors had been defeated by the extraterritorial experts. Even some great figures from the great sects and clans had been defeated. Because of this, some of the people who were about to make a move held themselves back. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you emerge victorious. Those who truly wanted to defeat the extraterritorial Saint Emperor naturally wanted to understand the extraterritorial Saint Emperor first. The Central Plains was like a storm. Countless saints had gathered, attracting the attention of countless people. Compared to the eastern regions, the Central Plains was much livelier. Ever since someone plotted against Gu Zhong in the eastern regions, the atmosphere had been very tense for a period of time. However, there was no news of Gu Zhong's death in Wanxiang City. This made the Dongfang family heave a sigh of relief. If Gu Zhong had died, Gu Fei would immediately declare war on the Dongfang family. If Gu Zhong did not die, the Dongfang family could avoid a war with Gu Fei at this time. In the past half a year, the eastern regions was still peaceful. This was because the demons in the Devil's Den had been seriously injured and could not recover in a short time. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. Even they did not expect that they would be in seclusion for so long. In Gu Fei's inner world, Yan, and Gu Ling were both cultivating hard. Only with a higher cultivation would they have a higher chance of surviving in this chaotic world. Gu Ling's cultivation had already reached a level where she could trigger a saint's heavenly tribulation at any time. However, she was still waiting because she wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. In the past half a year, Gu Zhong had changed the most. In the main hall of the Wanxiang City's City Lord's mansion, a golden cocoon was lying there, absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. In the past half a year, Gu Xiaofeng never left the side of the golden cocoon. He could sense that the aura emitted by the golden cocoon was growing stronger. One night, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion in Wanxiang City, the sound of something breaking was suddenly heard. Gu Xiaofeng, who was dozing off at the side, was immediately startled. Chapter 2845. The Wanxiang City, that had been silent for over half a year, finally began to boil. In the main hall of the City Lord's residence, the golden silkworm cocoon split open, and an arm stretched out from within. Gu Xiaofeng, who was standing guard at the side, was shocked to the extreme. Then he shouted and rushed out of the main hall. Very soon, all the important figures in the city were alarmed. Xiaoqing charged into the hall as soon as possible. He was also surprised when he saw the arm that had extended out of the golden cocoon. Golden runes appeared on the arm. The runes were faintly discernible under the flesh and blood, interweaving into a Tao diagram that seemed real and illusory at the same time. Afterwards, the Iron Blood Taoist, the three saints of heaven, earth, and man, Zhuge Liang, and the upper echelon of the city all arrived. all of them became extremely shocked when they saw what had happened in the hall. Kacha! The golden silkworm cocoon began to crack. Dazzling golden light seeped out of those cracks. A powerful aura surged out of the golden silkworm cocoon, causing the entire palace to shake. The presence was suffocating, especially Gu Xiaofeng. He suffered the most as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth and ears. Buzz. The iron-blood Taoist took out the phoenix's tribulation, and a gentle presence immediately began to radiate from it. It enveloped everyone and isolated the powerful presence. At this time, Gu Xiaofeng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed on the ground. His clothes were soaked with sweat. He felt as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights. He felt like he was about to collapse. It's a saint king. This is the might of a saint king. I never thought that Gu Zhong would actually benefit from his misfortune and become a saint king. Xiaoqing said in great shock. He obviously knew that Gu Zhong had been struck by the needle of extinction, and his soul had been heavily injured. It was difficult to say whether he could survive or not. However, not only did Gu Zhong survive, he had even become a saint king. This was something that no one had ever thought of. The golden cocoon constantly collapsed. In the end, a figure wrapped in golden light appeared before everyone. It was a golden deity. That person was Gu Zhong. Both of his eyes were closed as he flew up from the ground. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air that lifted him up. Ascension's secret skill. Xiaoqing looked at this scene in shock. Everyone was stunned as well. Even those who didn't have high hopes for Gu Zhong were dumbfounded. Gu Zhong floated in the void. The fluctuations of the metal elemental energy on his body gradually weakened. His aura also converged, and the golden light around him disappeared into his body. Soon, all the phenomena disappeared, and Gu Zhong opened his eyes. The iron-blood Taoist put away the phoenix calamity. Gu Zhong's aura had been reduced to a level that everyone could bear. There was no need to use the phoenix calamity to weaken Gu Zhong's aura. Father! When the iron-blood Taoist put away the phoenix tribulation, Gu Xiaofeng immediately rushed out and jumped into Gu Zhong's arms. Gu Zhong had made a full recovery, and his cultivation had even reached Saint King. The entire Wanxiang city was thrown into an uproar. Xiaoqing even arranged a banquet for Gu Zhong. Something like this actually happened. During the banquet, Gu Zhong heard that a foreign expert had actually set up an arena in the Central Plains, challenging the entire cultivation world of the soaring dragon ancestral planet. Many people had already been defeated by the foreign experts before this. Gu Zhong could no longer sit still. He had just broken through to Saint King, so he could use the foreign experts as practice. He wanted to see just how powerful he had become. The next day, Gu Zhong directly set off for the Central Plains. At this time, an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation burst out from an arena floating high up in the sky. Two figures were moving rapidly on the arena, fighting with all their might. Someone was challenging the expert from the outer realms on the arena. The powerful pressure of a Saint King expanded, causing the surroundings to tremble. Inscriptions appeared in every corner of the ring in particular. The inscriptions drew upon the energy to nullify the Saint King's power that had expanded. On the arena, the person who was fighting against the young expert from the outer realm was also a young man. He was dressed in black and was extremely powerful. Boom! The black-robed young man punched out and collided with the young Taoist's palm. The two forces exploded, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void between the two of them. The two figures were both knocked back by the other's power. Roar! Kill! The young man roared out furiously. He separated his hands, and a resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him. He then slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which immediately collided with the incoming streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A cold ripple of sword chi expanded from the streak of light. The surrounding temperature rapidly plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The Absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the Absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the Absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so. Someone said disapprovingly. The young man in black roared angrily and separated his hands. A resplendent streak of light immediately appeared in the space before him and slashed toward the foreign expert. Clang! The foreign expert spat out a streak of light, which instantly collided with the streak of light. The two streaks of light intertwined in the air. The foreign expert was also a master of the laws of the sword. A wave of cold sword chi spread out from the streak of light. Under the impact of the sword chi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The two figures turned into two extremely powerful heavenly swords. Every single sword light that they unleashed was enough to split the void, displaying great power. At this moment, the distant sky was densely packed with people. There were also some extremely powerful beasts that appeared in the distant sky, watching the battle. The Absolute Sword Emperor is too powerful. This foreign expert is definitely not a match for the Absolute Sword Emperor. Someone said in a low voice. The young man in black who was fighting with the foreign expert was called the Absolute Sword Emperor. He was one of the few Sword Dao Saint Emperors in the Central Plains. I don't think so. Chapter 2846. The extraterrestrial expert was extremely powerful. A powerful sword light rushed out from his body and directly broke through the solitary sword emperor's sword wave. A figure fell out of the arena and blood sprayed in the air. When everyone saw the figure that fell out of the arena, they were extremely shocked. That person was the solitary sword emperor. The solitary sword emperor was actually defeated. Even someone as strong as the Saint Emperor of the Sword lost. Someone exclaimed, "One should know that the Saint Emperor of the Sword was in existence much stronger than ordinary Saint Emperors. Even such a person could not defeat the extraterrestrial expert. The solitary sword emperor was covered in blood. He stabilized his body and rushed into the sky. He directly rushed into the distance and quickly disappeared into the horizon. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at the figure standing in the arena, and no one dared to go forward. The soaring dragon ancestral star has indeed declined. On the arena, the extraterrestrial Taoist swept his gaze in all directions and said coldly, "Preposterous." Someone was very angry. This guy was actually so arrogant and dared to look down on the saint emperors of the entire soaring dragon ancestral star. However, they had to admit that this extraterrestrial expert did indeed have the potential to be invincible among his peers. "I'll fight you." At this moment, a roar came from the distance. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and directly landed on the arena. The person's body was covered in lightning, and when he opened and closed his eyes, there was lightning circling around. It's the ThunderClan's expert, the Thunder Sovereign. Someone recognized the young man with lightning circling around him. Without any unnecessary words, The expert from the Thunder Clan directly made his move. He waved his right hand, and immediately a dozen dazzling lightning bolts bombarded the extraterrestrial youth. The extraterrestrial youth opened his mouth and inhaled. A heaven-devouring force spread out from his mouth and actually swallowed the dozen dazzling lightning bolts. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. That was the power of lightning, and the extraterrestrial actually dared to swallow it. Wasn't he too ferocious? Humph! The Thunder Sovereign sneered. 9 lightning Tao patterns appeared on his body. Each Tao pattern exuded an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. The way of lightning was the way of destruction. The Lightning King had already cultivated the way of lightning to Saint King, so he directly attacked the foreign experts as a bolt of lightning. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out from the alien expert's body. A ball of sword light emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. Boom! The Thunder Emperor threw out a punch that landed directly on the protective sword light of the extraterrestrial expert. A powerful power of the way of thunder burst forth, and bolts of lightning actually penetrated through the sword screen and landed on the body of the extraterrestrial expert. The alien expert roared in anger and was sent flying. His entire body was surrounded by lightning and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The alien expert stepped on a stone pillar at the edge of the arena and stopped his retreat. This caused him to be incomparably shocked. He had almost been blasted out of the arena by a single punch from his opponent. Sword of the 9 heavens! The alien expert bellowed, and a beam of light shot out from his body, piercing straight towards the incoming Thunder Monarch. An extremely powerful ripple of sword chi spread out in the arena. Rumble, thunder boomed, and lightning wreaked havoc. The Thunder Sovereign was like an ancient lightning emperor that had descended into the mortal world. With a wave of his hands, huge bolts of lightning immediately shot out from his hands. They shot toward the streak of light that had pierced through the arena. However, the ray of sword light was extremely swift and fierce. It directly broke through the layers of lightning and arrived before the Thunder Emperor in an instant. The Thunder Sovereign was surprised. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the streak of light brushed past him. The cold sword chi struck him and caused his movements to pause. Right at this moment, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bam! He felt a sharp pain in his left eye. He had already taken a vicious punch from the other party. The punch caused the Thunder Sovereign's vision to darken and his head to spin. Even with his tough Saint King body, he had almost fainted from the punch. Bang! In the next moment, a muffled sound of collision resounded. The Xenorace expert's knees smashed fiercely against the Thunder Emperor's chest. The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the Thunder Emperor's chest actually caved in from the violent force of the collision. Roar! The Thunder Sovereign was sent flying as he constantly coughed up blood. He was so depressed that he almost fainted. Never did he think that he would lose so miserably. A small mistake had caused all of this to happen. There was no suspense at all. Even someone as powerful as the Thunder Sovereign had lost. He was knocked out of the arena by a simple knee strike, which made everyone speechless. None of the spectators had thought that the outcome would be like this. The Thunder Sovereign had not lost to his opponent's great technique, but to a simple battle skill. The alien expert did not try to kill him. Otherwise, the Thunder Sovereign would have been slain long ago. After he was knocked out of the arena, the power of the way of lightning erupted, and his injured body immediately healed. At this level of cultivation, the injuries of the saint body could be healed in an instant. Roar! He looked at the figure on the arena and roared at the sky unwillingly. His hair danced wildly and the entire world shook from his roar. Looks like none of the Saint Kings on the soaring dragon ancestral star is my opponent. The young alien Taoist looked at the Thunder Sovereign coldly and said indifferently, "You." Hearing that, the Thunder Sovereign felt hot blood surge up his throat, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. However, he endured it and forcefully swallowed the blood back down his throat. Humph! The Thunder Sovereign turned around and left without looking back. What an arrogant fellow! The Azure Dragon stood high in the sky and looked at the figure on the arena. He was not in a hurry to act. The opponent was very strong, but he was not undefeatable. He was a great saint. If he wanted to act, he had to seal himself and suppress his cultivation to the Saint King realm. The solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Sovereign had been defeated by the alien expert one after another. This outcome made all the spectators very dejected. Was there really no one who could defeat this guy? There's actually not a single decent figure on such a huge ancestral star. How sad. That was what the people on the arena said. Preposterous. Everyone became extremely furious when they heard that. However, the opponent was indeed powerful. He had been on the arena for half a year and had defeated countless Saint Kings. He had never lost a single time. With a battle record like that, he could definitely be regarded as invincible among his peers. However, the soaring dragon ancestral star was extremely huge. The 4 great regions were extremely vast, and there were some places that were rather remote. The experts in those places had not heard of the news yet. This did not mean that the outsider could really sweep through his peers and be invincible. He's here too. Chapter 2847. The Solitary Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor were definitely 2 of the most powerful Saint Kings in the Central Plains. They stood at the apex of Saint King and had the chance to become an exalt. However, the 2 peak Saint Kings had been defeated. They had been defeated by the foreign Saint King, and they had left regretfully. For a moment, the entire area was silent. Countless experts who were watching the battle were speechless. They had to admit that this alien expert was really powerful. He had probably already taken the step to become a venerable. Otherwise, how could he have defeated the absolute Sword Emperor and the Thunder Emperor in succession? A few spectators in the distance retreated. They wanted to ask for help. The foreign Saint King was just too arrogant. He actually wanted to defeat all the Saint Kings on the soaring dragon ancestral planet, all by himself. He was just too arrogant. No one went up to fight. No one went up to embarrass themselves, even though they knew they were no match for him. The Azure Dragon had already arrived at the area near the arena. He stood high up in the sky and watched the 2 battles that had just taken place in the arena. He was in no hurry to take action. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. He's here as well. How is this possible? Wasn't he struck by the needle of extinction? Azure Dragon was extremely shocked when he saw the person. He stared at the figure in disbelief. It was Guzhong. Azure Dragon had been paying attention to the movements in Wanxiang City for the past half a year. He learned very quickly that Guzhong had been injured by the needle of extinction. The news of the elder of the Dongfang clan trying to harm Guzhong also spread. Azure Dragon knew very well that the needle of extinction was a vicious artifact that specialized in destroying the soul. It was already a miracle that Guzhong was still alive after being struck by the needle. He had never thought that Guzhong would actually make a full recovery in just half a year. Moreover, he had actually broken through from Saint Ruler to Saint King. How did he do it? Azure Dragon murmured. At this moment, the figure in the distance suddenly stopped and turned around. 2 extremely sharp eyes swept towards Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon. Gu Zhong was surprised when he saw Azure Dragon, but he was not surprised. It would be strange if Azure Dragon did not come after hearing the news. Brother Gu Zhong, congratulations. Azure Dragon transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong before cupping his hands towards him. Gu Zhong only nodded at Qinglong and did not walk over. Instead, he stared at the figure standing on the arena and looking down on everyone. At this time, some of the spectators nearby pointed at the figure standing in the arena. I heard that this Saint Emperor came from the ancestral Buzhou star and is the disciple of an immortal venerable. Someone said, the disciple of an immortal venerable. No wonder he's so powerful. It was no wonder that this fellow dared to set up an arena in the Central Plains and was not afraid that those old fellows in the world of cultivation would secretly attack him. It turned out that this fellow had a big guy backing him up. Could this sacred emperor be the South Pole, celestial venerable, who lives in seclusion in the South Pole divine ocean on the Buzhou ancestral planet? Someone said in shock. Ever since the ancient passageway between the 5 major planetary regions of the human world was reopened, cultivators from the 5 ancestral planets were able to travel with one another. However, the ancient passageway between the 5 ancestral planets was filled with danger. The fact that this Saint Emperor was able to smoothly arrive at the soaring dragon ancestral planet was enough to show how powerful this Saint Emperor was. Are there any Saint Emperors in the soaring dragon ancestral planet? Do you dare to come out and fight me? The young man standing on the arena suddenly looked at Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong directly met the young man's gaze. Their gazes collided in the void, as if bright sparks were produced. Who is this person? The spectators followed the gaze of the Saint Emperor. Many of them did not know who Gu Zhong was, but it seemed like the Saint Emperor wanted to fight this fellow. It's him. Some of them recognized Gu Zhong and told the people around them about Gu Zhong's origins. He's Gu Fei's first disciple, Gu Zhong. Among the spectators, there were many pearls from various sects and clans. After knowing Gu Zhong's identity, these outstanding beauties could not help but look at him. Gu Zhong turned a blind eye to the gazes of these beauties. His attention was completely focused on the extraterritorial Saint Emperor on the arena. You can actually see that I'm a cultivator. Impressive, Gu Zhong said to the young man on the arena. He was rather surprised. One should know that he had just arrived, yet he was already targeted by the Saint Emperor on the arena. Do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man on the arena looked at Gu Zhong calmly and said. Everyone looked at Gu Zhong, nervously, waiting for his reply. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Gu Zhong suddenly smiled. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared on the arena and stood opposite the young man. This young man was called Zhuo Qiandao. He was a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Palace in the depths of the South Pole Divine Sea. He was also the personal disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable. Ever since Xian Tong died in the chaotic world, Zhuo Qiandao became the focus of the South Pole Immortal Venerable's training. The South Pole Immortal Venerable and Gu Fei were really fated. The first divine general under the South Pole Immortal Venerable and his first disciple, Xian Tong, both died in the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a cultivator. The South Pole Immortal Venerable naturally had to have some understanding of the path of cultivation. As a disciple of the South Pole Immortal Venerable, Zhuo Qiandao also had a deep understanding of cultivators. That was why he could see through Gu Zhong's strength with just a glance. You're the disciple of Gu Fei. Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong, and his tone became cold. So what if I am? Gu Zhong looked at Zhuo Qiandao with a faint smile. Well, since you're the disciple of Gu Fei, then the rules of the arena will have to be changed. Zhuo Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong with a gaze as sharp as a blade. If you want to fight, then fight. There are no rules. Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. I don't kill people, but you're an exception. So the rules have to be changed. We'll fight to determine the winner and the loser. What do you think? Sui Qiandao said. Very well. Gu Zhong directly agreed. Everyone nervously looked at the two figures on the arena and listened to their conversation. They couldn't help but be startled by Sui Qiandao's words. To determine the winner and the loser, to determine life and death. Are they going to fight to the death? Someone said, well, there's going to be a good show. Chapter 2848. The current Gu Zhong was not a true Saint King because he had yet to undergo his tribulation. Only after undergoing the tribulation would he be considered a true king among saints. Gu Zhong was very ambitious. He had purposefully suppressed his cultivation and did not trigger the tribulation in the human world. He would undergo it in the heaven realm. The laws of the human world were incomplete. Undergoing the tribulation in the human world could still allow him to become a saint king, and the chances of success would be higher. However, the repercussions were not small. It would cause his path of cultivation to be incomplete and difficult to repair. Of course, there were many people who chose to undergo their tribulations in the human world. After all, it was safer there, and the chances of success were much higher. Gu Zhong cultivated the perfect path of cultivation. Even though he was a saint king, he did not want to leave behind any repercussions that would affect his future cultivation. The sky was dark at this moment. The sky was filled with people, and there was a mountainous figure that occupied an entire region of the sky. In the sky above the mountain range in the distance, there was a figure even taller than the mountain range. It was a Qilin covered in a thick layer of scarlet scales. This was a pure-blooded Qilin divine beast. An extremely powerful presence radiated from its body, like a ball of fire burning in the surroundings. This time, Balon did not come. Otherwise, he might have been able to meet his brother. This divine beast was also a fire Qilin. Fire Qilins were not commonly seen among the 5 elemental Qilins, but now a fire Qilin had appeared here. Moreover, its cultivation was extremely powerful. Even Azure Dragon could not help but be moved when he saw this Qilin. In another direction, a divine ape stood between 2 mountains. The 2 mountains only reached the ape's waist. The foreign Saint King, Sui Qiandao, had set up the arena for over half a year, attracting countless experts. He had defeated countless Saint Kings, and even a few ancient existences had fallen to his hands. Planet Buzhou, you belong to the South Pole, Immortal Exalt. Gu Zhong examined his opponent before calmly speaking. He was Gu Fei's disciple, so he knew a little about Gu Fei's matters on planet Buzhou. His master, Gu Fei, had a grudge with the South Pole Immortal Lord of Buzhou Ancestral Star, as he had killed the strongest divine general of the South Pole Immortal Abode, and the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Lord, Xian Tong. In the human realm, there weren't many cultivators who were successful in their cultivation. Apart from Gu Fei, the martial ancestor's bloodline didn't seem to have left any inheritance. Sui Qiandao immediately recognized that Gu Zhong was a martial artist. He had followed the South Pole Immortal Venerable for countless years, so he naturally knew that martial artists were different from the masses. You guessed it right, but there's no prize. Sui Qiandao smiled. Immortal Qi surged around him as the pressure of a Saint King radiated from him. All the stars in the sky seemed to tremble. On the arena, ancient immortal runes appeared one after another. A wave of energy enveloped the entire arena, protecting it. On this arena, there were countless marks left by sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It was filled with the marks of time, and some places even had cracks. TCH, and here I was wondering who it was. So it's the South Pole Immortal Reverends people, that divine general enmity of yours, and that Xian Tong guy both died at the hands of my master. You're just unlucky to have encountered me, Gu Zhong said disdainfully. Is that so? Zhuo Qiandao's gaze towards Gu Zhong became extremely sharp and his expression darkened. Xian Tong was his first senior brother. If he didn't die in the hands of Gu Fei, he would have already become an immortal reverend. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Zhuo Qiandao and Xian Tong had a good relationship. He wanted to avenge his first senior brother. Cut the crap. Come at me if you want to fight. Gu Zhong hooked his finger at Zhuo Qiandao and said with an indifferent expression. He didn't put this personal disciple of the South Pole immortal reverend in his eyes. Invincible cultivators in the same realm wasn't a legend. Very well, since you want to die earlier, I'll grant your wish. Zhuo Qiandao's expression became even colder. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring at Gu Zhong. He really wanted to slap this bastard to death like a fly. Buzz. In the next moment, a sword hum came from Zhuo Qiandao's body. A sword light flew out from his body. It was as dazzling as the stars in the sky, directly piercing towards Gu Zhong. This was a stellar sword. Specks of starlight flickered around the sword light as if a starry universe was faintly discernible, giving off a powerful and cold feeling. Clang! Gu Zhong threw a punch. His fist instantly turned golden and dazzled with golden light. His golden fist instantly smashed against the starlight sword light that pierced through the air, producing a metallic sound. Seeing this scene, all the spectating experts were incomparably shocked. This man actually dared to use his body to resist the sword light of an alien. Could it be that this man's body was even more powerful than the opponent's tempered sword light? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the stellar sword light was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist. At the same time, Gu Zhong took a step forward with his extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly approached Zhuo Qiandao, and his golden fist directly smashed towards Zhuo Qiandao. It was a simple and direct battle skill that did not seem to have any technical content. However, it was this extremely ordinary battle skill that displayed unbelievable power. Zhuo Qiandao was startled. His legs moved, and he instantly retreated like a phantom. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the sword light that was blown away by Gu Zhong's fist immediately flew back. Star River hanging upside down. Zhuo Qiandao let out a roar and channeled all of his power into the starlight sword energy. In the next second, an extremely powerful force of the stars erupted from his body. The space around him seemed to have become a starry sky. Specks of starlight turned into stars that emitted a dazzling divine light. Countless starlight rays quickly converged as if they had truly turned into a star river. It hung upside down from the sky and slashed towards Gu Zhong. Boom! Just at this moment, a ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's fist. It was as if a golden divine sun had suddenly appeared on the stage. The glaring golden light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Everyone watching the battle was shocked beyond belief. At this time, Gu Zhong's fist force directly shook the starry sky created by Zhuo Qiandao. The golden fist collided with the stellar sword energy. Rumble, a powerful force spread out, causing the entire arena to shake. Ancient immortal runes emerged and interweaved into Tao diagrams that stabilized the entire arena. This arena was not ordinary and could withstand the impact of a heavenly king's power. Swish! 2 figures rapidly moved in the void. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful. He used his fists to continuously clash against Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy. This guy's body is actually so powerful. Many people were shocked to the extreme, especially those who didn't know Gu Zhong's identity. They were dumbfounded. This person was too ferocious. Even Zhuo Qiandao himself felt that it was a bit unbelievable. One should know that no one knew the power of his stellar sword energy better than him. Can a cultivator really be invincible in the same realm? I, Zhuo Qiandao, don't believe it. Thinking up to here, Zhuo Qiandao's stellar sword energy became even more dazzling. An even more powerful sword energy erupted from his body. However, Gu Zhong continued to unleash his fist intent in the midst of the endless stellar sword energy. He unleashed one punch after another at a moderate pace. No matter how many stellar sword energies surrounded him, they couldn't get close to him. It's only been half a year, and this guy's cultivation has actually increased to this level. Qing Long, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help being shocked by the scene on the stage. It must be known that Gu Zhong was not his match half a year ago, but from the looks of it now, it would not be long before Gu Zhong's cultivation and battle strength caught up to him. Xiaoqing was also astonished at this scene. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were indeed heaven-defying. It had only been half a year, but Gu Zhong seemed to have changed into a completely different person. In truth, what Xiaoqing didn't know was that Gu Zhong had truly become a different person to a certain extent. After all, Gu Zhong had undergone a metamorphosis after his rebirth, breaking out of his cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Naturally, he was different from before. The Taoist came to Xiaoqing's side. Sir Qing. The Taoist bowed to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded his head and then asked the Taoist, "Who do you think will win in the end?" That's hard to say. After all, Gu Zhong isn't a true Saint King, but it won't be easy for that outsider to defeat Sir Gu Zhong either. The Taoist said, after a moment of thought, "That's as good as not saying anything." Little Qing glanced at Iron Blood Taoist and said, "Ha ha." The Iron Blood Taoist smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. In truth, he could not tell who had won and who had lost. After all, both of their cultivations were about the same as his. In my opinion, that outsider is going to be out of luck. Little Qing said as he rubbed his chin. He looked at the 2 figures fighting in the arena in the distance. Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. The Taoist couldn't help but think of something after hearing Xiaoqing's words. He thought of a possibility, and it really did seem to be the case. That outsider was going to be out of luck. At this moment, the entire arena was enveloped by the starry sword radiance from Zhuo Qiandao's body. The entire arena seemed to be floating in the starry sky, making it difficult for ordinary saints to see what was happening inside. Only saints above the Saint King realm could clearly see what was happening inside. Gu Fei's disciple isn't bad. An expert from the older generation murmured. Among the countless experts gathered nearby, a portion of them had a grudge against Gu Fei, such as the Buddhist experts of the West Earth and the Dongfang clan. Chapter 2849. The Beitang clan was a cultivation clan of the Central Plains. That year, when Gu Fei had just started out, he was ambushed by Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long from the Beitang clan on his way from the eastern domain to the southern wasteland. He was poisoned and almost died. However, because of this, he met the Xiaoqing snake, who had yet to take human form and was still a Xiaoqing snake. That Xiaoqing snake helped Gu Fei absorb the poison from his body and saved his life. It could be said that the Beitang clan and Gu Fei had a grudge. Moreover, many disciples of the Beitang clan had died in the hands of Gu Fei. Now that Gu Fei had truly matured, the upper echelons of the Beitang clan were naturally restless. They were afraid that one day Gu Fei would suddenly kill his way to the Beitang clan and start a massacre. The Beitang clan had always been vigilant and paid close attention to the movements of Gu Fei and his disciple. When Gu Zhong appeared on the stage, the people of the Beitang clan were truly startled. At this time, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the stage. Their fists shook the starry sky, causing the entire stage to shake. Zhui Qiandao knew that he had met a real opponent. Buzz! The starry sky trembled, and the stars transformed into peerless sword light, slashing towards the figure in the starry sky whose entire body was emitting golden light. The extremely swift and fierce starry sword light cut through the void, displaying its supreme power. However, it was unable to hurt that guy in the slightest. Gu Zhong was like a golden god of war from the ancient times. His fists shattered the void and collided with the starry sword lights. The sword lights were directly crushed by his fists. Preposterous! Zhui Qiandao gritted his teeth and unleashed the stellar sword technique with all his might. An even more powerful sword energy immediately spread out from his body. Rumble, the entire starry sky shook violently. Although it wasn't a real starry sky, it was enough to pass off as real. Stars exploded in the starry sky, turning into destructive sword lights that pierced towards Gu Zhong. Haha, is this all you've got? To think that you could remain undefeated for the past half a year. This is truly surprising. Gu Zhong laughed and said, This Zhui Qiandao seemed to be someone with an undeserved reputation. He only had this kind of cultivation and methods. Gu Zhong was really curious as to how this guy was able to remain undefeated for half a year. A destructive sword light was shattered by Gu Zhong's fists. He was extremely powerful and directly arrived in front of Zhui Qiandao. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed his opponent's neck. Zhui Qiandao was both startled and angry. He directly turned into a sword light and slashed towards Gu Zhong's right hand. A chilling sword energy spread out, causing the temperature of the entire world to rapidly drop. Clang! When the powerful starlight sword slashed down on Gu Zhong's arm, an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. Gu Zhong's right sleeve was instantly shredded by the sword qi. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He shook his right arm, and a powerful martial arts force instantly erupted from his arm, shaking off the starlight sword. There was not even a single mark on his arm. All the Saint Kings and above were extremely shocked at this scene. This Gu Zhong was indeed powerful. He had actually cultivated his body to such a powerful level. Swish! The sword light that was knocked away by Gu Zhong immediately disappeared. A figure appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a cluster of stars around him, flickering with specks of starlight. Looks like I can't kill you if I don't use my full strength. Zhui Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and coldly said. His eyes could not help but narrow, and his face became extremely cold. Humph! Gu Zhong snorted coldly. He then took a step forward and instantly appeared before Zhui Qiandao. He directly threw a punch at Zhui Qiandao's face. Swish! Zhui Qiandao turned into a sword light and shot into the sky, dodging Gu Zhong's punch. Afterwards, his body began to shine with specks of starlight. 9 runes of the starlight path rushed out from his body, interweaving into a simple yet profound diagram. In the next moment, countless stars actually appeared in the sky. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and were forcefully received by him, entering his body. Stars in the day. All the spectators in the distance were stunned at this scene. It was currently daytime, and the sun was high up in the sky, but a cluster of stars had appeared in the sky. Rumble! Zhui Qiandao used a great technique to attract the true power of the stars in the sky. An extremely powerful ripple of energy immediately radiated from his body. One after another, huge stars appeared around him. A total of 9 huge stars appeared around him and revolved around him. They looked like real stars. Die! Zhui Qiandao roared furiously. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he directly used the power of the 9 stars. The 9 great stars around him immediately turned into supreme sword lights that shot towards Gu Zhong. These 9 sword lights were several times more powerful than his previous starlight sword lights. They could not be compared to the previous starlight sword lights. The power displayed by each sword light was enough to slash down real stars in the sky. Everyone was extremely nervous because many people were defeated by this move from Zhuo Qiandao. One had to know that the 9 great stars gathered the power of the stars. The sword lights they turned into were naturally terrifying to the extreme, causing Gu Zhong's heart to tremble. Roar! Gu Zhong roared, and his fists smashed forward like 2 golden suns. Buzz! The void rumbled, and 2 of the 9 sword lights were blocked by his fists. However, the other 7 sword lights instantly slashed Gu Zhong's body. The extremely ferocious starry sword lights directly sent Gu Zhong flying. Drops of golden blood dripped down from the sky. Bam! Gu Zhong's back smashed into a huge stone pillar at the edge of the stage. Cracks immediately appeared on the stone pillar. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal runes, the stone pillar would have been smashed to pieces long ago. He fell to the ground. His clothes were shredded by the opponent's sword energy. The places on his body that were struck by the sword were left with bloody marks. Humph! Gu Zhong's body shook. The 7 sword lights immediately rushed out from his body. The sword energy that invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and stared at Zhuo Qiandao, who was walking towards him. One had to admit that Zhuo Qiandao's sword cultivation could be considered invincible among those at the same level. Weren't you very arrogant earlier? What about now? You can't be arrogant anymore, right? Ha! Zhuo Qiandao sneered. 9 dazzling sword lights circled around him, emitting a powerful fluctuation of starlight. These 9 sword lights were still devouring the power of the stars in the sky. Rays of starlight fell from the sky and entered the 9 sword lights. The fluctuation of sword energy from the 9 sword lights became more and more powerful. This Xiaoqing and the others were shocked by this scene. They couldn't believe that Gu Zhong was really defeated. Someone was both surprised and happy to see Gu Zhong injured. It would be best if Zhuo Qiandao could kill Gu Zhong. This way, it would be the same as cutting off one of Gu Fei's arms. Among the spectators, there were many who had enmity with Gu Fei and his master. There were experts from the Western Earth Buddhist sect, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan. At this time, no one noticed that a little monk with a jade-like appearance appeared in the sky with an alms bowl in his hand. He smiled while looking at the 2 figures on the stage. It's him. After Xiaoqing saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This little monk was none other than Gu Fei's nemesis, little monk Fan Xiao from the Western Buddhist sect. This little monk had a harmless appearance, but he was someone that even the old turtle was wary of. His arrival caused Xiaoqing's group to become nervous. Little monk Fan Xiao's cultivation could be considered unfathomable. Even Xiaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist knew that they were not his match. Once this little monk attacked them, they would be out of luck. Let me send you on your way. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao directly controlled the 9 star sword lights to pierce through Gu Zhong. This extremely powerful sword light turned into a divine rainbow that rushed forward. You want to kill me? Gu Zhong's eyes suddenly became as sharp as the edge of a blade. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, each several meters long. An extremely powerful metal elemental power erupted from his body. Facing Zhuo Qiandao's killing move, he directly channeled the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess soared, and his entire body emitted a golden light that pierced through the void. What Zhuo Qiandao was startled after sensing the sudden burst of power from Gu Zhong's body. It seemed that this guy didn't use his full strength earlier. Moreover, he felt that his opponent's cultivation was a bit strange, as if he was not a true heavenly king. The grand Tao of a heavenly king was not complete. How could this be? This puzzled him, but he didn't have the time to think too much because his opponent's fist was already approaching. Rumble, golden light, and starlight erupted in an instant, causing the entire stage to boil. Pitch-black spatial cracks suddenly appeared like black lightning. The vast power caused cracks to appear on the ancient stage. This scene shocked all the spectators to the extreme. On the stage, the two experts used their full strength. This was a battle between fists and sword lights. No one knew which was stronger, the fists or the sword lights, because the power of the sacred Emperor-level Dao laws in the arena was extremely chaotic. Even the sacred Emperor-level existences couldn't see the situation in the arena at this time. Only the great sage-level existences could vaguely see the two figures in the arena. Boom. Chapter 2850. What happened? Why did both of them fall out of the arena? Everyone was in disbelief at this scene. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao both fell out of the arena at the same time. Who was the winner? Rumble. The arena shook violently and cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to collapse in the void. Even the immortal runes contained in the arena could not protect it at this time. Many of the spectators were Saint Kings who had fought against Zhuo Qiandao before. They were extremely shocked. The battle between the two had actually caused cracks to appear on the arena. This arena was not ordinary. Even a Saint King with his full strength would not be able to damage it at all. However, right now, this sturdy arena was covered in cracks. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the two of them were. This kind of battle prowess had definitely surpassed Saint Kings of the same level. A draw. A Saint Sovereign level existence said such words. I didn't think it would end in a draw. A few great Saint existences could already see the result of this battle. Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had actually ended in a draw. Neither of them could truly defeat the other. However, at this moment, the two powerful figures were still facing each other. The auras between the two were constantly rising as a powerful aura swept out in all directions. What, do you still want to fight? Zhuo Qiandao coldly stared at Gu Zhong. A starry sky appeared in the void around him with twinkling specks of starlight. He seemed to have become the ruler of the starry sky. An aura so powerful that even Saint Kings would feel their hearts palpitate spread out, causing the world to lose its color. What do you think? Gu Zhong's entire body was shrouded in golden light. His entire body had turned into a golden man with a dazzling golden light circulating on his skin. 9 golden runes vaguely appeared on his body, giving off a feeling of being filled with power. Since victory and defeat have been decided, life and death have also been decided. Since victory and death have not been decided, let's fight. Zhuo Qiandao coldly said. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his body. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at Gu Zhong. Very well. Gu Zhong nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Kill. Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared and directly rushed towards Gu Zhong. The faintly discernible starry sky around him suddenly became clear. Inside the starry sky, stars began to burn, then they turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Gu Zhong. At the same time, rays of starlight shot down from the sky and directly entered Zhuo Qiandao's body, drawing the power of the stars for his own use. Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He directly rushed forward and fought against Zhuo Qiandao. Each of his punches was able to knock away the incoming sword lights. We still have to fight. Someone couldn't help but mutter after seeing this scene. Even Shao Qing and the Iron Blood Taoist were surprised. A prolonged battle wouldn't do Gu Zhong any good. After all, he hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation and become a true Saint Emperor. As for Zhuo Qiandao, he was a true Saint King and an invincible existence among Saint Kings. He had been on the stage for more than half a year and had yet to lose a single time. The two Saint Emperors fought their way into the starry sky. Boom! Gu Zhong punched out and directly shattered a star. The destructive power swept towards Zhuo Qiandao. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. Bzz, a sword hum resounded through the sky. Zhuo Qiandao turned into an extremely powerful sword light that broke through the destructive power and instantly arrived in front of Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong quickly put his palms together and clamped down on the incoming sword light. The sword light immediately stopped, but a powerful force suddenly erupted from the sword light and knocked his hands away. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and Zhuo Qiandao directly stabbed towards Gu Zhong's chest. It was extremely sharp. Before the sword light reached him, a bone-piercing chill had already struck his heart. Invincible golden body! Gu Zhong furiously roared. His body shook, and a ball of golden light immediately surged from his body, enveloping him within it. The sword light that was stabbing towards his chest struck Gu Zhong's protective astral energy and was actually blocked by it. It couldn't stab an inch deeper. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao desperately exerted his strength, but the sword light couldn't stab any deeper. It couldn't break Gu Zhong's protective astral energy. Scram! Gu Zhong threw a punch and directly sent the sword light flying. Swoosh! The sword light disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. Then he slashed towards Gu Zhong. The sword light soared up as if it wanted to split the world in half. Humph! You're not the only one who knows how to play with swords, Gu Zhong said and waved his hand. A dazzling sword, astral energy, suddenly went to meet the starry sword light. Clang! The heaven-punishing sword light and the starry sword light clashed and intertwined. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the two sword lights gradually dimmed. Heaven-punishing sword. Gu Zhong was extremely powerful and directly used the killing technique of the heaven-punishing sword technique. A golden sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and emitted the brightest sword light. The golden sword light's speed was extremely fast and instantly cut through Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, causing it to immediately fall off. What? Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. The opponent also cultivated the sword Dao. Moreover, his sword Dao merit law was not any weaker than his starry sword technique. He only felt a sword energy invading his body and quickly destroying his vitality. While Zhuo Qiandao was still in shock, Gu Zhong had already taken a step forward and instantly arrived above his head. Gu Zhong stomped down. This was the martial path battle technique, the 8 killing steps. A powerful martial path battle technique descended from Gu Zhong's right foot. Bolts of lightning seemed to appear beneath his feet as destructive power erupted. Bang! Zhuo Qiandao's face was solidly kicked by Gu Zhong, and he fell down from the sky. I'll send you on your way. Gu Zhong's body swayed and turned into a dazzling sword light. It descended from the sky and pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao, who had yet to land on the ground. However, at this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's figure suddenly disappeared, causing Gu Zhong to be shocked. The Great Void Technique. Gu Zhong muttered to himself. At this moment, a sword light silently pierced out from the void behind his head, piercing towards the back of his head. Gu Zhong did not even think about it. He turned around and threw a punch, sending the incoming sword light flying. Come out! Chapter 2851. The battle between Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao had reached its climax. Gu Zhong used the 9 heaven-punishing swords to cut off Zhuo Qiandao's left arm, then stomped him down from the sky. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He used a void technique to escape into the void and attacked Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong's strength had exceeded his expectations. Gu Zhong had nearly knocked him out of the empty space with a single palm strike from him. Swoosh! Zhuo Qiandao remained hidden in the void. Rays of starry sword lights continuously flew out from the void towards Gu Zhong. However, such an attack couldn't do anything to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong waved his fists and shattered all the incoming sword rays. Void technique, I'll play with you. Gu Zhong smiled. After that, his silhouette disappeared as well, as though he had vanished into thin air. He entered the void. His body seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret art. Seeing this scene, Zhui Qiandao's shock was no small matter. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Zhong instantly appeared next to Zhui Qiandao and directly punched him, knocking him out of the void. A descendant of an immortal sovereign, so this is all you can do. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering. He stepped out of the void and coldly stared at Zhui Qiandao, who was rolling away. Zhui Qiandao felt a gush of blood rushing up his throat after hearing this. He then spurted out a mouthful of blood, but he couldn't stop himself from vomiting it. Roar! Zhui Qiandao stopped his retreat and stabilized his body. He roared towards the sky, and his entire body emitted bright starlight. His left arm that was cut off by Gu Zhong's sword was rapidly regenerating. His flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Swoosh! A ray of sword light shot out from his body. It was the heaven-punishing sword qi that had invaded his body when Gu Zhong had chopped off his arm. He did his best to force out the heaven-punishing sword qi. His entire body withered as he coughed out blood. He had been defeated, thoroughly defeated. He had actually been defeated by the Tao of the sword. Not even in his wildest dreams did Zhui Qiandao think that he would lose to his most powerful sword Tao. I remember you said before that we would decide victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Now that you've lost, do you want me to use it, or do you want to do it yourself? Gu Zhong crossed his arms and teasingly looked at Zhui Qiandao. Zhui Qiandao ferociously stared at Gu Zhong with a vicious gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. It was as if he could attack Gu Zhong at any moment. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Zhui Qiandao stared at Gu Zhong and gritted his teeth. Then he soared into the sky and turned into a ray of starlight that flew towards the divine island in the sky. Gu Zhong didn't stop him and let Zhui Qiandao escape. At this moment, all the spectators were shocked to the extreme. No one expected Gu Zhong to be able to defeat Zhui Qiandao. One had to know that Zhui Qiandao had set up the arena for more than half a year. Before Gu Zhong, no one had been able to defeat this foreign heavenly king. To be able to remain undefeated for more than half a year, this Zhui Qiandao was definitely a great character. Unfortunately, he met Gu Zhong, so his fate was destined to be tragic. Very quickly, the surroundings of the arena were in an uproar. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Central Plains. Even the great powers of the other 4 regions were alarmed. Gu Zhong became famous. At this moment, Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist rushed over. After meeting up with Gu Zhong, they directly left this region. They didn't return to the Eastern Domain. About 1,000 miles away from the arena, there was a big city. This big city was called Taihao City. It was said that in the distant past, there was once a person called Taihao who came to this place and built this city. So, this city was called Taihao City. There were many shops in Taihao City. Moreover, many of them were open to serve cultivators. If Gu Fei was here, he would naturally be familiar with the name Taihao. This was because Taihao was a supreme expert that came from Kunlun's ancestral star. Gu Fei had been to Kunlun's ancestral star before, so he naturally knew about Taihao's origin. At this time, Shaoqing and Gu Zhong's group were walking on the main street of Taihao City. There were people coming and going on the street. Both sides of the street were filled with shouts. Many people were setting up stalls on the side of the street. Come and take a look. Supreme grade heavenly chinstone is being sold at a low price. Hurry up. Phoenix egg, only selling for 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals. Hurry up. There won't be another shop like this after this one. On the side of the street, a middle-aged man was holding a fist-sized crimson egg and selling it. What? Phoenix egg, 50,000 kilograms of immortal crystals? Gu Zhong's group was shocked. That was a phoenix egg. But if it was so easy to obtain, then it was most likely a scam. This heavenly chinstone is not bad, the Iron Blood Taoist said. However, he had no intention of buying it. He already had the Phoenix Tribulation, so he didn't need to refine other weapons. Along the way, they saw quite a few roadside stalls selling extremely heaven-defying things. This was definitely impossible. Since when did godly medicines and holy medicines become things that could be found everywhere on the streets? Xiaoqing's group found an inn to stay in. At this time, the news of the defeat of a Saint King had already reached Taihao City. Gu Zhong sat in the guest room. After his battle with Zhuo Qiandao, he could feel that his heavenly tribulation would come at any time. He didn't want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world, so he could only seal his Saint King's cultivation. However, Gu Zhong didn't expect that Zhuo Qiandao would appear again on the second day. Moreover, he went onto the stage and directly challenged Gu Zhong. Lord Gu Zhong, do you want to accept the challenge? The Iron Blood Taoist came to Gu Zhong's room and asked. At this time, Xiaoqing walked out of the inn and strolled around Taihao City. Ha! Who does that guy think he is? Do I have to go just because he wants to challenge me? Plus, the outcome was decided yesterday, so there's no need to pay attention to him, said Gu Zhong. He didn't take Zhuo Qiandao seriously, but there was a problem with his cultivation. If he went to fight Zhuo Qiandao, he would probably attract the heavenly tribulation of a Saint King. It was very disadvantageous for him to undergo the tribulation in the mortal world. If that's the case, I'll go meet that guy. The Iron Blood Taoist said. All right, go. Gu Zhong didn't say anything else and nodded. After that, the Iron Blood Taoist left Taihao City, and then he soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. Not long after, Xiaoqing returned. He was not very surprised when he heard that the Iron Blood Taoist went to fight. Instead, he stared at Gu Zhong for a long time, to the point where Gu Zhong felt a little embarrassed. Go to the Heaven Realm. Chapter 28:52. The Heaven Realm was vast and boundless. The human clan only occupied a very small part of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was mysterious and unfathomable. There were countless secrets buried in it. Even during the Great Calamity back then, the Heaven Realm was able to survive and survive. Some people said that the Heaven Realm was the hope of the human race and all other races. Of course, this did not include the demons. It was the invasion of the demons that led to the destruction of the untainted world. The current mortal realm was far less vast than the untainted world of the past. In that era, there were many powerful races, and even supremes could be seen. But now, the mortal realm was actually not a complete great world, because it was only a part of a destroyed great world. The world was incomplete. Even after countless years of recuperation and evolution, it was still difficult to repair the damage caused in the past. Therefore, the ancient powers that had existed since the untainted world of the ancient times were not willing to let their disciples undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm. They had no choice but to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm, but now that they had a choice, they were naturally more willing to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. Only a perfect heavenly tribulation could create a perfect heavenly king. There was no doubt that Gu Fei wanted to go to the heaven realm. But now, both Gu Fei and the old turtle were in seclusion. They were trying to figure out which step they wanted to take. This step was too important. As long as they took this step, they could soar into the sky and undergo the ultimate transformation. They could touch the legendary ultimate realm. No one knew when Gu Fei and the old turtle would come out of seclusion. Even Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's personal disciple, did not know. Of course, during Gu Fei's seclusion, one person was bored to death. That was Gu Ling. When the spiritual body of the mysterious creature in the heavenly ruins Forbidden Zone killed its way to Wanxiang City, she was sent into Gu Fei's inner world and stayed there ever since. Gu Fei had 3 inner worlds: the Hell Realm, the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows, the small world created by the chaotic embryo, and the divine land obtained from the god race's old ancestor. This divine land was refined into his dantian and became his inner world. Gu Fei had long since had the thought of merging the 3 inner worlds, but he had never put it into action. He had some misgivings because if he failed, the 3 inner worlds would be destroyed, especially the Hell Dao. This inner world was originally a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It had the greatest hidden danger. One must know that if the ancient Buddha Lord hadn't fallen, then Gu Fei would be in big trouble once he returned. Although Gu Fei's godly land was good, there was nothing fun about it. Gu Ling was like a king of children, and all the living beings in the godly land had been harmed by her. Even the immortal herbs in the depths of the godly land were afraid of her. They would hide from her whenever they saw her. The Meng family had become her errand boy, and Meng Long had gone crazy with her. I don't know what's wrong with father. Why won't he let me out? On one of the spiritual peaks, Guling was squatting on a huge rock and muttering to herself. At this moment, in the central plains, where Zhuqiandao had set up his arena, there was a sea of people. Even powerful beings from other races had come. 2 powerful figures were moving quickly on the arena as they fought fiercely. I didn't expect Gu Fei's subordinate to be so strong. Someone said, some people in the Central Plains knew about the Iron Blood Taoist. He was Gu Fei's right-hand man. This person seems to have received the inheritance of the ancient immortal Taoist. How can he not be strong? Someone said, at this moment, on the arena, the shadow of a divine phoenix appeared on the Iron Blood Taoist's body. An extremely powerful divine phoenix aura spread from his body. In the void around him, the true fire of the divine phoenix was faintly discernible, burning the void until it was annihilated silently. The person fighting with him was naturally Zhuqiandao. It had to be said that Zhuqiandao was quite capable. He had just been defeated by Gu Zhong yesterday, but today he jumped out full of energy and challenged Gu Zhong by name. However, Gu Zhong had no time to pay attention to this guy. Bzzz. The star sword in Zhuqiandao's hand hummed. Rays of sword light pierced through the void and slashed at the Iron Blood Taoist. Every ray of sword light attracted the power of the stars in the sky to support it. Humph! The Iron Blood Taoist's hands continued to form seals. This was a secret technique of the Divine Phoenix clan, known as the Immortal Divine Phoenix Seal. The terrifying power of the Divine Phoenix surged out from the seals he formed with his hands. Shadows of Divine Phoenixes rushed out from his hands and collided with the starry sword light that was piercing through the air. Rumble. The arena shook as the 2 Saint King powers collided. The vast and powerful ripples of power directly shook the ancient arena. The Divine Phoenix shadows and the rays of sword light disappeared in the void at the same time. You're not my opponent, Zhuqiandao said proudly. Zhuqiandao proudly declared. The stellar sword in his hand emitted an even brighter sword light. An even more powerful sword energy rippled out from his longsword. Buffed, you think too highly of yourself. The Iron Blood Taoist stared at the figure that seemed to be standing in the starry sky and said coldly, However, he had to admit that this guy did have the right to be arrogant. Call that guy Guzhong out. I'm running out of patience. Zhuqiandao's tone became cold. As his eyes opened and closed, a dazzling light shot out from his eyes like two dazzling stars. How dare you? Do you really think you're invincible? The Iron Blood Taoist was very displeased. Who did this guy think he was? He actually dared to look down on him. No matter how he looked at him, this guy was extremely loathsome. Kill! The Iron Blood Taoist roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. 9 divine phoenix runes appeared on his body. With a sway of his body, he actually turned into a divine phoenix the size of a small mountain. Everyone who saw this was somewhat dumbfounded. Phoenix transformation art. Some of the old-timers cried out in alarm. I didn't think that he would actually cultivate the Phoenix transformation art. Someone exclaimed. The Phoenix transformation art was the most powerful art of the divine Phoenix clan. It allowed one to transform into a divine phoenix and display some of the power of the divine phoenix ancestor. At this moment, an endless amount of divine phoenix true fire surged from the body of the divine phoenix and instantly engulfed Zhuqiandao's figure. The true fire directly swept across the arena and burned half of the sky. Chapter 2853. Up in the sky, the stars trembled. Boundless starlight rained down from the heavens, entering the silhouette under the starry sky. An extremely powerful astral energy spread out from the silhouette. The power of the cosmic stars. Someone saw the clues and stared at the starry sky above. Above the starry sky, there were 365 stars that had become especially bright. Kill! Endless starlight sprinkled down, and star-like Tao patterns rushed out from that figure, imprinting into the void. 365 specks of starlight appeared around that person, resonating with the 365 real stars in the sky. Rumble, Zhuqiandao used the power of the cosmic stars to suppress the divine phoenix below the arena. The terrifying destructive power obliterated the void, and the chaotic air was shaken out. A phoenix cry was heard. The divine phoenix on the arena soared into the sky and rushed towards Zhuqiandao. Clang! The divine phoenix flapped its golden wings and soared into the sky. They turned into supreme sword lights that slashed towards Zhuqiandao. Each of the sword lights had the divine phoenix Tao runes and emitted a terrifying divine phoenix aura. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. This was a battle between the power of the divine phoenix and the power of the stars. This was a huge collision. The power of the divine phoenix was unyielding and indestructible, but it was blocked by the power of the cosmic stars. The starlight intertwined to form a diagram. A formation. I can't believe someone in this world still knows about the lost cosmic stars formation. Formations like this had long since been lost in the ancient era. According to the legends, the all-heaven star formation had been created by a personal disciple of one of the paragons of the immortal Tao, the Supreme Tao Father. During the dark times of the late primordial era, countless cultivators fell during the Great Calamity. Even the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor was no exception. Some people saw the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor die in battle under the starry sky. His blood dyed the entire sky red. Of course, some people said that the disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor would not die so easily. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were not to be trifled with. It would be difficult to die even if one wanted to. However, the might of the great heavenly cycle-stellar formation was not small. It drew upon the power of the entire starry sky for its own use. Rumble, pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. Each crack was as big as a mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out from them. The Iron Blood Taoist, and Zhuo Qiandao both used their full power without holding anything back. The stars in the sky trembled as their power crazily gathered towards Zhuo Qiandao. Go to hell! Zhuo Qiandao angrily roared as countless star runes rushed out from his body. It was as if he had turned into a real star that emitted the most dazzling starlight and suppressed the phoenix below. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. The iron-blood Taoist's voice rang out amidst the 1,000 layers of true flames of the divine phoenix. The true flames of the divine phoenix burned half the sky red, and even the saints watching from afar could feel the waves of heat. It was as if the essence in their bodies were about to be ignited. What a terrifying true phoenix flame! Some of the saints found it hard to resist and quickly retreated. At this moment, the real phoenix flapped its wings and directly charged towards the star that was pressing down from the sky. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine phoenix and the star instantly collided. The entire world trembled, as if the sky was about to collapse. Zhuo Qiandao's heavenly cycle-stellar formation exploded, while the iron-blood Taoist's divine phoenix also dissipated in the void. Two figures were sent flying. Even the ancient arena was sent flying, and the divine light emitted by the arena dimmed. Wow! The iron-blood Taoist barely managed to stabilize himself after flying for more than 10,000 feet. Then, he felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a cracking sound as the power of the stars exploded in his body. In just an instant, he didn't know how many bones in his body had cracked. Preposterous! The iron-blood Taoist's body emitted a fiery light as if a divine phoenix was being reborn from the fire. The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body as the power of the stars rushed out and dissipated in the void. His wounded body was instantly healed. Zhuo Qiandao didn't have it easy either. He was also blown away for 10,000 feet. His body was penetrated by 9 sword rays. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out blood in an extremely embarrassing manner. Draw. Everyone was shocked after seeing this scene. It was truly hard to imagine that Zhuo Qiandao had set up this arena for half a year. Not only could no one defeat him, but no one could even draw with him. How is this possible? Zhuo Qiandao gritted his teeth and said. His expression was extremely ferocious as blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This was truly bleeding from all 7 orifices. You dare to call yourself unbeatable in the same realm with just this little ability? Bah! The iron-blood Taoist coldly said. Humph! Zhuo Qiandao sneered. 9 star inscriptions appeared on his body and attracted the power of the stars in the sky. 9 sword rays immediately rushed out of his body. The sword chi that had entered his body was forced out by the power of the stars. The 9 bloody holes on his body healed at a visible rate. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body. He still wanted to fight. However, at this moment, a fiery light descended from the sky and landed in the iron-blood Taoist's hand. It was a communication talisman. Yeah. The iron-blood Taoist's expression changed after reading the information on the talisman. He then said to Zhuo Qiandao, I'll fight you to the death next time. With that, the iron-blood Taoist directly shot into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Zhuo Qiandao wanted to stop the iron-blood Taoist, but he was just too fast. A divine phoenix could travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant. This was not just a legend. Although the iron-blood Taoist was not a true divine phoenix and could not travel 100,000 kilometers in an instant, there were not many saint kings that could catch up to him at the same level. At the same time, Guzhong had already announced that he wanted to fight Zhuo Qiandao in the heaven realm. He would also set up a stage in the heaven realm and wait for Zhuo Qiandao's arrival. Gu Zhong told Zhuo Qiandao that he could go to the heaven realm if he had the guts. As long as Zhuo Qiandao dared to come, he would definitely beat the crap out of him. Afterwards, when the Iron Blood Taoist returned to Taihao City, Gu Zhong's group directly used the teleportation formation in the city to return to Wanxiang City. They were preparing to go to the heaven realm. Although Gu Zhong had seen many things with Gu Fei, he still couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Heaven Realm. Chapter 2854. Inside the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, the upper echelons of the city gathered in the main hall. Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing left Wanxiang City for the sky market after giving some instructions. Everyone was shocked. Why did Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing want to go to the heavenly realm at this time? However, they soon found out the reason from the Iron Blood Taoist. Gu Zhong was undergoing the heavenly king tribulation. Gu Zhong was a prideful man and naturally did not want to undergo the tribulation in the mortal realm. Tribulation in the heavenly realm. The heavenly saint of the heaven, earth, and mortal saints said thoughtfully, Lord Gu Zhong is going to undergo the tribulation in the heavenly realm. Zhuge Liang and the others were shocked. They had heard that the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the heavenly realm was very low. The heavenly tribulation in the heavenly realm was extremely powerful. Very few people could succeed, and most of them would die under the tribulation. Compared to the heavenly realm, the success rate of undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm was much higher. Zhuge Liang and the others' cultivation had not reached that level yet. Thus, they did not know the difference between undergoing the tribulation in the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. Only the saint-level existences would know. Gu Zhong's heart is higher than the sky. Someone sighed in the main hall. Not long after Gu Zhong and little Qing left, the higher-ups of Wanxiang City that were gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion also dispersed and went to do whatever they needed to do. Soon, the news of Gu Zhong ascending to the heaven realm spread. Just as Gu Zhong and little Qing were about to head to the sky market and step onto the ancient path to heavens, in the central plains, on a divine island floating high in the sky, two people were sitting at a stone table in a pavilion. Both of them were young men, but anyone could tell who was the master and who was the servant with just a glance. Master, I didn't expect you to come so fast. One of the young men in the pavilion spoke to the other in a respectful tone. What happened? I heard that you were defeated by someone called Gu Zhong. That Gu Zhong is also the disciple of Gu Fei, right? The young man said indifferently. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao's forehead was covered in sweat. He did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of this young man. The only person who could make Zhuo Qiandao fearful was the South Pole immortal sovereign from the South Pole divine sea on the Buzhou ancestral star. South Pole immortal venerable personally departed from the Buzhou ancestral star and arrived at the soaring dragon ancestral star. What made South Pole immortal venerable depressed was that his good disciple was actually defeated by Gu Fei's disciple. This was hard for him to accept. Yes. Zhuo Qiandao nodded. Then why don't you scram to the heaven realm and bring Gu Zhong's head back to me? South Pole immortal venerable said. His tone was very calm. He already knew what happened earlier, including Gu Zhong's words. Yes, master. Zhuo Qiandao quickly accepted the order and left the hall. Very quickly, Zhuo Qiandao left the divine island and headed towards the eastern domain. If he wanted to go to the heaven world, he had to go to the eastern domain, enter the sky ruins, and step on the ancient heaven road. While Zhuo Qiandao was heading towards the eastern domain, Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing had already set foot on the ancient heaven road. At this time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were in seclusion. However, there was a checkpoint at the exit of the ancient heaven road. there were still people collecting the fees to enter the heaven realm. The reason why the heaven realm demons still dared to do this and were not afraid of the public's wrath was because although the old turtle was not in the heaven realm, there was an unimaginably powerful being guarding the demon lord's palace in the sky above the western underworld sea. Master Qing, you're back. When little Qing and Gu Zhong walked out of the ancient road to heaven, the two demon race experts guarding the checkpoint saw little Qing and immediately went forward to pay their respects. Yes, did anything happen here recently? Xiaoqing nodded and asked, with the old ancestor guarding this place, no one dares to be presumptuous. A middle-aged man among the two demon race experts said, that's for the best. Little Qing said. Then he encouraged the two demon race experts and soared into the sky with Gu Zhong. They landed on an island floating in the sky. This was a divine island with enchanting scenery. There were pavilions dotting the mountains, making it look like a fairyland. Xiaoqing brought Gu Zhong to the depths of the divine island to pay a visit to the old ancestor of the demon race. However, the old ancestor happened to be out. They settled down on the divine island first. At this time, the heaven realm was in chaos just like the mortal realm. Something big happened in the eastern earth of the heaven realm. Some people saw the ancient heavenly emperor's figure in the eastern earth. In a short period of time, the atmosphere of the entire eastern earth became extremely tense. One should know that the eastern earth was originally the ancient heavenly emperor's territory. However, it had now become the territory of the demon race and the Nether sect. Some people thought that the ancient heavenly emperor had been preparing in secret for a long time, and that it was time to take back what he had lost. However, others thought that if the ancient heavenly emperor dared to provoke the demon race of the heaven realm, he would be digging his own grave. One should know that the demon lord even dared to attack the forbidden regions. However, the first place in the heaven realm to become chaotic was somewhat unexpected. That was because that place was the snow region, a somewhat special place. Even the people from the immortal domain's immortal palace couldn't intimidate those powerful existences. Especially when the prison realm collapsed, countless great omens escaped. These great omens became the fuse of the war in the snow domain. In a short period of time, the snow domain became the most eye-catching place in the heaven realm. Of course, whether the heaven realm was in chaos or not had nothing to do with Gu Zhong. He was going to the heaven realm to undergo his heavenly king tribulation. He was very confident that he could succeed. However, he didn't forget that he still had a battle with Zui Qiandao. He was waiting for Zui Qiandao. When Zui Qiandao stepped on the ancient road to heaven and entered the heaven realm, Gu Zhong announced that he wanted to challenge Zui Qiandao. At this time, the old ancestor of the divine island finally returned. Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong quickly went to greet him. Then, Gu Zhong set up an arena in the west dark sea, an arena that only Zui Qiandao and the others could enter. When Zui Qiandao heard the news, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This Gu Zhong was too hateful. Did he want the entire heaven realm to know that he had lost to him? Zui Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them, and then went up the stage to challenge Gu Zhong. Swoosh! The moment Zui Qiandao stepped onto the stage, Gu Zhong also descended from the sky and landed on the stage. Zui Qiandao was a proud and arrogant person, so he cared a lot about gossip. He directly went to find them, and then went up the stage to challenge Gu Zhong. Swoosh. Chapter 28:55. Gu Zhong had set up an arena in the western mysterious ocean and waited for Zui Qiandao's arrival. Unexpectedly, Zui Qiandao actually came and directly stepped onto the arena. I have to say, you are really courageous. On the arena, Gu Zhong looked at Zui Qiandao and said indifferently, he didn't think that Zui Qiandao would really come. Could it be that he had absolute confidence in winning? Less nonsense, let's begin. Zhu Qiandao's entire body was filled with murderous intent. He stared at Gu Zhong, and a layer of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, as if he was about to fall into a state of madness. Very well, since you want to reincarnate as soon as possible, I will grant your wish. No, if you lose, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. The corner of Gu Zhong's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. At this moment, countless experts had gathered in the Western Mysterious Ocean. People from various regions of the Heaven Realm had arrived. One should know that the news of Gu Zhong setting up an arena had already spread. Of course, Gu Zhong was not bored enough to set up an arena to accept everyone's challenge. He only did it for Zhu Qiandao. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an old man stood on the divine island high up in the sky. He was looking down from the sky. Gu Fei's disciple. Interesting. The old man smiled. His voice was very old. In fact, not many people in the Heaven Realm knew that Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Boom. At this moment, a great star rushed out from Zhu Qiandao's head and emitted a myriad of starlight. A powerful heavenly king's aura spread out from the star. Star Grand Dao, someone exclaimed. It was very rare to see someone cultivating this Grand Dao. It was no wonder that someone would be shocked when a star saint king appeared at this moment. Gu Zhong, I will kill you this time, Zhu Qiandao coldly said. He stared at Gu Zhong with a cold and ruthless gaze, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. Ha! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Zhong laughed. Since this guy dared to come to the Heaven Realm to fight, he must have something to rely on. However, Gu Zhong also had something to rely on. Kill! Zhu Qiandao angrily roared and stomped on the ground. His entire body turned into a bright ray of light that pierced towards Gu Zhong. At the same time, the big star above his head also turned into a frightening sword ray that descended from the sky and slashed towards Gu Zhong. One hand covering the sky, Gu Zhong extended his right hand and unleashed the heaven-shrouding hand. A huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void and pressed forward. Buzz. Gu Zhong's right hand collided with Zhu Qiandao's starlight sword energy and directly stopped this sword light. What? Zhu Qiandao was shocked to the extreme. It was as if his sword energy had collided with an immortal divine iron and almost injured himself. At the same time, Gu Zhong's heaven-shrouding hand collided with the sword light that pierced down from the sky. Two extremely powerful forces clashed, and the entire sky was drowned by countless Dao runes. The heaven-covering hand blocked the starlight sword chi, and the sword chi exploded. Streaks of starlight Dao patterns were imprinted in the void, turning into a peerless sword light that pierced through the void. Even the chaotic aura was struck out. However, regardless of how sharp and powerful the sword light formed from the starlight Dao markings were, Gu Zhong's heaven-covering hand was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked all of the sword light. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit, Gu Zhong said. His entire body was emitting a golden light. Golden Dao runes faintly appeared and interweaved on his body. He was like a golden god of war that came from the primordial era, extremely powerful. You're not bad yourself. Within the sword light that Gu Zhong's right hand blocked, there was a vague figure that was faintly discernible. That figure emitted a shocking, murderous intent. At this moment, Gu Zhong's gigantic hand that blotted out the sky above the stage came crashing down like a mountain, completely obliterating the starlight sword chi. I gave you a bit of sunshine, and you're dazzling. I'm just messing with you. Ha ha. Gu Zhong laughed heartily and shook his right hand. 9 golden patterns of the way immediately emerged from his palm. With a bang, the power of the great path erupted and directly sent the sword light flying. You, Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. His figure directly appeared on the arena and fiercely stared at Gu Zhong. His cultivation had improved a lot, but he was still not a match for this guy. After Zhuo Qiandao was defeated by Gu Zhong, the South Pole immortal Venerable forcefully helped Zhuo Qiandao increase his cultivation. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao was only half a step away from the Great Saint realm. However, Zhuo Qiandao realized that he had underestimated Gu Zhong. I already said that you came to die. Sigh, there are still people who are so stupid in this era. What a weirdo! Gu Zhong ridiculed. Preposterous. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuo Qiandao was enraged. He gritted his teeth, and 9 balls of starlight immediately rushed out from his body. Within each ball of starlight, there was a star that was radiating dazzling starlight. 9 waves of supreme starlight surged out from the 9 balls of starlight. That is, even Gu Zhong's heart shook when he sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the 9 balls of starlight, and he was extremely shocked. A real star! Gu Zhong's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. The 9 balls of starlight were extraordinary. They were real stars that were refined into fist-sized balls. The power of the stars contained in each ball of starlight was unimaginably powerful. Once Zhuo Qiandao fused with the 9 balls of starlight, his battle strength would definitely soar to an unimaginable level. However, Gu Zhong did not stop him. He was also very curious. He wanted to see to what extent this guy could increase his battle strength. Swoosh! The 9 balls of starlight instantly entered Zhuo Qiandao's forehead. In the next second, his body emitted an endless amount of starlight. 9 powerful star runes emerged from his forehead and interweaved into a mysterious star diagram. His divine soul, even his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones seemed to be ignited by sparks. A destructive aura spread out from his body. He's really going to risk his life. Gu Zhong suddenly felt a sense of trepidation. It was as if Zhuo Qiandao had become a completely different person in this instant. At this time, all the experts watching from afar were extremely shocked. Some of them noticed something and couldn't help but change their expressions. This person actually fused 9 real stars with his soul. This was too crazy. The power of 9 stars was indeed very powerful. Zhuo Qiandao's expression was ferocious as he held his head and roared in pain. However, he quickly stopped and lifted his head to glare at Gu Zhong like a wounded beast. This Gu Zhong was startled by Zhuo Qiandao's appearance. His face was full of blue veins that spread outwards from the center of his forehead. His eyes became blood red with a hint of madness and ferocity. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao roared towards the sky. An extremely violent aura erupted from his body, causing the entire arena to shake. Runes emerged one after another. Swoosh! In the next moment, Zhuo Qiandao directly pounced towards Gu Zhong and instantly arrived in front of him. He opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that directly pierced through Gu Zhong's face. Gu Zhong was startled. The opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he didn't have time to dodge. He could only unleash a punch that collided with the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Zhong felt a sharp pain in his hand as a chilling sword chi invaded his arm. Thump! 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 Gu Zhong couldn't help but take 5 or 6 steps back. He looked down and saw that his right fist was cut open by the opponent's sword energy. Golden blood seeped out from the wound. So powerful! Gu Zhong was shocked. After the opponent merged with the 9 starlight balls, his battle prowess had indeed increased to a level that even he was shocked. What kind of secret art was this? Kill! Zhuo Qiandao seemed to have fallen into madness. He directly grabbed the sword light and swept it towards Gu Zhong's waist. The brilliant sword light directly cut through the void. I'm afraid you have teeth and will bite me." Gu Zhong's body shook, and the power of his martial body burst forth. An even more powerful martial path energy spread out from his body. Swoosh! Gu Zhong soared up into the sky and dodged Zhuo Qiandao's sword. Then he stomped down on Zhuo Qiandao with a destructive force that wanted to obliterate him. Zhuo Qiandao reached out with his left hand and directly broke through the destructive force. He then grabbed Gu Zhong's right leg. What? Gu Zhong's shock was not small at all. Zhuo Qiandao roared and directly lifted Gu Zhong's leg and fiercely smashed it to the ground. Bang! The arena shook, and cracks appeared on the surface of the arena. This little guy is a bit strange. Up in the sky, the ancestor's eyes lit up after seeing this. With his vision, he naturally saw through Zhuo Qiandao. Zhuo Qiandao grabbed Gu Zhong's leg and crazily smashed it a dozen times. The ground cracked, and the entire arena cracked, as if it could collapse at any time. Enough! Gu Zhong roared, and a powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly soared, and he directly broke free. One sword to kill the heavens. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry at the same time. He directly pointed forward with one finger. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his finger and directly pierced towards Zhuo Qiandao. Pluff. Chapter 28:56. The West Nethersea was originally a forbidden area in the extreme west of the Heaven Realm. Ever since the old turtle and Gu Fei worked together to destroy it, this place became very lively because it was the only path between the Heaven Realm and the mortal realm. Of course, the old turtle had set up a checkpoint at the entrance of the ancient path. Cultivators entering and exiting the Heaven Realm had to pay a fee, 10 divine medicines, or 10 immortal crystals. It was the same for cultivators from the mortal realm. If you didn't pay the fee, then I'm sorry, please return home. Some people had tried to force their way in, but they were easily defeated by the experts of the heavenly realm. They were even killed on the spot and died. There was nothing much to say. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the cultivators were strong enough to kill the experts of the demon race, the Heaven Realm's demon race would have nothing to say. In fact, not many people dared to do so because they knew that an ancestor-level existence of the demon race was sitting on the divine island above the West Nethersea. Even the old turtle, the son of the Tai Huang, had to consider himself as a junior in front of this person. On this day, the West Nethersea was much livelier than usual. Countless cultivators rushed in from outside the West Nethersea just to watch the battle. Very quickly, the news of Gu Fei's disciple fighting with someone spread. Very few people in the Heaven Realm knew about Gu Zhong, but almost everyone knew about Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei's achievements in the Heaven Realm had already spread across the entire Heaven Realm. In the cultivation world, if someone said that they knew someone called Gu Fei, then that person would be too far behind. When the news spread to the mortal world, the cultivation world of the mortal world was in an uproar. In just a short period of time, the ancient Heaven Ascension Road was packed with people. Many people and even powerful beings from other races were rushing towards the ancient Heaven Path. Many of them were willing to pay 10 divine medicines or 10 immortal crystals to enter the Heaven Realm to watch the battle. At this time, the happiest ones were the experts of the demon race guarding the ancient path. Today, they received so many divine medicines that their hands were sore, and the immortal crystals were piled up like a mountain. Rumble, the arena shook. At this moment, Gu Zhong and Zhuo Qiandao were fighting fiercely on the arena. Blood splashed all over the arena. Zhuo Qiandao had fused the power of the 9 stars into his body and stimulated all of his potential, causing his battle strength to soar to the point that Gu Zhong had no choice but to use the Heaven Ascension secret technique. two silhouettes were moving rapidly on the arena, and countless Dao patterns were faintly discernible in the void. Bang! Gu Zhong's fist landed on Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder. Crack! Zhuo Qiandao's shoulder was immediately shattered by this fist. However, the moment Zhuo Qiandao was blown away by Gu Zhong's punch, a ray of starlight sword energy instantly left a bloody mark on Gu Zhong's body. A strand of golden blood seeped out from the wound. Humph! Gu Zhonghu's body trembled, and the sword qi that had invaded his body was immediately forced out by him. The next moment, the sword wound on his body rapidly healed and disappeared. His blood energy was vigorous to the extreme. The powerful blood energy that rushed out from the top of his head caused the stars in the sky to tremble as if it could fall down at any time. Gu Zhong was extremely domineering as he took large strides forward. With every step he took, the entire arena shook, and more cracks appeared on the arena. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? Impossible. Zhuo Qiandao couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, in the next moment, his shoulder that was shattered by Gu Zhong's fist also healed in an instant. At this level of cultivation, no matter what kind of damage the body suffered, it could be instantly healed. Even if it was smashed into pieces, as long as there was a drop of true blood, it could be reconstructed. Gu Zhong cultivated the martial Tao, and he was a martial saint king. His martial physique was unbelievably powerful and almost indestructible. Nothing is impossible. Gu Zhong sneered and continued to press towards Zhuo Qiandao. His aura constantly increased, and the surrounding space became extremely unstable under the impact of the powerful pressure. Pitch-black spatial cracks constantly appeared. Kill. 9 stars returned to 1. Annihilate the world. Zhuo Qiandao furiously roared and attacked with all of his strength. The star map on his forehead lit up, and 9 specks of starlight emerged. In the blink of an eye, they fused together and turned into an immortal ray of starlight that directly pierced towards Gu Zhong. The supreme power of the stars erupted as the ray of starlight displayed a terrifying might. Wherever the starlight passed, the space was directly annihilated, and everything was slashed into nothingness. This Gu Zhong's heart trembled. He stomped on the ground and turned into a golden ray of light that shot into the sky. However, it was useless even with his extreme speed. The ray of starlight was just too fast, so fast that even he couldn't dodge it. Puff! A golden flower of blood suddenly appeared on Gu Zhong's body. The immortal ray of starlight directly pierced through his Saint King martial physique, causing him to be extremely shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the ray of starlight actually contained a type of destructive energy, and this destructive energy could actually annihilate the vitality within his body. His flesh, tendons, and bones. All of his vitality was constantly being destroyed. Gu Zhong couldn't believe this. He lowered his head and saw that the place where the starlight pierced through had turned into a deathly gray color. The deathly gray color was spreading out from the spot where the starlight pierced through to the other parts of Gu Zhong's body. What a terrifying, annihilating starlight. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be astonished. "Haha, Gu Zhong, you're dead for sure." At this time, Zhuo Qiandao crazily laughed. None of the people injured by his annihilating starlight had survived until now. However, every time he used this secret art, his vitality would be greatly injured. This was the price. Even if Zhuo Qiandao could defeat Gu Zhong, he would still suffer from the backlash of the starlight. Not to mention, it was hard to say whether he could defeat Gu Zhong or not. Crap! When Gu Zhong's martial body was pierced by Zhuo Qiandao's annihilating starlight, the old ancestor of the demon race on the divine island in the sky was shocked. Could it be that this star physique is that person's descendant? The old man muttered to himself. He could already see the abnormality of Gu Zhong's body. His vitality was constantly being destroyed, causing him to be shocked. Gu Zhong was the eldest disciple of Gu Fei. If he were to die here, it wouldn't be a good thing for the demon race of the heaven world. Just when the old man was thinking about whether he should help Gu Zhong or not, he suddenly realized that Gu Zhong's body was emitting an unfathomable aura. Then, the destructive power in Gu Zhong's body was being destroyed by this power. What this is, Chapter 2857, 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao, Secret of Nihility. The old man was extremely shocked. This secret art that had been lost since the ancient times had reappeared in Gu Zhong's body. He found this hard to believe. He was the ancestor of the demon race, an existence from the same generation as the Grand King. He had lived for countless years, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. While the old man was shocked, Gu Zhong's life force flourished once again. His blood surged into the sky and actually extinguished the terrifying destructive energy that had invaded his body. What? How is this possible? Zhui Qiandao sensed the change in Gu Zhong's presence and couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually someone in this world who could survive after his starlight of extinction had penetrated their body. I've already said that nothing is impossible in this world. Gu Zhong was already close to Zhui Qiandao. Then he directly punched towards Zhui Qiandao. An extremely ferocious fist force erupted from his right fist. Millions of golden rays bloomed as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the world. An invincible fist, intent, radiated from Gu Zhong's body. It was indomitable and unstoppable. Bam! Zhui Qiandao could only take it head-on and was directly blown out of the arena by Gu Zhong's fist. His arms were bent in a strange manner. Clearly, the bones in his arms were broken. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Zhui Qiandao angrily roared as he charged back from outside the arena. Rays of destructive starlight constantly shot out from his forehead and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Ha! You have no choice but to believe it, because you really can't kill me. Gu Zhong laughed and punched out. His fists were wide open and actually shattered the rays of destructive starlight. He then pressed towards Zhui Qiandao with great force. Zhui Qiandao desperately channeled his 9-star great art, but he could no longer gain any advantage at this time. The starlight of extinction was actually shattered by the opponent's fists. This was unbelievable to Zhui Qiandao. His 9-star great art was personally taught by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. Its power was unimaginable. Ordinary heavenly kings were not Zhui Qiandao's opponent. Even peak heavenly kings would have to suffer when Zhui Qiandao used his 9-star great art. Zhui Qiandao indeed had the battle prowess to be undefeatable in the same realm, but unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Zhong. Boom! After a muffled sound, a golden light spread out on the stage. Zhui Qiandao was directly blown away while coughing up blood. He was unwilling to accept this. His battle strength had been raised to the limit, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. The legend of a martial artist being invincible among his peers, could it really not be broken? That person is going to be unlucky. Someone said. There was no more suspense in this battle. Seems like I overestimated you. Sigh. Gu Zhong said. This fellow was still not a match for him. This meant that the trump card he had prepared was useless, causing him to feel somewhat disappointed. The stronger a cultivator was, the stronger they would become. Gu Zhong hoped that his opponent would be able to fight endlessly with him and fight to his heart's content. This Zhui Qiandao was still a bit lacking. Shua, the heaven-punishing sword light, rushed out from Gu Zhong's hands and directly pierced through Zhui Qiandao. This was the sword Tao of extinction that could destroy the void of the world. It was countless times more powerful than Zhui Qiandao's starlight of extinction. Zhuo Qiandao's life force was constantly being destroyed by the heaven-punishing sword light. He heavily slammed into the stage while continuously coughing up blood. The star diagram on his forehead was still operating. The violent power of the stars was vast and mighty. The power of the 9 stars seemed to be going out of control. "I will take you down with me," Zhuo Qiandao roared and crawled up from the ground. He was like a crazy heavenly beast as he directly pounced towards Guzhong. 9 starlights emerged on his body, erupting with extremely chaotic fluctuations of the power of the stars. "You want to self-destruct? Do you think you can die with me like this? Don't be stupid." "Ha ha." Gu Zhong burst out in laughter. At the same time, he used his extreme speed of 8 steps to quickly retreat. At the same time, rays of golden sword energy rushed out from his body and interweaved into a net of swords that flew straight towards Zhuo Qiandao. "Die for me!" Zhuo Qiandao crazily roared. The star diagram on his forehead flew up. In the next second, his eyes lost their luster, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. At this time, the star diagram that rushed out from Zhuo Qiandao's forehead quickly enlarged. A figure sat in the middle of the diagram. It was Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit. 9 stars revolved around Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit and emitted an extremely powerful star power. "He really wants to die with me?" Gu Zhong was startled, but he didn't panic in the face of the murderous star diagram. Instead, his battle intent surged. A golden light shot out from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open. "It's still the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Could it be that little guy, Gu Fei, has obtained all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao?" The old man on the divine island murmured to himself after seeing this. Since the ancient times, no one had been able to gather all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was because the supreme Tao ancestor had created these 9 secret arts and taught them to his 9 disciples. Each disciple would only be taught 1 secret art. Therefore, other than the supreme Tao ancestor who had mastered all 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, no one else in this world could master all 9 secret arts at the same time. At this time, Zhuo Qiandao's origin spirit controlled the star diagram and directly suppressed Gu Zhong's head. A destructive star power surged from the star diagram and sealed this part of the void. All the living beings in the distance were extremely shocked. They didn't think that the expert fighting against Gu Zhong would want to die with him. "This guy is crazy," someone said. Zhuo Qiandao was forced to this state by Gu Zhong. An expert from the mortal world murmured. Zhuo Qiandao set up an arena in the middle earth of the human world and challenged all the heavenly kings of the human world. In just half a year, he had truly become invincible among his peers and defeated countless heavenly kings. It wasn't until Gu Zhong went to the Middle Earth and challenged Zhuo Qiandao that Zhuo Qiandao's legend of being invincible within the same realm ended, and he was trampled down from his pedestal. Swish! An extremely resplendent ray of golden light shot out from the center of Gu Zhong's eyebrows. A supreme power of the world radiated from the ray of light. It turned into a sword and instantly charged into the sky. It directly broke through the layers of destructive power from the star atlas and pierced through Zhuo Qiandao's soul in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. "I refuse to accept this." Chapter 2858. A ray of sword light shot out from Gu Zhong's forehead and directly destroyed Zhuo Qiandao's primordial spirit. This shocked everyone to the extreme. "How is this possible?" an old man from the heaven realm exclaimed. All of this was too unbelievable. Could this be the supreme secret art of the legends? Primordial spirit, sword of the Daos. High up in the sky, on the divine island, the old ancestor of the heaven realm demonic race spoke these words. He saw through Gu Zhong's true strength and recognized this supreme immortal Dao secret technique. Only this secret art could instantly destroy Zhui Qiandao's primordial spirit and kill him. I already said that you came to die. Sigh. On the stage, Gu Zhong sighed and shook his head. You. In the sky, Xiaoqing was speechless after seeing this scene. Gu Zhong was just showing off after gaining an advantage. However, as soon as Gu Zhong left the arena, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Without hesitation, he took a step to the right and instantly moved more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a ray of immortal light silently descended from the sky and directly pierced through the place where Gu Zhong originally stood. Even the arena was pierced by this ray of immortal light. Who is it? Gu Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his abnormal reaction to danger, that attack just now would have been enough to destroy his primordial spirit. This was a destructive ray of immortal light that could destroy everything. Even the arena was pierced by it. What? Xiaoqing was also startled by this sudden attack. He took a step forward and instantly crossed the sky to land on the arena. What happened? All the living beings in the sky were indescribably shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Zhong. Who was it? Could it be the ancient celestial emperor? Some people recalled the enmity between Gu Fei and the ancient celestial emperor. Gu Fei was Gu Zhong's master. Moreover, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the ancient celestial emperor's nest. The enmity between the ancient celestial emperor and the ancient celestial emperor could be said to be irreconcilable. This was because the enmity between the two had reached an irreconcilable level. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, so it was very likely that the ancient celestial emperor would attack Gu Zhong. While everyone was looking at Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing in shock, Zhui Qiandao's body actually moved and he stood up from the ground. What? Didn't Gu Zhong destroy his primordial spirit? How is he not dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene that happened in the arena had already exceeded everyone's understanding. The primordial spirit being destroyed and the soul dispersing was common knowledge in the world of cultivation. This, even Gu Zhong found it unbelievable. If the primordial spirit sword destroyed Zhui Qiandao's primordial spirit, then Zhui Qiandao would definitely be dead. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. But now, Zhui Qiandao's body actually moved, and he stood up. How could this be explained? Humph! At this moment, a sneer came down from the sky. The demon race's old ancestor. Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the old ancestor was here, no one could plot against them. Of course, if it was a fair fight, the old ancestor would not interfere even if the opponent killed Gu Zhong. However, if someone broke this balance and wanted to kill Gu Zhong with despicable means, then the old ancestor of the demon race in the heaven realm would not interfere. You, who are you? Gu Zhong stared at Zhui Qiandao and asked in a deep voice. This guy's aura had changed greatly, as if he had become a different person. Gu Zhong couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect you to cultivate the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. No wonder my disciple is not your match. Zhui Qiandao looked at Gu Zhong indifferently and said, Your disciple. You're the South Pole, immortal, venerable. Gu Zhong's eyes lit up and said coldly, Zhui Qiandao was the disciple of the South Pole, immortal, venerable. Did this guy take over his disciple's body? The South Pole, immortal, venerable was an immortal venerable of Buzhou ancestral star. He stood at the top of the pyramid in the cultivation world of the entire star. This Zhui Qiandao raised his head to look at the divine island in the sky, then at Gu Zhong, and said, Do you dare to accept my challenge? Why not? Gu Zhong's pupils contracted as he looked at the Zhui Qiandao. Nephew, this Xiaoqing wanted to stop him. One should know that this South Pole, immortal venerable, was too despicable. He even wanted to take the body of his disciple. Moreover, he didn't help Zhuo Qiandao and allowed him to be killed by Gu Zhong. It was definitely not a good thing to fight against such a person. Martial Uncle Qing, don't worry. This guy is only an incarnation that took over Zhuo Qiandao's body. He won't be that strong. Gu Zhong was very confident. Very well. The Zhuo Qiandao said coldly. He was no longer Zhuo Qiandao, but an incarnation of the South Pole, immortal venerable. It's a fair fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Think carefully. An old voice came down from the divine island in the sky. Thank you for your guidance, old ancestor. Gu Zhong bowed towards the divine island in the sky and said, "Sigh." A sigh came from the divine island in the sky. Then the existence on the divine island stopped talking. Nephew, you, Shaoqing glanced at the Zhuo Qiandao and wanted to say something, but he didn't. He then flew up from the stage and retreated to the sky. I have to admire your courage to accept my challenge. The Zhuo Qiandao suddenly smiled and gave Gu Zhong a thumbs up. You seem to have me in your grasp. Gu Zhong smiled as well. I won't kill you. I can't bear to. I still want to obtain the 9 secrets of immortal Dao. Ha ha. The Zhuo Qiandao transmitted his voice to Gu Zhong. The 9 secrets of immortal Dao are right here. Come and get them if you can, said Gu Zhong as he pointed to his head. The smile on his face had already disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. He would never underestimate any of his opponents. Very well, I'll come and get them now. As Zhuo Qiandao spoke, his figure instantly disappeared into the void, as if he had vanished into thin air. Even Gu Zhong couldn't see how he disappeared. In the next moment, a huge hand appeared above Gu Zhong's head. The 5 fingers went straight for Gu Zhong's head. Swoosh! In the instant that the gigantic hand was about to grab him, Gu Zhong's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. No one was able to clearly see how he disappeared. This, Chapter 28:59. Everyone stared at the arena, only to see 2 silhouettes appearing and disappearing from time to time, directly entering the void and fighting in the void. This was a battle between secret arts of the immortal path. Bang! Boom! Muffled sounds of collisions could be heard from the void above the arena. With each sound, the void above the arena would shatter. 2 figures would appear and disappear in an instant. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be surprised. This South Pole immortal sovereign had also grasped a secret art of the immortal path. His intuition told him that this guy had more than one secret art. What secret art are those 2 using? Someone asked. After all, the 9 secrets of immortal Dao had disappeared for countless years. There were definitely not many people in the current world who could recognize the 9 secrets of immortal Dao, apart from some super old fogies. No one knew that the secret technique that the 2 people in the arena used was the anti-emptiness secret technique, a duel between an anti-void secret technique and an anti-void secret technique. This was something that had never happened before, but today, such an unbelievable thing had happened. Very soon, the void shattered and a figure charged out. He was coughing out blood, causing golden droplets of blood to drip down from the sky. When everyone saw the figure, they were indescribably shocked. The person who was knocked out of the void was actually Gu Zhong. Nephew, in the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this scene. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered. His body shook, and a ball of golden light emerged from his body. In the next moment, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sacred king martial physique is indeed something. A voice rang out in the sky as a figure walked out. He stared coldly at Gu Zhong as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. Could you be one of the 9 sons of the immortal path. Gu Zhong stared at the Zhuqiandao and suddenly uttered these words. What 9 sons? I don't know what you're talking about. The Zhuqiandao replied. Die. Gu Zhong no longer spoke. With a furious roar, he pounced towards the guy in front of him and threw a punch. A ball of golden light suddenly appeared on his fist. I already said that you're not my opponent. The Zhuqiandao shook his head and threw a punch as well. Boom. The 2 fists collided with each other, creating a loud bang. It was as if 2 mountains had collided. 2 powerful forces spread out. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void. Gu Zhong only felt an unstoppable force coming from the other party's hand, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. When he focused his gaze, he saw that the fellow in front of him was actually as unmoving as a mountain. What? How is this possible? Gu Zhong was incomparably shocked. He never thought that a human cultivator's physical body would be strong enough to compete with him. Again, Zhuqiandao was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and punched Gu Zhong with his right fist. The void trembled under his fist. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Zhong's arrogance was stimulated. He also punched out. The 2 fists collided in an instant, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt. A devastating storm swept out from the arena in every direction, and some of the nearby cultivators hastily retreated. However, there were also some particularly unlucky monarchs. The destructive storm instantly enveloped the entire area. A few unlucky monarchs who couldn't escape in time were directly blown away by the storm and exploded in the air, turning into clouds of blood mist. These guys were truly unlucky. Boom. There was another earth-shattering bang, and the whole world was trembling. The void above the arena exploded, and the 2 extremely powerful figures directly fought in the extremely chaotic chaos. Gu Zhong became more and more shocked as the battle went on. This guy was truly powerful compared to the real Zhuqiandao. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. There was simply no comparison. Bam! A muffled sound rang out from within the primal chaos. Gu Zhong charged out from within the primal chaos. There was a fist imprint on his chest that had sunk deep into his body. Roar! Gu Zhong roared at the sky. The opponent's strength made him feel as if he had all his abilities but couldn't display them. Heaven Ascension's secret art. Gu Zhong had no other choice but to use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to fight against this Zhuqiandao. Boom! A ball of resplendent golden light erupted from Gu Zhong's body. It was as if a golden divine sun had appeared between the heavens and the earth. He could feel that his combat strength was soaring. This is Zhuqiandao. S. gaze became fierce with a hint of madness in his eyes. He had seen through the origin of the secret technique that Gu Zhong used. However, Gu Zhong couldn't believe that even after using the Heaven Ascension secret art, he still wasn't a match for this Zhuqiandao. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Be a good boy and die. Zhuqiandao reached out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Zhong's head. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force emerged from his palm and pulled Gu Zhong towards the giant hand. 1 heaven execution sword. Gu Zhong waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light instantly rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Zhuqiandao. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the sword light. He used the 9 heaven execution swords. However, even the heaven-punishing sword light could not hurt this Zhuqiandao. The extremely sharp sword light was slapped into the sky by this Zhuqiandao and exploded in the sky. Little fella, I forgot to tell you. Although this is only an avatar of mine, it has the cultivation and battle strength of a peak great saint. How are you going to fight against me? Zhuqiandao said. Damn it, Gu Zhong said angrily. At this moment, Everyone could see that something was wrong. This Zhuo Qiandao was too powerful, and Gu Zhong wasn't a match for him. Ha! Zhuo Qiandao laughed. He was so close to capturing Gu Zhong. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was about to fall into his hands. He was naturally ecstatic. Humph! At this moment, Gu Zhong's lips curled up into a sneer. Rumble. In the next moment, endless lightning suddenly descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Zhong in an instant. The power of the lightning was extremely powerful, and the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Everyone turned pale with fright. No one had expected such a thing to happen. They were all stupefied. Endless dark clouds gathered high up in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended from the depths of the sky. Heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2860. Rumble. Countless bolts of tribulation, lightning descended from the sky and instantly engulfed the arena. Each bolt of tribulation lightning was as large as a mountain, tearing through the void with terrifying destructive power. Heavenly tribulation, Zhuo Qiandao was both shocked and furious. This was the heavenly tribulation of a heavenly king. He never thought that Gu Zhong would undergo it at this time. You what? I'm pulling you along because I think highly of you. Do you know that? Gu Zhong said. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in the tribulation lightning. His entire body radiated with dazzling lightning. He didn't even try to resist the tribulation lightning and allowed it to strike him, drawing tribulation lightning to refine the body. Zhuo Qiandao was shocked to see this. He was an avatar of the South Pole Immortal Sovereign, so he naturally knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Drawing tribulation lightning to refine the body was a crazy method for cultivators to refine the body. Because it was too crazy, no one dared to imitate it. Thus, only cultivators would undergo tribulation in this way. Heavenly tribulation was a tribulation sent down by the world. Ordinary cultivators would be afraid to avoid it. So who would dare to draw tribulation lightning to their body? This is too crazy. A few experts who were watching the battle from afar saw through the truth and were extremely shocked with disbelief. At this moment, Zhuo Qiandao was struck by the tribulation lightning one after another. His appearance immediately changed. His hair stood up, his face was black, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a beggar. A few bolts of tribulation lightning almost blasted the South Pole Immortal Sovereign avatar out of Zhuo Qiandao's body. Roar! Zhuo Qiandao's body roared at the sky after being taken over by the South Pole Immortal Sovereign avatar. An extremely powerful astral energy surged out from his body. In the void, a star diagram appeared around Zhuo Qiandao. It drew in the astral energy of the stars and blocked all the tribulation lightning around him. A tribulation of this level can't hurt me. Zhuo Qiandao stared at the figure in the depths of the sea of lightning and coldly said, at this time, he understood that the other party wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, this level of tribulation lightning could not harm Zhuo Qiandao at all. After all, Zhuo Qiandao was a peak saint king. Is that so? Don't run away later. Gu Zhong's voice came from within the tribulation lightning. The deafening thunder was unable to cover his voice. Kill! Zhuo Qiandao responded with a roar and directly charged towards Gu Zhong. The stars floating around him immediately turned into a terrifying sword light that broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was startled. He found that this Zhuo Qiandao was even stronger than the real Zhuo Qiandao, which surprised him a lot. This was because this Zhuo Qiandao had already become a clone of the South Pole Immortal Exalt. Although the body was the real Zhuo Qiandao, the soul was a clone of the South Pole Immortal Exalt. However, under the control of the South Pole Immortal Exalt's clone, Zhuo Qiandao's body could actually display even greater battle prowess than the original. This was just too unbelievable. Gu Zhong didn't dare to be careless and quickly made a move. A huge ball of lightning immediately appeared in front of him and smashed towards the starlight sword qi that had pierced through. Boom! With a loud bang, the starlight sword qi and the thunderball collided. The thunderball exploded, and a terrifying destructive force instantly shattered the starlight sword qi. What? He's drawing the power of the tribulation lightning for his own use? Zhuo Qiandao was extremely shocked. This Gu Zhong was truly heaven-defying. No wonder he could defeat his disciple. It would probably be very difficult to break the legend of being invincible within the same realm. The chaotic secret art. High up in the sky, the demon race old ancestor's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. His gaze pierced through the tribulation lightning and landed on Gu Zhong. At this moment, Gu Zhong had already used 4 secret arts of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, the Void Reversal secret art, and now the chaotic secret art, as well as the primordial spirit Tao sword art. That Gu Fei might have really obtained the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The old ancestor muttered to himself. Naturally, no one could hear his voice. This was because the place where the old ancestor stood was a world of its own. As long as he willed it, no one could see him, hear his voice, or sense his aura. The demon race old ancestor was this capricious. Rumble. At this time, the thunder in the sky became even more shocking. The entire heaven and earth trembled as a destructive force filled every inch of the void. Countless experts who were watching the battle from afar retreated far away from the lightning formed by the tribulation lightning. This was the power of the heavenly tribulation. If they got too close, their own heavenly tribulation would also be triggered. However, Zhuo Qiandao was in a special state. His heavenly tribulation wasn't triggered. Just as Zhuo Qiandao was about to make another move, the tribulation lightning from the sky turned purple. The destructive aura from the sky became even more powerful, and the tribulation lightning's power instantly multiplied. What? It actually attracted the 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning. Zhuo Qiandao couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. The 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning. Just by hearing this name, one could tell that this tribulation lightning was extremely powerful. At this time, even Zhuo Qiandao had to be careful. If he was struck by this tribulation lightning, it wouldn't be a joke. Gu Zhong still didn't make a move to resist the tribulation lightning. He allowed the terrifying tribulation lightning to fall on his head. In the next moment, his entire body was submerged by the purple lightning. This guy, Zhuo Qiandao, was not only moved by this scene, he was also shocked. He couldn't believe that Gu Zhong's body could directly withstand the attack of the Violet Heaven Tribulation Thunder. Roar! Gu Zhong roared towards the sky. Purple lightning shot out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The power of this tribulation lightning was without a doubt. This kind of rare lightning tribulation was not something that anyone could encounter. Gu Zhong's second wave of tribulation lightning was the 9 heavens' purple tribulation lightning. This truly frightened everyone in the sky and all the living beings who were watching the battle. While Gu Zhong was using all his strength to resist the second wave of tribulation lightning, Zhuo Qiandao was also in danger. The purple tribulation lightning that descended from the sky could actually strike the starry sky around him. This made Zhuo Qiandao both shocked and angry. Buzz. The star diagram vibrated as Zhuo Qiandao directly charged towards Gu Zhong. A powerful star power surged out from the star diagram and broke through the layers of purple lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Zhong. suppress. Zhui Qiandao channeled the star power with all his might. The star diagram rushed out from his body and emitted a dazzling starlight. Under his control, it suppressed Gu Zhong. In an instant, Gu Zhong felt his body tighten as if the void around him was about to solidify. Rumble, endless nine heavens, purple tribulation, lightning descended from the sky and struck down on Gu Zhong, who was sealed in the void. In an instant, the void that was sealed by the star atlas collapsed. Dance of the Dragons. Gu Zhong roared furiously and actually summoned the 9 extremely dazzling 9 heavens violet tribulation lightning, which then bombarded Zhui Qiandao. Interesting. Chapter 28:61. The power of the 9 heavens violet tribulation thunder was undeniable. This kind of tribulation, thunder could directly kill a saint emperor. However, Gu Zhong still allowed the tribulation lightning to strike his body. He was borrowing the power of the tribulation lightning to refine his martial body. At the same time, he used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He directed the tribulation lightning at the South Pole Immortal Exalt's clone. 9 bolts of lightning that were powerful enough to make Saint Kings tremble descended from the sky. They turned into 9 huge purple dragons that lunged at the clone. The clone was extremely shocked. He hurriedly turned into a streak of starlight and charged to the side. He wanted to dodge the 9 dragon-shaped bolts of lightning. However, the 9 dragon-shaped lightning bolts were extremely fast and directly bombarded the starlight formed by the South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone. Roar. With a furious roar, the South Pole Immortal Exalt's clone fell out of the sky. He was instantly engulfed by the 9 bolts of lightning that descended from the sky. Rumble. After a series of thunderous booms, the South Pole Immortal Exalt's clone charged out of the lightning. His hair was disheveled, and his body had been charred black by the lightning. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body like rags. He was in an extremely miserable state. A burnt smell came from the South Pole Immortal Sovereign's avatar. Even though this was Zhui Qiandao's body, it was still heavily injured by the violet heaven tribulation lightning. Zhui Qiandao's body was a bloody mess. Charred bones could even be seen in some places. Damn, he's still alive. Gu Zhong couldn't help but shudder when he saw this. The South Pole Immortal Exalt was indeed quite capable. It was just a clone that had entered Zhui Qiandao's body, yet it was able to display such great battle prowess. Some experts of the Saint Plane, who were watching the battle from afar, were also stunned when they saw the scene in the thunder tribulation. In their opinion, Zhui Qiandao could be considered heaven-defying. He was struck by 9 bolts of the violet tribulation thunder of the 9th heaven, but was only injured and not killed. One had to know that the tribulation lightning of the 9 heavens could kill saint emperors. Even peak saint emperors would be annihilated if they were struck by it. Damn it! The South Pole Immortal Sovereign's clone roared furiously. A powerful immortal energy erupted from his body. Immortal runes emerged on his body, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. Again, at this time, Gu Zhong took a step forward and instantly closed in on South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. Bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, blasting his body. He was like an ancient god of lightning. His entire body blossomed with dazzling lightning as a terrifying aura of destruction spread out from his body. Chaotic power erupted from his body. The purple lightning bolts that came crashing down from the sky were immediately guided by chaotic power towards South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone. Seeing this South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation could not help but be moved. Shua. South Pole Immortal Venerable's clone directly soared into the sky, evading the purple heaven tribulation lightning. However, The range of the tribulation lightning was very wide. After dodging one wave, another wave came. In the end, the South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was still hit. He was directly struck by the purple heaven tribulation lightning and fell from the sky onto the stage. "Ha! Come, undergo the tribulation with me." Gu Zhong laughed loudly and pounced forward, directly pushing South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation onto the stage. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was truly shocked. He wanted to struggle free, but the purple heaven tribulation lightning struck down, causing his body to tremble and twitch continuously. There were a total of 81 purple heaven tribulation lightning strikes. After the 81 lightning strikes, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was already beyond recognition. However, despite being struck so miserably by the purple heaven tribulation lightning, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation still did not die. His skull emitted a dazzling immortal light. Gu Zhong tightly hugged South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation, not letting go no matter how hard the incarnation struggled. Rumble. At this time, an even more terrifying thunder resounded in the depths of the sky. Bolts of human-shaped lightning flickered faintly. An unimaginably powerful destructive power rippled out, shaking the entire world. Even South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was stunned when he saw the human-shaped lightning. He struggled with all his might, erupting with powerful immortal energy. However, Gu Zhong's arms seemed to have taken root in his body. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Roar! South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation roared. Suddenly, immortal runes rushed out from his forehead. Each rune transformed into a resplendent immortal blade that slashed at Gu Zhong. The immortal blades radiated with immortal energy. Immortal runes could be faintly seen within them. These were blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. They were much more powerful than ordinary Saint King armaments. However, Gu Zhong's entire body shone with golden light at this time, as if he had turned into a golden man cast from essence gold. The blades of light formed from immortal runes slashed at Gu Zhong's body, producing a series of clangs. They were all knocked away. Everyone in the sky outside the stage was extremely shocked when they saw this. Gu Zhong's body was just too powerful. He was actually able to endure the blades of light formed from the power of the great Tao. If it was any other Saint Venerable, they would have been sliced into pieces by the blades of light. Yeah, the heavenly lightning's refinement is indeed useful. Gu Zhong's martial body has become even stronger. Up in the sky, Xiaoqing couldn't help nodding inwardly when she saw this scene. Although this method of setting oneself on fire seemed crazy, once it succeeded, one's physical body would be greatly tempered and become even stronger. South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation was on the verge of going crazy. He knew that he couldn't endure the lightning tribulation when he saw the human-shaped lightning about to descend. Buzz! Space trembled. An almost transparent ball of true, immortal fire appeared above South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. It instantly wrapped around Gu Zhong and burned him. Gu Zhong's clothes immediately turned into ashes under the burning of the true, immortal fire, revealing his dazzling golden physique. Golden runes faintly appeared on the golden physique, blocking the burning of the true, immortal fire. This time, South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation panicked. At the same time, a human-shaped lightning swooped down from the sky. Boom! It directly landed on Gu Zhong and South Pole Immortal Venerable's incarnation. This time, Gu Zhong suffered an unimaginable impact. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of golden blood. Countless cracks appeared on the skull of South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation, as if it would shatter into countless pieces in the next moment. South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation's shell was Zhuo Qiandao's. A strand of South Pole, Immortal Venerable's divine sense entered his Naiwan palace to control this shell. But now, Zhuo Qiandao's shell couldn't withstand it anymore. The human-shaped lightning was even more terrifying than the purple heaven tribulation lightning from the 9 heavens. This type of tribulation lightning rarely appeared. Only heaven-defying existences in the legends would trigger a heavenly tribulation like this. No one expected that after the purple heaven tribulation lightning from the 9 heavens, the heavens would send down this human-shaped lightning. South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation, risked his life, but he still couldn't get rid of Gu Zhong. Another human-shaped lightning descended from the sky and struck the two of them. This time, Gu Zhong vomited blood again. However, the one he was tightly hugging didn't just vomit blood. The immortal light in the skull of South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation, began to dim. "I don't believe I can't kill you," Gu Zhong fiercely said. His arms tightened, causing the sounds of bones breaking to resound from the incarnation's body. South Pole, Immortal Venerable, kept coughing out blood. Rumble, deafening thunder rumbled in the sky. Streaks of human-shaped lightning descended from the sky and bombarded Gu Zhong and the South Pole, Immortal Venerate's clones. Crack! The skull of South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation, finally cracked. A small figure wrapped in immortal light soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, a human-shaped bolt of lightning descended from the sky and slammed into the ball of celestial light. The ball of celestial light immediately exploded, and the tiny figure wrapped in the celestial light was instantly destroyed by the terrifying destructive power of the human-shaped bolt of lightning. The incarnation of South Pole, Immortal Venerable, fell just like that. Just as the South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation was blasted apart by the human-shaped lightning on a certain divine island in the sky above the human realm, in a certain pavilion, a person suddenly opened his eyes. A drop of blood emerged from the center of his brows, then flowed down. How is this possible? Gu Zhong is only Gu Fei's disciple. How could he kill my incarnation? Such words resounded in the pavilion. Reporting to Master, eldest senior brother's life token has shattered. At this time, a voice came from outside the pavilion. A middle-aged man in green clothes was standing outside the entrance of the pavilion. He stood there respectfully and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Got it. You can leave now." The young man in the pavilion stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out. "Yes, Master," the middle-aged man in green clothes hurriedly said, then bowed and carefully retreated. "Gu Zhong, did I really underestimate this little fella?" South Pole, Immortal Venerable, looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Swish! In the next moment, South Pole, Immortal Venerable's figure disappeared in the void, his whereabouts unknown. At this time, Heaven World, West Underworld Ocean. On the arena, Gu Zhong successfully used the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill South Pole, Immortal Venerable's incarnation. Chapter 2862. Gu Zhong borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill a clone of the South Pole, Immortal Sovereign. This shocked all the living beings who witnessed this scene. At the same time, the saints were also shocked by the power of the human-shaped lightning in the sky. Zhuo Qiandao's physique was the true Saint King Dao physique. However, even with such a strong physique, it could not withstand the power of this humanoid lightning. Even his bones were cracked by this humanoid lightning. At this time, the human-shaped lightning temporarily stopped and no longer struck down from the sky. However, Gu Zhong could feel an even more powerful heavenly tribulation power condensing. Gu Zhong's battle intent surged. He raised his head to look at the tribulation cloud in the sky. Golden Tao runes faintly appeared in his eyes. Within the tribulation cloud, bolts of lightning constantly flashed. The supreme destructive power caused all the living beings in the world to feel fear. This was the might of the heavens, capable of intimidating all living beings in the world. All living beings in this world were ants before the might of the heavens. Only a true extreme grade sovereign could step on the complete great Tao of the heavens and earth. Becoming an extreme grade sovereign was definitely not an easy task. There were countless cultivators in the world. All of them wanted to live forever and never perish, but in the end, how many of them could truly live forever and never perish? Even those legendary extreme sovereigns would disappear one day, let alone saints. At this time, Gu Zhong encountered the most dangerous test he had ever experienced. Once he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, once he succeeded, he would become a true heavenly king, an invincible existence among heavenly kings. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the depths of the sky. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly flashed, tearing apart the dusky world and illuminating the dark sky. Every time a bolt of lightning appeared, Gu Zhong could see figures standing in the depths of the sky. To be more precise, they were figures formed from lightning. Preposterous! Are you trying to kill me? Gu Zhong was shocked to the extreme when he saw the scene in the depths of the sky. He wasn't his master, Gu Fei, so why would a heavenly tribulation of this level find him? The human-shaped lightning was a mark of the great Tao left behind by those who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation in this world. Existences that were capable of leaving behind a brand of the grand Tao in the heavens Tao were all existences that were unbelievably formidable, and they could be called geniuses in the cultivation world. The current Gu Zhong was equivalent to fighting against these powerful existences. As long as he defeated these fellows, he would become a true saint emperor. This was a different type of great battle. The main characters didn't come. Only the imprints left on heavenly Tao were evolving. Everyone anxiously looked at the figure standing in the arena. They were all very curious as to whether this person would be able to survive this ordeal. Some people who knew of Gu Zhong's origins knew that Gu Zhong's chances of success were very high because he had a Saint Emperor level martial body. This level of martial body was extremely powerful and might be able to contend against the humanoid lightning. The tribulation lightning was still brewing, and it could fall from the sky at any time. Why isn't it starting yet? Gu Zhong was a little impatient from waiting on the arena. Suddenly, he had an idea and rushed into the sky, directly charging into the tribulation clouds in the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire world violently trembled. Pitch-black spatial cracks shot out in all directions like black lightning. The moment Gu Zhong plunged into the tribulation clouds, the tribulation that was still brewing was detonated. Endless lightning bolts burst out, illuminating the entire dusky world. Die! Gu Zhong roared, and immediately executed the metal element fist. His fists seemed to have turned into two golden suns as they smashed towards the humanoid lightning bolts that were attacking him. A total of 8 humanoid lightning surrounded Gu Zhong. Every single one of them radiated a heart-palpitating fiendish aura. This was an intense battle. There was no doubt about the strength of the humanoid lightning. Gu Zhong constantly coughed up blood from the attacks of the humanoid lightning. 3 of the 8 humanoid lightning were dispersed by Gu Zhong before turning into imprints that soared into the sky and returned to the laws of the world. However, the remaining 5 humanoid lightning were extremely powerful, causing Gu Zhong to be in a dangerous situation. His martial body had almost been shattered by their attacks. Bang! Gu Zhong was extremely ferocious. He clashed with one of the humanoid lightning's fists and flew backwards. Boom! A huge hand descended from the sky and directly slammed Gu Zhong onto the arena. Roar! Gu Zhong roared as he stood up from the ground. At this moment, another human-shaped lightning bolt rushed past him. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs had been shaken and shifted. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Preposterous! Gu Zhong was both shocked and enraged. He executed his 8 steps extreme speed and rapidly moved through the sky, fighting against the 5 humanoid lightning. Golden blood continuously dripped down from the sky. Secret art of Wu. Gu Zhong's hands danced as a strange energy fluctuation immediately spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying vortex. A heaven-devouring force gushed out and actually pulled a humanoid lightning over. The humanoid bolt of lightning rapidly dissipated, and a heavenly Tao brand appeared. After that, it shot into the sky and broke through the restraints of Gu Zhong's heaven-devouring power. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the sky. Another humanoid lightning was dealt with by Gu Zhong. However, there were still 4 humanoid lightning that surrounded him. One had to admit that the 9 secrets of immortal Tao were truly heaven-defying. Gu Zhong circulated the secret art of Wu with all his might, causing another humanoid lightning to fly towards him. Without any suspense, the humanoid lightning also turned into a heavenly Tao imprint and broke through the void, returning to the heavenly Tao. Boom! In the instant that Gu Zhong dealt with the humanoid lightning, a bolt of lightning emitted the most dazzling light. It directly broke through Gu Zhong's boundless secret art and slammed into him. In the next moment, half of Gu Zhong's body exploded. His flesh, tendons, and bones instantly turned into a mist of blood. How powerful! Gu Zhong was shocked. He directly counterattacked and scattered the humanoid lightning in the sky. The heavenly Tao imprint soared into the sky and returned to the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, half of Gu Zhong's body exploded. His flesh, tendons, and bones instantly turned into a mist of blood. How powerful! Chapter 2863. Gu Zhong had attracted a rarely seen heavenly tribulation. A humanoid bolt of lightning had actually appeared within the tribulation. It was an imprint of the heavenly Tao. Since ancient times, there had been countless heaven-defying beings. It was unknown just how many of them had left their imprints on the heavenly Tao when they underwent their tribulations. Gu Zhong had attracted this heavenly tribulation. This meant that his heaven-defying constitution and supreme battle prowess had obtained the recognition of the heavens, which was why this heavenly tribulation had descended. Although this heavenly tribulation was still within the realm of a saint king, ordinary saint kings probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single humanoid bolt of lightning. They would be blasted to smithereens in an instant. Even peak saint kings would die if they encountered this heavenly tribulation. The clone of the South Pole, Immortal Exalt, was a very good example. Rumble, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Gu Zhong and the 2 powerful human-shaped lightning bolts battled on the arena. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. It was just too shocking. The battle prowess Gu Zhong had displayed had already surpassed ordinary saint kings. However, even so, he still struggled to disperse the 2 humanoid bolts of lightning. The humanoid bolts of lightning were just that monstrous. They could even kill peak saint kings. Once Gu Zhong successfully underwent his tribulation, he would definitely be invincible among those at the same level. This brat's potential is limitless. The ancestor of the Yao race sighed in amazement. Even he had to admit that Gu Zhong was the second heaven-defying existence he had seen other than his master, Gu Fei. Gu Zhong's temperament was actually very similar to Gu Fei's. However, Gu Zhong cultivated the power of metal. Although he only cultivated one type of energy, he could still become a supreme existence in the world. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Zhong was struck by one of the humanoid bolts of lightning. He was directly blown out of the arena. A strand of golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Roar! Gu Zhong roared furiously. His entire body emitted a golden light that resembled golden flames, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out from within his body. A supreme martial power erupted, immediately forcing out the power of thunder and lightning that had invaded his body. At this moment, he did not dare to draw the power of the humanoid lightning to temper his body. One must know that the power of the humanoid lightning was enough to injure his martial body. If this energy was used to temper one's body, one could be killed by this energy if they were not careful. It was very dangerous. Gu Zhong wasn't crazy enough to joke around with his life. Bang! Just as Gu Zhong steadied himself, another human-shaped lightning bolt charged at him from behind and punched him in the back. At the same time, the human-shaped lightning bolt in front of him also arrived. It was a blurry figure that was faintly discernible amidst the lightning. He threw a punch at Gu Zhong's chest. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist of the humanoid lightning before him. Then, he frantically activated the chaotic secret technique. Buzz! The void trembled, emitting a deafening sound. Gu Zhong drew the power of the humanoid lightning behind him and attacked the humanoid lightning in front of him. Then, he drew the power of the humanoid lightning in front of him and attacked the humanoid lightning behind him. Just like that, he became a medium. The two terrifying destructive powers passed through his body and attacked each other. The three figures stopped, and just like that, they were in a deadlock. What's going on? Seeing the scene on the stage, everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening. Only a few old antiques were able to see through the situation. At this moment, Gu Zhong was enduring unimaginable pain. The two supreme destructive energies were fighting within his body. His flesh and bones were constantly being destroyed, but they were constantly being regenerated. This was a terrifying cycle. Gu Zhong's flesh and bones were constantly being tempered and strengthened. However, this was definitely a crazy action with a slim chance of survival. If he wasn't careful, he would draw fire to himself and be blasted to smithereens by the power of the two humanoid lightning. Gu Zhong's body blossomed with destructive lightning. His 7 orifices flickered with lightning. In the end, every inch of his muscles and even every strand of hair on his body was covered in lightning. This, up in the sky, Xiaoqing couldn't help clenching his fists. He was extremely nervous. He knew that Gu Zhong was at a critical moment of life and death. Swish! At that moment, a ray of black light suddenly shot out from a black cloud in the distant sky, piercing towards Gu Zhong on the stage. Someone made a move at this moment, wanting to interfere with Gu Zhong's tribulation and have him die under it. Humph! A cold snort rang out from the island. Then, a large hand reached down from the island and grabbed the black light that was shooting towards Gu Zhong. Then, with a forceful grip, the hand loosened, and a black arrow that had been broken into several pieces fell from his hand. The crowd couldn't help but be astonished. At the same time, another huge hand appeared and directly grabbed the person hiding in the black cloud in the sky. He didn't even have a chance to escape. "Spare me," a middle-aged Taoist cried out in panic from within the huge hand. However, the hand that was grabbing onto the middle-aged Taoist tightened its grip, and the middle-aged Taoist was crushed to death. Just like that, the middle-aged Taoist breathed his last. At the sight of this, everyone was stunned. This old ancestor of the demon race was way too strong. Ordinary sages were just like ants in front of this old ancestor. Whoever dares to attack will end up like this. An old voice came from the divine island. Although it wasn't loud, it spread across the entire region. Every living being heard it. They couldn't help but shiver when they heard it. The ancestor of the demon race had spoken. Those who originally wanted to attack Guzhong had no choice but to stop and not dare to do anything. One had to know that the person on the divine island was a ruthless character. He was the ancestor of the demon race. Among the demon race in the heavenly realm, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Even the Tai Huang's son, the old turtle, had to consider himself a junior in front of this ancestor. The Tai Huang's son was a heaven-defying existence. Even he was the ancestor's junior. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this ancestor was. Rumble, the sound of thunder, came from Guzhong's body. This extreme body tempering method made him feel as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He wanted to give up several times. However, he knew that once he gave up, his soul would be destroyed. He didn't want to die because there were still many things he hadn't done yet. He still had things he cared about in this world. His wife, his son, they were all things he cared about. Guzhong had made it through. At the most dangerous moment, he had made it through. From then on, the two human-shaped lightning bolts began to dim, as if they could disappear at any time. Roar. Chapter 2864. After a narrow escape, Guzhong finally passed the heavenly tribulation. This shocked everyone. When the humanoid lightning appeared, no one thought highly of Guzhong anymore. However, no one expected Guzhong to make it through and become a true heavenly king. After passing the heavenly tribulation, his cultivation rose to the peak of heavenly king. He was invincible among those of the same level. This surprised even him. Guzhong was summoned to the divine island by the ancestor of the monster race after undergoing the Saint King heavenly tribulation. The ancestor personally arranged a banquet to celebrate Guzhong's success. The upper echelon of the monster race all came. No one dared to look down on Guzhong. Guzhong was a heavenly king, invincible among those of the same level. Just as Guzhong passed the heavenly tribulation, the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion in Wanxiang City shone brightly. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a supreme existence chanting in the air, explaining the truths of the world. Is the master coming out? The iron-blood Taoist, who stayed behind to guard the city, was shocked. He personally stood guard outside Gu Fei's seclusion and did not move a single step away. At this time, all the cultivators in Wanxiang City were shocked. All the cultivators gathered outside the city lord's estate and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. They were all shocked. In the sky above the city lord's residence, there were tens of thousands of rays of light. There seemed to be a blurry figure sitting there, chanting the divine voice of the great path, resonating with the great Tao. Someone said, this was a phenomenon of enlightenment. The appearance of this phenomenon meant that someone had comprehended the great Tao and was resonating with the great Tao of the world. Is the master really going to take that step? In a courtyard of the city lord's estate, the heaven, earth, and mortal saints raised their heads to look at the phenomenon in the sky. The heaven saint muttered to himself. His cultivation was the highest among the three. He could feel the faintly discernible voice of the great Tao and the truths of the great Tao within it. This kind of rhythm was very beneficial to him. At this moment, within Gu Fei's secluded cultivation grounds, Gu Fei was seated cross-legged without moving at all. It was as if he had fallen asleep, and he seemed to have lost all sense of the outside world. However, there was a Taoist aura emanating from his body, causing a strange phenomenon to appear in the surroundings. On the third day after Gu Fei triggered the phenomenon, a strange fluctuation came from the old tortoise's retreat. There was also a phenomenon of heaven and earth that was not inferior to Gu Fei's. Two quasi-supremes appeared at the same time. The Iron-Blood Taoist was truly stunned. Old Tortoise was also about to take that step. The news of the unusual phenomenon in Wanxiang City quickly spread and could not be hidden at all. Soon, powerful figures began to appear in the vicinity of Wanxiang City. Gu Fei's cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the Holy Venerate. If his cultivation improved further, wouldn't he become a half-step supremacy? Some people could no longer sit still, but they did not dare to act rashly. This was because they knew very well that the consequences would be dire if they were to offend Gu Fei. One night, a mysterious figure appeared outside the city gates of Wanxiang City. At this moment, the city gates were already closed. However, that person was extremely domineering. With a single punch, he smashed the city gates inwards. Enemy attack. Wanxiang City was instantly thrown into chaos. Shouts could be heard everywhere as groups of soldiers gathered towards the city gates from all over the city. Meanwhile, the masked man in black who smashed the city gates with a single punch strode into the ancient city. The figures of the heaven, earth, and mortal saints appeared at the end of the street and went up to the masked man. A great battle broke out. On the street, for figures were moving rapidly. The heaven, earth, and mortal saints joined forces, but they could not take down this mysterious man. Bang! The mysterious man sent the human sage of the three sages of heaven, earth, and human flying with a kick. Boom! With a loud bang, the mortal saint was smashed into a house on the side of the street. In the next moment, he rushed out again. He wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and continued to attack the mysterious man. Bang! At the same time, the heaven saint and the mysterious man's palm met. He felt a surge of energy from the other party's palm. Then, he could not help but stagger back 5 or 6 steps. "Who are you? How dare you come here and cause trouble?" the heaven saint said coldly. However, the mysterious man did not say a word. He directly attacked the earth saint and the mortal saint. Buzz! The void vibrated. The mysterious man had forced the earth saint and the mortal saint back again with his bare hands. He was so powerful that it was unbelievable. At this moment, Zhu Guliang appeared at the end of the street. He stared anxiously at the 4 figures engaged in an intense battle on the street. With Zhu Guliang's cultivation, he naturally could not tell anything. Very soon, the Iron-Blood Taoist arrived with the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. The aura he exuded was terrifying. "I'm done playing with you." As the mysterious masked man spoke, he immediately unleashed his divine might and sent the heaven, earth, and mortal saints flying. Then, he moved and pounced at the Iron-Blood Taoist. "You don't know your place." The Iron-Blood Taoist sneered and immediately activated the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. An extremely powerful aura of the Divine Phoenix spread from the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. Divine Phoenix spreads its wings. The Iron-Blood Taoist shook the Phoenix Tribulation in his hand. The image of a golden divine phoenix immediately rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and met the incoming mysterious man. The space around the mysterious man suddenly trembled, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Then, something that even the Iron-Blood Taoist found unbelievable happened. The image of the divine phoenix that had rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation rushed into the space around the mysterious man and disappeared. What the Iron-Blood Taoist could not help but be shocked when he saw this. After all, that was the power of the Phoenix Tribulation. It had been dissolved just like that. It was truly shocking. Boom! Just as the iron-blood Taoist was in shock, the mysterious man stretched out his hand, and the space trembled. The divine phoenix that had disappeared reappeared and pounced at him. How is this possible? The iron-blood Taoist shock was no small matter. Could it be that this fellow had also cultivated the chaos reversal secret technique? Swoosh! The iron-blood Taoist flew into the sky and dodged the sudden attack. Then the phoenix tribulation shook, and runes appeared, faintly. 9 images of the divine phoenix appeared in the void. An extremely powerful force of the divine phoenix spread from the phoenix tribulation in his hand, causing the world to lose its color. Interesting. The mysterious masked man nodded when he saw this. Chapter 2865. You're really something to dare to invade my territory. It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to write it. A voice came from the main street of Wanxiang City. A figure walked over from the direction of the city lord's office. The light from the city lord's office elongated his shadow. At this moment, Wanxiang City was brightly lit. When the news that someone had invaded the city spread, all the cultivators in the city were extremely shocked. Gu Fei, the mysterious masked man, stared at the approaching figure, and his eyes narrowed. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because the phenomenon in the sky above Wanxiang City was still there. Auspicious colors descended from the sky, and the divine light of the great Tao soared into the sky. It was as if a supreme being of the great Tao was sitting there and preaching. Countless cultivators were sensing the great Tao runes. However, as the mysterious man in black attacked Wanxiang City, his extremely powerful aura spread throughout the city. This interrupted the comprehension of countless living beings in the city, causing all the cultivators to be furious. Who is it that dares to disturb our comprehension? I'm going to kill him. Some people roared furiously. Initially, they were about to comprehend something, but they were affected by the waves of the battle, causing them to withdraw from that mysterious state of comprehension. Many of the living beings in the city were shocked to discover that they could no longer enter that mysterious state of enlightenment. Damn it! Some people beat their chests and roared at the sky. One must know that such an epiphany was not easy to come by. It could only be encountered by chance. Some living beings could not encounter it even once in their entire lives. At this moment, the mysterious masked man stared at the black-robed young man. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as it swept over the young man. You're not Gu Fei. Who are you? The mysterious man stared at the young man in black and said coldly, Greetings, my lord. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist hurriedly bowed to the young man in black. The heaven, earth, and human saints also hurriedly bowed to the young man in black. Impossible. You are definitely not Gu Fei, at least not his real body. The mysterious man stared at the young man in black and said in a deep voice, Tao patterns appeared and intertwined in his eyes, forming a Tao diagram. It seems like you have some knowledge. The black-clothed youth crossed his arms and looked at the mysterious masked man with a faint smile. This guy's cultivation was not weak. He was at least a peak saint emperor, only half a step away from the great saint realm. It was obvious that someone had sent this masked man to probe Wanxiang City's situation. There should be someone else behind this masked man. Shua. The mysterious masked man immediately turned around, transformed into a beam of divine light, and rushed towards the city gate. He wanted to escape from this place. At this moment, the mysterious masked man was filled with regret. He should not have been provoked by those fellows' words and charged into Wanxiang City. Didn't they say that there were only a few small characters in Wanxiang City? Just as the mysterious man was about to rush out of the city, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the divine light and stretched out his hand. Clang! The divine light instantly collided with the man's right hand. The man did not move at all, but the divine light was repelled. The divine light dissipated, and a figure appeared. The mysterious man staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. His mask was wet, and blood was dripping from his chin. The collision just now had clearly caused him to suffer quite a bit of shock. "You still want to escape in front of me?" The black-clothed youth tilted his head and said to the masked man with an evil smile. The masked man was shocked and furious. This guy was as terrifying as the rumors said. It was just a clone, and he was already so powerful. "What you? Let me teach you how to write the word death first," the black-clothed youth said with a smile. "Haha, black guy, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now?" Zhu Guliang laughed and walked over. "Greetings, Lord." Zhu Guliang bowed to the black-clothed youth. "Lord, I'm not talking about you." At this moment, Zhu Guliang suddenly realized that Gu Fei was also dressed in black. He hurriedly explained. The black-clothed youth glanced at Zhu Guliang and did not say anything. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist and the three saints of heaven, earth, and man were staring at the masked man with a gloating expression. They did not think that this guy would be a match for their lord. The masked man did not say anything and only stared nervously at the black-clothed youth. The blood and qi in his body surged, and an extremely powerful sacred emperor's aura spread from his body. "Aya, look at Lil Black's attitude. Does he really dare to fight against our Lord?" The man saint of the three saints of heaven, earth, and man said disdainfully. From his point of view, although Gu Fei's real body had not descended, he was still not someone that a puny sacred emperor could contend against. More accurately, no one present believed that Lil Black had the right to be mentioned in the same breath as one of Gu Fei's clones. "All right, I'll give you a chance. As long as you tell me where you came from and who's behind you, I'll let you go. How about it?" Gu Fei's avatar looked at the black-clothed masked man with a faint smile. "What did you say?" The masked man could not help but be stunned when he heard this. A sliver of excitement appeared in his eyes. After all, no one wanted to die, especially those powerful existences. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear my lord's words?" said Zhu Guliang. "Are you really going to let me go?" said the mysterious man. His voice began to tremble. "What do you think?" asked Gu Fei. The masked man fell silent. He did not want to die, at least not like this. His opponent was just too powerful. He had no chance of winning at all. He was as weak as an ant before his opponent. If his opponent had wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. "Still not talking? I don't have much patience," said Gu Fei calmly. The masked man could not help but feel shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. He knew his opponent very well. His opponent had no scruples. He would kill someone regardless of who they were or where they came from. This person is so powerful. He should not be lying to me. Maybe he'll really let me go. The masked man pondered for a moment and made up his mind. He then took off the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. "Oh, so it's a pretty boy," Zhu Guliang said in surprise. The masked man turned out to be a rather handsome young man with a pale face. Zhu Guliang was not the only one surprised. Everyone else was surprised too. They did not expect the guy who dared to invade Wanxiang City to be so young. "I'm from Buzhou Ancestral Star." Without waiting for Gu Fei to ask, the young man told him about his background. It turned out that this guy was a disciple of the Ziyun clan from Buzhou Ancestral Star. Just like the soaring dragon ancestral star, Buzhou Ancestral Star was an enormous ancestral star with life. In the past, Gu Fei had stayed on Buzhou Ancestral Star for a period of time. Ziyun clan. Gu Fei was startled. He recalled his experiences on Buzhou Ancestral Star. The Ziyun clan had a great background on Buzhou Ancestral Star, as they were the descendants of the legendary Ziyun Supreme. According to the legends, the Ziyun Supreme had established the ancient heavenly court on Buzhou Ancestral Star and unified the entire Life Star region. He was a legend on Buzhou Ancestral Star. He also recalled Zi Yunxiao and Zi Yun. The two siblings were the most outstanding talents of the Ziyun clan, undefeatable existences among the younger generation. However, it was a pity that they had encountered Gu Fei in the past. As a result, the undefeatable legend of the two siblings was shattered. The young man's name was Zi Yuntian. He was also an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Ziyun clan. Despite his young age, he had already reached the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, only half a step away from becoming a great saint. Not many among the younger generation of the Ziyun clan could match up to him. The Zi siblings have also come to the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before asking. The two siblings had already displayed heaven-defying talent on ancestral star Buzhou back then. Now, their cultivation was most likely not bad, at least higher than Zi Yuntian. No, they are still in seclusion in the ancestral ground of the Ziyun clan. However, they will come out soon. You can meet up then. Zi Yuntian said. Haha, very good. I would like to meet up with them as well. Gu Fei roared with laughter and said, Get lost. Remember, there won't be a next time. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. You really let me go, Zi Yuntian said in disbelief. Didn't you hear my patriarch telling you to get lost? Zhu Guliang shouted at Zi Yuntian. Humph, Zi Yuntian snorted coldly. He turned around and glared at Zhu Guliang with a murderous glint in his eyes. TSK, how dare you act so fiercely here? Be careful that you won't be able to walk out of the Wanxiang city. Zhu Guliang laughed coldly. Hurry up and get lost. The iron-blood Taoist walked over. His Saint King's presence surged as the figure of a phoenix appeared around him. The scorching true phoenix flames caused the space around him to distort. Zi Yuntian glanced at the iron-blood Taoist, then at Gu Fei. He then turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky, wanting to leave. However, just as he was in the sky above the Wanxiang city, there was a sudden bam. He then fell down from the sky, as though he had slammed into a transparent wall. Ha! Zhu Guliang and the others could not help but burst out laughing at this sight. Chapter 28:66. Just as Zi Yuntian left the city with his tail between his legs, Gu Fei's figure also disappeared. No one could see how he left. The cultivation of Gu Fei's doppelganger was miles ahead of everyone else. This made the iron-blood Taoist and the others speechless. An extraordinary person indeed had extraordinary abilities. The iron-blood Taoist and the others naturally did not dare to ask about Gu Fei's matters. However, the disappearance of Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to have made the iron-blood Taoist think of something and revealed a pondering and puzzled expression. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the surroundings. They were all watching from afar and did not dare to approach. The battle ended and the crowd dispersed. Some of the cultivators who were watching from afar also gradually retreated. At this moment, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The sky above Wanxiang City was still filled with strange phenomena. Sometimes the divine sound of the great Tao could be heard, and other times the light of the great Tao shot into the sky. It was as if someone had attained the supreme Tao fruit. In Wanxiang City, the Tao runes were vast and mighty. Bathed in the divine light of the great Tao, many cultivators in the city were still in a state of enlightenment. However, the cultivators outside the city were not so lucky. The range of the phenomenon was limited to Wanxiang City. At this moment, it was difficult for outsiders to enter even if they wanted to. After the incident where Zi Yuntian attacked Wanxiang City, the city was sealed. An even stronger city protecting formation was activated, so no one dared to force their way into the city at this moment. To all the cultivators in Wanxiang City, this was an opportunity. Of course, there were not many who could grasp this opportunity. In a mountain range a few hundred miles away from Wanxiang City, a black figure was like a ghost. He moved quickly through the mountain range without making a sound. Wherever he passed, he did not alarm anything. The young man called Zi Yuntian went far away without looking back. He only stopped in a small valley a few thousand miles away from Wanxiang City. He sat on a huge rock and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He sighed and then smiled. "Ha! I really did not expect that Gu Fei to be so easily fooled." Zi Yuntian smiled and muttered to himself. He had to admit that he was really lucky tonight to be able to fool Gu Fei and make Gu Fei let him off. What happened? At that moment, a black shadow silently floated in from outside the valley. The voice it spoke with was incomparably sinister and ghostly. "Oh, my God, can't you say something before you appear? I'm scaring people to death." Zi Yuntian was startled by this ghost-like fellow and nearly jumped up from the ground. One must know that even though he was far away from Wanxiang City, his mind was still unsettled. Cut the crap. Who are the people in Wanxiang City? This person was shrouded in a layer of black mist, and his figure was faintly discernible. He was no different from a ghost at all. "I think we should give up on Wanxiang City. We won't succeed." Zi Yuntian pondered for a moment and said. Then he recounted what happened in Wanxiang City. "What? Could it be that Gu Fei is in the city?" Hearing this, the mysterious person was rather shocked. He had received news that Gu Fei's eldest disciple had already gone to the heaven realm to undergo the heavenly tribulation of a saint king. He thought that Gu Fei would also leave Wanxiang City to protect his disciple. "What do you think?" Zi Yuntian said. They had made a grave mistake. The phenomenon in Wanxiang City was not caused by the Iron Blood Taoist and the others when they were cultivating. It was also to investigate the situation in Wanxiang City that Zi Yuntian took the risk and attacked Wanxiang City. Then he alerted one of Gu Fei's clones and almost failed to return. "He's really in the city." The mysterious figure muttered to himself as if he was thinking of something. "All right, let's go back. There's really nothing we can do this time. We can only look for the next opportunity," Zi Yuntian said helplessly. With Gu Fei's clone guarding Wanxiang City, even if the leader of the force behind them came personally, he would not be able to do anything to Gu Fei, let alone them. "Humph, who knows when we'll have to wait for the next time." The mysterious figure said, "Why don't you go to Wanxiang City and investigate the situation of those people again?" "Fuck, if you want to go, then go. Don't call me for such suicidal things in the future." Zi Yuntian could not help but curse. "These bastards are too despicable. They actually tricked me into doing such dangerous things. If I wasn't smart, I would have lost my life in Wanxiang City. Could it be that his life was so worthless? All right, I was just joking. Let's go," the mysterious figure said, and floated out of the valley. Like a puff of smoke, he gave off a mysterious and eerie feeling as if he was a devil that had just walked out from hell. "You should have done this earlier," Zi Yuntian muttered, and then hurriedly followed after him. The two of them traveled through the mountains and left Wanxiang City. They entered a primitive forest 10,000 li away from the city. In the depths of the primordial mountain range, there was a hidden valley. The valley was shrouded in mist. Sunlight shone down from the sky and shone on the mist, creating a myriad of colors in the void. The mist shrouded the entire valley, making it even more hidden. Even if someone were to fly across the sky, they would not be able to discover the secrets of the valley easily. Furthermore, the entire valley was covered by a great formation. Even if Zi Yuntian and the others wanted to enter the valley, they would have to pass through the guards of the valley. Just who are these people? Dozens of miles away from the valley stood a black-clothed youth on a mountain ridge filled with tall trees. This black-clothed youth was the clone of Gu Fei, who had been secretly tracking him. He initially thought that the people of the Zi Yun clan, a powerful clan of Buzhou ancestral star, had already entered the soaring dragon ancestral star. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as he had thought. The identity of the guy called Zi Yuntian was also very suspicious. It was hard to tell if he was a disciple of the Zi Yun clan. Perhaps even his name was fake. However, one thing Gu Fei was sure of was that someone was watching him in the dark. It was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, ready to bite him at any time. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. At this moment, Zi Yuntian and the mysterious figure had already entered the valley. They did not realize that Gu Fei's clone was following them. The valley was actually a secret stronghold of their organization in the eastern region. The valley was filled with jagged rocks and dense vines. There was only a small path that led straight into the depths of the valley. Chapter 2867. A valley was hidden in the depths of the untraversed primordial mountain range. The entire valley was enveloped by a formation. Even Gu Fei could not see what was inside. Who are these people? A figure stood on a mountain several dozen miles away from the valley. Under the night sky, the figure blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. Even if the cultivation of the clone was similar to or even stronger than Gu Fei's clone, they would not be able to detect Gu Fei's existence. Gu Fei was very patient. He directly sat cross-legged on a boulder on the mountain peak. While Gu Fei was following Zi Yuntian to the depths of the primordial mountain range, Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing had returned from the Heaven Realm and returned to Wanxiang City. When Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing found out what had happened, they were shocked. Are the cultivation forces of Buzhou Ancestral Planet finally coming? Buzhou Ancestral Planet was one of the 5 great galaxies with life in the human world. It had once produced an invincible sovereign, and the Ziyun clan was one of them. Where's my master? Is he still in seclusion? Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei in the main hall of the city lord's estate. Master's real body is in seclusion. He's using a clone. The Iron Blood Taoist said. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's first disciple. He did not dare to hide anything, and told Gu Zhong everything in detail. Master might be going after that guy called Zi Yuntian. The Iron Blood Taoist added after some thought. The Ziyan clan. Gu Zhong harumphed coldly in the main hall and did not say anything else. We should send someone to investigate. Little Qing suddenly said, it should be known that if the powerful clans of the ancestral star of Buzhou really crossed the star field to come here, this was definitely not a small matter. Perhaps all the clans of the Tunglong continent would not sit still. Gu Zhong agreed and ordered the Iron Blood Taoist to send someone to do it. Meanwhile, the ancestral star of Buzhou was in a state of chaos. Many powerful races were fighting each other, and some super factions were preparing to leave for the holy land of the world of cultivators, the soaring dragon ancestral star. It didn't take long for the sun to rise. Gu Fei's clone was sitting on a boulder, motionless like a statue. Not a single trace of aura could be sensed from his body. It was as if he had blended in with his surroundings. If one didn't see him with their naked eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. At dawn, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. He found that the fog in the mountains had not dissipated, which made him feel that something was wrong. He stood up from the boulder and observed carefully. He discovered that not only did the fog above the valley not dissipate, it had even become thicker. Gu Fei didn't want to alert the enemy, so he continued to wait. However, the two fellows who went in last night didn't appear again. "I don't believe that you won't come out," Gu Fei murmured to himself. He had decided to waste his time with Zi Yuntian and his clone. Meanwhile, Gu Zhong was frowning in the main hall of the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Zi Yuntian's background was indeed suspicious, as the factions of Buzhou Ancestral Star had yet to travel across the star fields to come here. In other words, Zi Yuntian's identity and even his name were fake. It made Gu Zhong both shocked and furious. It seemed like a mysterious faction had their eyes on them. "Humph, those people are courting death," Xiaoqing said. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to target them would end up in a miserable state. The rare phenomenon caused by Gu Fei's real body and the old tortoise had yet to disappear, shocking both Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing, who had just returned to Wanxiang City. It seemed like they had made some sort of progress while cultivating in seclusion. If the two of them were able to reach the quasi-supreme realm, who in the world would dare to provoke them? No one knew when Gu Fei's real body would come out from seclusion, but Xiaoqing and the others were not worried that they would fail to defend Wanxiang City. Besides, Gu Fei had also sent out his clone. The Wanxiang City remained peaceful for a few days. There were not many people walking on the streets, as all the cultivators were cultivating, causing the city to feel rather deserted. In the primordial mountain range, 10,000 li away from Wanxiang City, Gu Fei, who had been wandering around the valley for a few days, was getting impatient. As he was about to attack the mysterious valley, a figure suddenly walked out from the entrance of the valley. It was a black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely tall, like a bamboo pole. However, when he walked, he was completely silent, and his speed wasn't slow at all. The man in black had his face covered, revealing only his eyes. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before following the man. The black-clothed man carefully traversed through the mountain ridges and dense forests. Soon, the black-clothed man arrived in front of another valley and entered it. This valley was not that secretive, but it was also protected by a great array. The black-robed man walked straight into the valley. There was a transportation formation in the valley. The man in black stepped onto the transportation formation and activated it. Instantly, he was engulfed by a ball of divine light and disappeared into the void. There weren't many people in the valley, only a few black-clothed men walking around. From the clothes on these black-clothed men, it was impossible to tell who they were. "These guys are really mysterious," Gu Fei muttered to himself. He did not want to play the game of cat and mouse with these guys anymore. He walked out from the darkness and charged into the valley at lightning speed, capturing the men in black. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to take down a valley like this. He didn't waste any time and immediately searched through the soul memories of the men in black he had captured. Soon, he learned some things. These people were indeed from Buzhou Ancestral Planet, but just as Gu Fei had guessed, they were not from the Ziyun clan. They were from the Middle State Immortal Mansion. The Middle State Immortal Mansion used to be a super force on Buzhou Ancestral Planet, but it was destroyed by Gu Fei. However, when Gu Fei broke into the ancestral ground of the Middle State Immortal Mansion, some of the survivors of the Middle State Immortal Mansion escaped. He did not expect the people of the Middle State Immortal Mansion to appear again at this time. "I see." Gu Fei understood. The survivors of the Middle State Immortal Mansion actually had their eyes on him. They were really courting death. He didn't show them any mercy. When he found out their true identities, he killed the remaining members of the Middle Province Immortal Mansion. After killing these black-clothed men, Gu Fei stepped onto the transmission array platform and directly activated it. He wanted to see where that fellow's destination was. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. Soon, his eyes lit up and he appeared on another formation. Chapter 2868. In order to avoid the mysterious person, Gu Fei directly ascended the transportation formation platform that the mysterious person had used and directly teleported himself to the place that the mysterious person wanted to go. This is when Gu Fei appeared on another formation platform and looked around. He could not help but be shocked. This is Wanxiang City. How is this possible? Could it be that the remnants of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion have infiltrated Wanxiang City? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He immediately thought of the incident where Zi Yuntian attacked Wanxiang City. It seemed like Zi Yuntian did not attack Wanxiang City on a whim. How preposterous! Someone had told Zi Yuntian about the situation in the city. Zi Yuntian thought that there was an expert like the Iron Blood Taoist guarding Wanxiang City, which was why he dared to attack. After all, not everyone knew that Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were in seclusion. Only his trusted subordinates knew about it. The remnants of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion, who were hiding in the city, were even more clueless. Of course, if there was really only the Iron Blood Taoist guarding Wanxiang City, then things would not be so simple. Greetings, Master. At this moment, a soldier guarding the formation platform turned pale with fright when he saw Gu Fei. He hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei on the formation platform. In Wanxiang City, there were only two places with transportation formations. One was the City Lord's Mansion. The transportation formation platform in the City Lord's Mansion was the most important transportation formation platform in the entire Wanxiang City. In Wanxiang City, the other place with a transportation formation platform was the military camp where the soldiers of Wanxiang City were. Gu Fei had directly appeared in the military camp of Wanxiang City. This was the reason why Gu Fei was so shocked when he saw the surrounding scene. There were remnants of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion in the military camp of Wanxiang City. It was truly unimaginable. However, Gu Fei thought about it carefully. It seemed that only the military camp could allow the remnants of the Central Prefecture Immortal Mansion to infiltrate. Who walked out of this transportation formation platform before me? Gu Fei glanced at the soldier and said indifferently, Master, it was Commander Zhao. The general said, Zhao Xian. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but furrow his brows. He didn't expect Zhao Xian to be a traitor. It seemed like the remnants of the Central Province Immortal Manor were really persistent. Gu Fei knew about Zhao Xian because he was a veteran in Wanxiang City. He was the first batch of soldiers recruited by Wanxiang City. He had survived until now and managed to become the army commander. A commander-in-chief was actually similar to a captain or a commander. They had hundreds of people under them. And this Zhao Xian was the person who commanded these hundreds of people. Of course, the war soldiers of Wanxiang City were no ordinary war soldiers. They were war soldiers formed by cultivators. To be able to command hundreds of such war soldiers was enough to show that this Zhao Xian was no ordinary character. Shua! Gu Fei soared into the sky from the teleportation formation and rushed towards the City Lord's mansion. He directly entered the City Lord's mansion and arrived at the main hall before summoning Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing. Soon, Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing arrived at the main hall. When Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing saw Gu Fei on the throne, they couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. However, they soon realized that this Gu Fei was only a clone. Even if it was a clone, it was no different from Gu Fei's real body. Gu Zhong and Xiaoqing didn't dare to be negligent. Go and capture Zhao Xian for me. Gu Fei directly ordered Gu Zhong. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Yes. Gu Zhong received the order and left. Not long after, Gu Zhong walked into the main hall with a person in his hand and threw the person on the ground. Before the person could stand up, an extremely powerful divine sense directly invaded the person's sea of consciousness and searched his soul memories. Sigh. On the throne, Gu Fei suddenly sighed and retracted the divine sense that had invaded Zhao Xian's sea of consciousness. This Zhao Xian was indeed a spy. From Zhao Xian's soul memories, Gu Fei knew the truth about the Central Plains Immortal Mansion. Back then, when the Central Plains Immortal Mansion was defeated by Gu Fei, only a small portion of them managed to escape. Who would have thought that they would dare to seek revenge now? This was something that even Gu Fei didn't expect. Gu Fei then pointed his finger and instantly pierced through Zhao Xian's forehead, destroying his Yuan spirit. This made it so that Zhao Xian couldn't even become a ghost anymore. After that, Gu Fei told Gu Zhong where the remnants of the Central Province Immortal Mansion were hiding and asked him to send people to clean them up. They absolutely could not let a single one of the remnants of the Central Province Immortal Mansion escape. After receiving the order, Gu Zhong turned around and walked out of the main hall to gather the combat soldiers. At this moment, on the ancestral planet of Buzhou, a superforce activated a teleportation formation and sent their geniuses to the soaring dragon ancestral planet, which was regarded as a holy land by all cultivators. The cultivators on the ancestral planet of Buzhou could no longer sit still. However, only the great clans and forces had control of such long-distance teleportation formations. Ordinary forces naturally didn't have such treatment. Many people even set foot on the ancient path of humanity that led to the soaring dragon ancestral planet. The ancient path of humanity was extremely dangerous. Even Gu Fei had walked on such an ancient path in the past. Now, the ancient path of humanity had obviously been continued. On this day, two figures walked out from the ancestral ground of the Ziyun clan. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens. These two people were the siblings Ziyun Xiao and Ziyun soaring dragon ancestral planet. Ziyun Xiao raised his head to look at the sky and said, "At this moment, in the eastern region of the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were at least 3 experts surrounding an extremely secretive valley made of rocks. The 3 experts had surrounded the valley without making a sound. Do it." The 3 experts attacked at the same time. Powerful energy waves shook the world. A layer of transparent divine light appeared in the sky and enveloped the valley of rocks. A formation. The 3 experts couldn't help but be shocked. They couldn't break through the valley at all with their full strength. Remnant of the immortal mansion of the Central Province, die! Gu Zhong roared and charged forward. His fists blasted a huge hole in the divine light that enveloped the valley, and he directly attacked into the valley. Shrill cries immediately rang out in the valley. Gu Zhong went on a killing spree in the valley. He didn't show any mercy at all. He wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. The other 2 experts also attacked the valley. They were the Iron Blood Taoist and Shaoqing. Chapter 28:69. The soldiers in Wanxiang City were too comfortable. They had to be trained. Battle cries could be heard from the mountains outside the valley of rubble. The cultivators from the Central Province Immortal Mansion that had slipped through the net did not have a high cultivation base, but it was enough to make the soldiers outside flustered. Half an hour later, the battle cries in the mountain range disappeared. The mountain was extremely quiet. The mountain wind blew, and a faint smell of blood spread out. Gu Zhong, Shaoqing, and the others walked out of the valley. They had gained quite a lot this time. They had found many good things in the valley. Outside the valley stood thousands of soldiers. They stood there like blocks of wood. No one said a word. When Gu Zhong and the others walked out of the valley, a heavily armored general wielding a bronze spear in front of the thousands of soldiers immediately went forward to welcome them. "Meng Chen, how was the battle?" Gu Zhong said as he glanced at the warlord, who was already standing in front of him. Meng Chen was a member of the Meng clan. The Meng clan was a cultivation clan that was loyal to Gu Fei. In the past, the entire clan had followed Gu Fei and left the Great Desolate Star. If they hadn't met Gu Fei, the Meng clan would still be living a primitive life on the Great Desolate Star. The Great Desolate Star was one of the stops on the ancient road of the human race that Gu Fei had walked on. The current Meng clan was full of experts. As Gu Zhong's disciple, Meng Long had already cultivated the immortal martial body. His cultivation speed was even faster than Gu Fei's in the past. The military authority of the Wanxiang city's guardian soldiers naturally had to be handed over to Gu Fei's trusted aides. Only then would it be safe. The commander of the 3,000 soldiers was Meng Chen. Although Meng Chen's cultivation base was not as high as Meng Long's, he was still one of the best among the younger generation of the Meng clan. "Master, the enemies that escaped were all killed. 3 people died, and 36 were injured," Meng Chen said loudly. Gu Zhong was also his master. Although Gu Zhong did not teach him any battle techniques or cultivation methods, the entire younger generation of the Meng clan addressed Gu Zhong as master like Meng Long. "What? There are even people who died in battle?" Gu Zhong's eyes widened when he heard this. These fellows were living too comfortably in such a small-scale battle. 3 of them had died, and 36 of them were injured. Gu Zhong couldn't accept such a result. "Trash. A bunch of trash. Why am I raising trash like you? Just a few small shrimps are enough to throw you into chaos. Am I still counting on you to defend Wanxiang City?" Gu Zhong roared at Meng Chen and the 3,000 soldiers. Meng Chen was scolded until his head drooped. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. The 3,000 soldiers were even more terrified. They were trembling with fear, and no one dared to make a sound. This kind of battle result was already very embarrassing. 3,000 soldiers had actually died in battle against the dozens of fish that had escaped the net. This really shouldn't have happened. One had to know that the cultivations of those who had slipped through the net were not high. He had thought that he would be able to deal with them easily, but those people were all desperados. Once they fought with their lives on the line, it was terrifying. Once there was fear in their hearts, no matter how strong the soldiers were, they would eventually be defeated. These 3,000 warriors still lacked tempering. Only when they truly had no fear in their hearts would they be invincible and become invincible warriors in this world. Gu Zhong scolded the soldiers fiercely before leaving with Shaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist. He left the soldiers in the mountains and told them to find a way to get out of the mountains and return to Wanxiang City. The matter of the Middle Province Immortal Mansion had finally come to an end. However, Gu Fei knew that the Middle Province Immortal Mansion had not been completely annihilated yet. These people were only the vanguard. Those behind them did not dare to make a move. At the very least, Zi Yuntian managed to escape this time, and his whereabouts were unknown. This more or less caused Gu Fei to feel somewhat displeased. Zi Yuntian was truly a character to be able to escape even after being targeted by him. At this time, the true members of the Ziyun clan had stepped onto the ancient road of the human race from the ancestral star of Buzhou to the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The pair of siblings from the Ziyun clan were extremely domineering. They did not take the shortcut. Instead, they stepped onto the ancient road of the human race and were invincible. The tempering on the ancient road of the human race was not a joke. People would die. Throughout the ages, countless geniuses of the human race had fallen on the ancient road. It was a blood-stained ancient road. However, not everyone was as bold as the pair of siblings from the Zeun clan and dared to take the ancient road of the human race. The successors of some major clans had directly used the intergalactic teleportation formation and arrived at the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Heaven realm, Eastern Earth. Deep under the ground, there was magma everywhere. An ancient palace was floating in the magma. It was pitch black inside the ancient palace. Suddenly, two rays of light appeared in the ancient palace. A figure that was sitting cross-legged in the ancient palace suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the entire ancient palace. Swoosh! At this moment, a flame directly descended from the sky. It broke through the layers of soil and directly entered the ancient palace where the magma was. The person sitting cross-legged in the ancient palace stretched out his hand and caught the flame. It was a communication talisman. Soon, the person in the ancient palace stood up. Is Gufei going to take that step? That old tortoise is also going to take that step. The person in the ancient palace muttered to himself, I, Yuan Gu, will not let you take that step so easily. The dark, ancient palace lit up. It was a young man with a sickly pale face. However, who would have thought that this young man was actually a genuine antique? Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, the most mysterious Emperor Xian of the Heaven Realm. No one would have thought that the dignified Emperor Xian was actually hiding in the magma in the depths of the earth. Soon, a young cultivator walked out of the ancient palace and soared into the sky. He broke through the layers of soil and rushed out of the ground. That brother of mine is going to take that step. Human realm, southern wilderness, Dragon Emperor City. A golden-haired young man was drinking alone in a tavern. There were many cultivators in the tavern. These cultivators would talk about anything in this place, especially the matters regarding the 5 great regions of the human realm, which were the hottest topics here. The phenomenon in Wanxiang City in the eastern domain had also spread to the southern wilderness and became a topic of discussion among the cultivators there. Only the golden-haired young man, Yuan Hong, knew what this meant. Yuan Hong was still in the southern wilderness. The bloodline of the golden spiritual ape in the human realm that he was looking for seemed to have been severed. This made him a bit disappointed and depressed. Chapter 2870, Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star, Southern Wilderness, Dragon Emperor City. This was an ancient city that had existed for countless years. Be it the darkest age of antiquity or the dark turmoil, it still stood in the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness was also the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was the most ancient cultivation clan that had existed since antiquity times. Its ancestral land was located somewhere in the southern wilderness. It was very mysterious. In present times, not many people could find the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Yuan Hong had been in the southern wilderness for some time, but he still couldn't find the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. He wanted to pay a visit to the clan master of the Zhou clan and ask him about what happened to the golden spiritual apes in the mortal realm and why they disappeared. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was a local tyrant. They should know everything that happened in the southern wilderness. Yuan Hong had already found some clues. A golden spirit ape had once appeared in the 10,000 mountain range of the southern wasteland thousands of years ago. Since then, no one had ever seen a golden spiritual ape. It was as if the golden spiritual apes in the mortal realm had disappeared from the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Yuan Hong felt that the appearance of the golden spiritual ape in the 10,000 mountain range of the southern wasteland thousands of years ago was definitely not an accident. There weren't many members of the golden spiritual ape lineage. In Yuan Hong's generation, there were only him and an uncle that he had never met. He didn't know whether that uncle was still alive or not. It was necessary for him to find the golden spiritual ape that was left in the mortal realm. At this moment, Yuan Hong was sitting in the largest restaurant in Dragon Emperor City. He ordered some dishes and drank by himself in an inconspicuous corner. Inside the restaurant, there were many cultivators chatting about everything under the sun. Have you heard that the young immortal sovereign of the Zhou clan is coming out of seclusion? A table of cultivators not far from Yuan Hong was whispering to each other. Is it true that the young immortal sovereign is coming out of seclusion? Another cultivator asked in astonishment. Ha! If it's true, there will be a good show. A cultivator laughed and said, the desolate ancient Zhou clan is at odds with the four ancient clans. If little immortal sovereign comes out of seclusion, those so-called geniuses of the four ancient clans will become trash. Someone said something like that. Humph. At this moment, a white-robed young man sitting at the neighboring table became displeased. When the cultivators at the table saw what happened to the white-clothed young man, they were all shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly paid the bill and rushed out of the restaurant as if they were fleeing. Yuan Hong could not help but take another look at the young man in white when he saw this. An expert. Yuan Hong casually glanced at the white-clothed youth. He could immediately tell that the youth's cultivation was not low. Even if it was not on par with him, it was not that far off. What little immortal sovereign? If he dares to come out, Gui 12, will crush him with a single punch. The white-robed youth said disdainfully. What? He's Gui sure? Someone couldn't help being shocked to the extreme after hearing the white-robed youth's words. Gui Sure was a great expert of the Black Tortoise clan. He had already cultivated to the great sage realm at such a young age. In the entire southern wilderness, there were not many rising stars who could achieve this. Gui Sure was very conceited. He gave people a feeling of showing off his abilities. Facing him was like facing a sharp blade, making it hard for people to look straight at him. Yuan Hong couldn't help but shake his head at this scene. Although Gui Sure was also a great figure, he was still miles away from Yuan Hong. As one of the four ancient clans in the southern wilderness, the Black Tortoise clan naturally had many experts. There were indeed many heaven-defying existences among the rising stars of this clan. Back then, the young powerhouse of this clan, Gui Tung, had a great battle with Gu Fei in Dragon Emperor City. In the end, he was defeated by Gu Fei. Since then, Gui Tung was unable to recover. In the end, he failed his tribulation in the chaotic world and died. Gui Tung had become a thing of the past. Gui Sure was one of the few powerhouses among the young generation of the Black Tortoise clan. He was confident that with his cultivation base, he could easily deal with that bullshit little immortal sovereign. However, there was no doubt that the little immortal sovereign was powerful. Before that little immortal sovereign entered secluded cultivation, very few people in the entire southern wilderness could withstand 3 moves from him. Some of the geniuses of the 4 ancient clans were very afraid of this little immortal sovereign. However, some people didn't think so. They thought that they were invincible. If that little immortal sovereign dared to appear, they would definitely beat him up until he vomited shit. Even Yuan Hong was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what ability this little immortal sovereign had to dare call himself an immortal sovereign. Yuan Hong didn't plan to leave the ancient city. At this time, In the eastern domain of the soaring dragon ancestral star, incomparably shrill demonic howls were constantly coming from the Devil Cave. The great devils in the depths of the Devil Cave couldn't sit still any longer. The devils in the Devil Cave had already received the news that there was a rare treasure in Myriad Phenomenon City. The demons naturally didn't want the rare treasure to fall into the hands of Gu Fei. Well-informed people knew that the great devils in the depths of the Devil Cave were about to make a big move, but no one knew what exactly it would be. On this day, the Devil Cave shook. One after another, powerful figures walked out of the depths of the Devil Cave. They were the extremely powerful demons. Each of the demons was shrouded in dense killing intent. Very soon, the empty space in front of the entrance of the Devil's Den was filled with numerous black-armored devil soldiers who had walked out from the depths of the Devil's Den. These devil soldiers had been nourished by Devil Dao essence for countless years in the depths of the Devil Cave. As for how strong they were now, no one knew. This time, the demons in the Devil Cave could be said to have put in a lot of effort. Subsequently, a devil general came out of the Devil Cave riding a warhorse. An unimaginably powerful devil, Dao, aura spread out from the devil general's body. In an instant, the whole heaven and earth shook under the impact of the devil general's aura. The heaven and earth lost their color, as if this part of the heaven and earth could no longer contain him. These devil soldiers had been nourished by Devil Dao essence for countless years in the depths of the Devil Cave. No one knew how strong they were now. This time, the demons in the Devil Cave had put in a lot of effort. Subsequently, a devil general came out of the Devil Cave riding a warhorse. An unimaginably powerful devil, Dao, aura spread out from the devil general's body. Chapter 2871. There were 4 major forces in the eastern domain, namely the Zhao family of the Desolation, the Dongfeng family, the Devil's Den, and Gu Fei's Wanxiang City. Among these 4 forces, Gu Fei's Wanxiang City occupied the smallest area. Even if Gu Fei occupied some of the cities of the Dongfeng family and the Zhao family, it didn't change anything. However, because of Gu Fei, Wanxiang City had a special status in the eastern domain, and no one dared to provoke it. Even the Dongfeng family and the Zhao family of the Desolation secretly wanted to attack Wanxiang City, but they were defeated by Gu Fei. Gu Fei even blatantly occupied many cities, but they didn't dare to make a fart in the end. In fact, forces like the Zhao family and the Dongfeng family of the Desolation would be thanking the gods if Gu Fei didn't provoke them. How would they dare to provoke this malefic star? However, the Eastern Devil's Den didn't give Gu Fei any face. Demons were the greatest enemies of the world. No matter who Gu Fei was, they would still have to fight him in the end. It was better to do it sooner than later. Hence, the demons in the Eastern Devil's Den began to mobilize their forces and awaken a large number of demons that had been sleeping since ancient times. In the next half a month, the demonic qi in the Eastern Devil's Den soared to the sky, covering the sun. From time to time, huge demonic shadows would appear in the surging demonic qi, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. This wasn't a real demon coming out, but the aura emitted by the ancient demon in the depths of the Devil's Den disturbed the laws of heaven and earth during the process of awakening, causing the demonic qi to condense into a demonic shadow. The ancient demon was about to be born. Just the aura emitted by the ancient demon was enough to cause chaos in the world. If its real body descended, it would definitely be even more terrifying. And now, the Devil's Den was going to make a move against Gu Fei. Even the peerless great demon was defeated and killed in battle. Only by awakening the oldest demon in the Devil's Den could they deal with Gu Fei. This was the foundation of the Eastern Devil's Den, a supreme force that could truly sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On this day, boundless devil qi surged out from the Devil Cavern. Terrifying figures walked out from the Devil Cavern, each of them exuding an ancient and vicissitude aura. The armor worn by the ancient demons had many slash marks on it. This was the strongest demon warrior from the ancient era. Every demon warrior had a terrifying combat power that was infinitely close to that of a holy venerate. Back then, under the leadership of the extreme demon ancestor, it was this demon warrior that fought in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and slaughtered countless living beings. If such an ancient demons were to be awakened from their slumber, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the entire eastern region. This was because each of these ancient demons could easily kill a great sage, and they dared to fight against a holy venerable. They were the trump cards of the eastern region demon cave. In order to get rid of Gu Fei, the East region demon, Lair had even revealed their trump card, Roar. Terrifying demonic roars came from the depths of the Devil Cavern. At this moment, countless demonic creatures in the Devil Cavern trembled in fear. Among the monstrous devil chi, figures walked out of the Devil Cavern. There were not many demon warriors like this. There were only 100 of them. However, when these 100 demon warriors stood together, even a true holy venerable would feel their heart palpitate. The 100 demon warriors stood quietly, and the terrifying aura they gathered spread in all directions. A devil general leisurely rode an old horse out of the devil's den. This was a scarlet unicorn horse with blood-colored scales and a single black horn on its head. The scarlet unicorn horse wasn't an ordinary horse. It was a devil horse with the bloodline of the devil dragon. It was incomparably powerful, but this scarlet unicorn horse was very old and skinny. It looked as if it could collapse at any moment from the devil general sitting on it. The demon general riding this old and skinny horse was also very old. He did not wear a helmet. His white hair was messy like a bird's nest. He was holding a devil sword in his hand. The sword's blade was full of cracks. The old demon general was wearing a stone-like devil armor. It was refined from a black devil stone. It looked ancient, and there were even some holes on the devil armor. However, this old demon general who was sitting on the old horse, as if he had not woken up yet, was a ferocious devil that had killed so many people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in ancient times. After countless years, this ferocious devil general was awakened from his slumber by the powerhouses of the demons. From his half-closed eyes, a terrifying blood-colored light shot out. A powerful devil Tao aura spread out from the old demon general's body, shaking the entire heaven and earth. It seemed that as long as this old demon stretched his waist, the surrounding heaven and earth would collapse and shatter. Rumble, there seemed to be muffled thunder roaring in the void. The scene around the old demon general was a bit frightening. The void around him was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks, as if there were black bolts of lightning circling around him. It seemed that this side of the heaven and earth couldn't contain the body of this old demon general. Woo! A demon general took out a horn and blew it. The sound instantly rushed to the 9 heavens and spread far away. It even spread from the eastern region, Devil Cavern, to the outside world. For a moment, the people of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family were inexplicably shocked. The area controlled by the Dongfang family and the Zhao family bordered the eastern region Devil Cavern. The powerhouses of the Dongfang family and the Zhao family who guarded the border were incomparably nervous. At this time, after hearing the horn, the black-armored demon soldiers who were standing still immediately rushed to the sky, forming a small square formation, and rushed out of the eastern region Devil Cavern. Although the number of these ancient black-armored demon soldiers was small, each of them was not as simple as a veteran of hundreds of battles. These demon soldiers had probably been through thousands of battles. Such ancient demon soldiers had a strong, murderous nature. Any one of them could cause a region to fall into chaos and panic. Seeing that the black armored demon soldiers were about to disappear at the end of the horizon, the old demon general, riding on the old horse, slowly flew into the sky and chased in the direction where the black armored demon soldiers disappeared. At this time, Wanxiang City was still calm. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ancient city, lengthening the shadows of the buildings in the ancient city. Outside the city gate, people who went out were entering the city and returning to their homes. "Hello, Brother Chun. It's your turn to be on duty today." At the city gate, an old hunter was carrying a dark brown wild boar that weighed over 100 kilograms. He was about to enter the city. When he passed by the city gate, he greeted a young warrior who was wearing battle armor and holding a spear in his hand. He was a young warrior who was guarding the city gate. "Uncle Lee, your harvest today is not bad." The soldier guarding the city gate glanced at the wild boar on the old hunter's shoulder and said to him with a smile. This old hunter was quite famous among the mortals of Wanxiang City. He was a famous marksman. With a bow and arrow, he could shoot anything he pointed at. He had the ability to shoot a target 100 meters away. "Haha, it's not bad. Come over for a drink or two when you have time." The old hunter said, "Sure, sure." The young soldier replied. The old hunter carried the wild boar. He hunted and walked into the city gate. Although this old hunter was old, his strength was not weak. Ordinary strong men were no match for him. The soldiers guarding the city gate were actually ordinary soldiers of Wanxiang City. They were not the 3,000 soldiers that were truly made up of cultivators. One had to know that the 3,000 soldiers would not be able to maintain the stability of a city. Even if they could, it would affect their cultivation and their combat strength. Mortals were needed to manage a city. Therefore, there was a group of soldiers made up of mortals in Wanxiang City to help Gu Fei maintain the order of Wanxiang City. Moreover, there were quite a number of ordinary soldiers in Wanxiang City. These ordinary soldiers were responsible for daily patrolling and guarding the city gate. These were insignificant tasks, but they were indispensable. Just as the old hunter walked into the city gate, the setting sun in the distant sky was blocked by a dark cloud that suddenly appeared. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Then a terrifying aura came from the distant sky. The old hunter at the city gate turned his head and saw endless black gas sweeping towards him. Within the black gas, there was a strange demonic figure, faintly discernible. Enemy attack closed the city gate. When the young soldier guarding the city gate saw the scene in the distant sky, he immediately turned pale with fright. Then he rushed towards the city gate with all his might. At this moment, the crowd outside the city gate was in chaos. Everyone was rushing towards the city gate. In an instant, angry roars and cries filled the air. "All of you get out of my way." The soldiers guarding the city gate shouted angrily and tried their best to push the crowd away. However, at this moment, the crowd outside the city gate seemed to have gone crazy. They rushed into the city and blocked the city gate. The people inside wanted to close the city gate, but they could not. At this moment, a strong suction force came from the distant sky. Countless people squeezing on the city gate immediately flipped over and fell to the ground. Faint and illusory figures flew out from the bodies of those people and flew towards the incoming demonic aura. They fell into the mouth of a demon soldier wearing black armor. Those faint and illusory figures were the souls of ordinary people. The black-armored soldier opened his mouth and sucked in all the souls of the people blocking the city gate. Then he swallowed all of them. Even the old hunter who had entered the city gate earlier was not spared. His soul was instantly sucked in. Buzz. At this moment, a rumble was suddenly heard in the void. Then a light barrier appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. It descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Wanxiang City. Within it, roar, A furious roar came from Wanxiang City. Then, a figure shot up from the city lord's residence and arrived in the sky above Wanxiang City. He stood in the sky and stared at the demonic aura sweeping towards him from the distance. Golden Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. Chapter 2872. The monstrous demonic aura arrived and instantly shrouded the entire Wanxiang City. Terrifying demonic roars resounded in all directions, and the region where the Wanxiang City was located seemed to have turned into a terrifying demonic domain. The world suddenly changed, and the entire Wanxiang City sank into darkness. This caused countless mortals in the city to be terrified, and the city was in chaos. However, very quickly, a few magic lamps were lit up in the city, and the entire city was as bright as day. Then, soldiers appeared to maintain order, and the chaos in the Wanxiang City quickly calmed down. Everyone in the city hid in their houses, and not a single person could be seen on the streets. Even the soldiers who were maintaining order hid in their houses. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. An old man who was hiding in his house said with a trembling voice, "At this moment, no one dared to collect the corpses of the mortals whose souls were devoured by the ancient black-armored demonic soldiers at the city gate. The corpses were strewn all around the city gate. Demon bastards from the devil's den, you deserve to die." In the sky above the Wanxiang City, Gu Zhong was enraged when he saw the corpses at the city gate. These guys actually dared to come here and cause trouble. Swoosh! At this moment, a black light shot out from the surging demonic aura outside the city. With a poof, it pierced through the light barrier and penetrated Gu Zhong's shoulder. A cold, demonic aura instantly invaded his body. In the next moment, half of his body turned pitch black, and his vitality was constantly being devoured by the demonic aura. What? Gu Zhong's shock was no small matter. The demons outside the city were so powerful that they could easily break through the light barrier and even injure him. Roar! Gu Zhong roared angrily, and a ball of golden light blossomed from his body, resisting the demonic aura that invaded his body. 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the pitch-black half of his body that was corroded by the demonic aura gradually regained its golden color. In a dozen breaths, Gu Zhong forced out the demonic aura that invaded his body, and the bloody hole on his shoulder that was pierced by the demonic light was also healing. His heart shivered. These demons were ridiculously strong. They could easily break through the light barrier formed by the Great City Barrier Formation. Didn't this mean that they could easily attack Wanxiang City? Thinking of this, Gu Zhong couldn't help sweating. However, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for the devils outside to kill their way in. An ancient devil in the middle of the monstrous devil Qi outside the Wanxiang City was a little surprised. This human was actually able to withstand one of his attacks without dying. When did the Saint Emperor's fleshly body become so powerful? There was an ancient voice that was muttering to itself. This was a type of divine will fluctuation, able to let all creatures know what it meant without the need for words. You demons actually dare to come here to die. Gu Zhong stared at the surging demonic qi outside the city as he spoke coldly. Golden runes interweaved in his eyes. This was the martial heavenly eye. Even if he used his martial Tao heavenly eye, he could only see some blurry demonic figures within the demonic qi. The laws of the demonic path within the demonic qi were disrupting the heaven and earth, blocking his vision. It's that person's successor. At this moment, another voice sounded. It seems to be the case. We can't let it go. A demon said from within the demonic qi, "Cowardly scoundrel, come out and fight if you have the guts." Gu Zhong said sternly. At this moment, he realized that these demons that dared to kill their way into the Wanxiang City weren't simple. They were very different from ordinary demons. Moreover, what made him uneasy was that he couldn't sense how many demons there were. At this moment, the others in the Wanxiang city were also alarmed. Shaoqing soared into the sky and arrived beside Gu Zhong. A great sage aura was released from his body. Demon dragon. Within the demonic qi outside the Wanxiang city, some of the demons were a little excited to see Shaoqing. He's mine. Don't snatch him from me. A demon said impatiently. Iron Blood Taoist also walked out of the city lord's mansion and flew to the sky above the city lord's mansion. Looking at the demonic qi that covered the sky outside, he couldn't help but feel nervous. At this moment, the strange phenomenon that appeared in the Wanxiang city had already disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Gu Zhong and the others knew that Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had reached the most important juncture. They might be about to take that step to return to their original state. However, the demons just had to arrive at this moment. Could it be that those demons also noticed something? All right, quickly get rid of these people so that we can go back earlier. An old voice rang out. After that, the devil didn't say anything else. Subsequently, the demonic qi that shrouded the entire Wanxiang city retreated rapidly and entered the bodies of the demons outside the Wanxiang city. The invading demons finally showed themselves. This is when Gu Zhong and the others saw the square formation formed by 100 ancient black-armored demon soldiers standing in the void. They were extremely shocked. An ancient aura was released from these demon soldiers. It's an ancient demon. Shaoqing was extremely shocked. Ancient demon. This was definitely a synonym for power. They were much more ancient than ordinary demons. Their silhouettes could even be traced back to the distant mythological era. TSK. So what if they're ancient demons? It's not like we've never killed ancient demons before. Gu Zhong said disapprovingly. It's better to be careful. Shaoqing said. Yes. Gu Zhong nodded. After all, Shaoqing was his martial uncle. Gu Zhong dared not disobey him. Who's going to kill these two fellows? The old demon general rode on his old horse and walked out from behind the ancient black-armored demon soldiers. That demon dragon is mine. A tall and big demon soldier, with 2 black horns on his head, walked out from the formation of the black-armored demon soldiers. He looked like a bull demon king. Yes, that human is mine. Then a humanoid demon soldier covered in black scales walked out. All right. The old demon general nodded and did not say anything else. TSK, do you think you're the ancient demon lord? You can kill whoever you want. Even the ancient demon lord cannot kill some people. Gu Zhong stared at the 2 demon soldiers and said coldly, his face full of disdain. We're not the ancient demon lord, but we're more than enough to kill you. The demon soldier with 2 horns on his head said loudly. Then he walked towards Gu Zhong. A strong demonic aura was released from his body. Every step he took caused the entire world to tremble. When the ancient demon soldier walked in front of the light shield, he stopped and waved the demon spear in his hand and stabbed forward. Boom! The demon spear in the ancient demon soldier's hand stabbed the light shield, and there was a loud explosion. The demon spear in his hand shone brightly, and ancient demon marks appeared on the demon spear. Chapter 2873. At Gu Zhong's level of cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to create the primal chaos heaven covering palm. Although he cultivated metal elemental energy, he was Gu Fei's disciple and had the ability to transform metal elemental energy into primal chaos energy. However, Gu Zhong did not take the path of Gu Fei. He felt that if he cultivated the power of metal to the extreme, he could also become the strongest existence in the world. For Gu Zhong, his master's path was his own. It was unique and could not be copied. The path that he walked was also unique. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The chaotic sky covering hand that Gu Zhong evolved displayed the strongest power. It directly sent the ancient black-armored demonic soldier flying thousands of miles away. Swoosh! Just as the ancient black-armored demonic soldier was sent flying, the spear in the demonic soldier's hand turned into a demonic light and pierced towards Gu Zhong. Clang! Gu Zhong sent out his left palm, which collided with the demonic light that had pierced through the air. The demonic light, formed by the battle spear, was sent flying. Roar! The ancient black-armored demonic soldier that was sent flying by Gu Zhong roared and directly rushed back from afar. He grabbed the spear and directly stabbed it towards Gu Zhong. Humph! Gu Zhong sneered. He took a step forward and rushed forward to fight with the ancient black-armored demonic soldier. At this time, Little Qing was also fighting with the ancient demonic soldier that was covered in black scales from head to toe. Dragon Claw! Xiaoqing roared and stretched out his right hand. A green dragon claw immediately rushed out from his hand and slashed towards the demonic soldier. The terrifying great sage level dragon power surged from his body. The void was directly torn by the green dragon claw. The powerful true dragon power shattered the void. Haha, come on. The demonic soldier laughed and actually transferred the spear in his right hand to his left hand. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards the green dragon claw. A pitch-black demonic claw rushed out of the demon soldier's hand and instantly collided with the azure dragon claw, causing a muffled sound. Afterwards, the two powers collided, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. Wherever the power passed, the void was silently annihilated. Roar! At the same time, Xiaoqing let out an earth-shattering howl at the ancient demon soldier opposite him. A terrifying sound, killing power spread out. Following the dragon's roar, a series of black, spatial cracks appeared in the void in front of Xiaoqing. It was as if an exquisite piece of porcelain had suddenly been shaken into countless cracks and could break into countless pieces at any time. Ah! The ancient demon soldier screamed as he was sent flying by Xiaoqing's azure dragon roar. Cracks appeared on his ancient black armor, and black blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Azure dragon roar. High up in the sky outside Wanxiang City, the old demon general riding an old horse saw this scene, and a cold glint flashed across the depths of his turbid eyes. The azure dragon roar of the Dragon Clan was a battle technique created by the legendary Tai Huang. In the distant past, the Tai Huang was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the Zhouqian city. Back then, the Tai Huang could instantly kill hundreds of thousands of demons with a roar. Even the powerful demon ancestor would be severely injured by his roar. Of course, the current Xiaoqing was not the Tai Huang of the past. However, the power of the azure dragon roar was not to be underestimated. Under Xiaoqing's roar, not only was the demon soldier sent flying, but even his soul was almost shattered. Xiaoqing took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the ancient demon soldier and smashed his rod down on the ancient demon soldier's head. Bang! The black rod smashed hard on the ancient demon soldier's head. The demon soldier's head was smashed into a black blood mist and dissipated in the void. In the distant sky, the old demon general riding on the old horse was startled. Unable to remain calm, he abruptly sat up straight, and a frightening blood-red light appeared in his eyes. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the body of this old demon general, and even the heavens changed color. At this moment, even the other ancient black-armored demon soldiers were shocked to the extreme. They looked at the scene in disbelief. The headless corpse of the ancient black-armored demon soldier, whose head was smashed by Xiaoqing, fell from the sky and was about to smash into Wanxiang City below. Swoosh! At this moment, a flame rushed up from below Wanxiang City and turned into a divine phoenix. It instantly pounced on the headless corpse. Boom! The divine phoenix exploded and turned into a ball of divine phoenix divine fire. The headless corpse of the ancient black-armored demon soldier was instantly burnt to ashes. Not even a drop of demonic blood fell into Wanxiang City. Ancient black-armored demon soldiers who lived from ancient times to the present were extremely powerful. Even in death, their bodies still emitted a mighty demonic aura. Living beings below the sage level could not withstand the demonic aura. If the headless corpse of the ancient black-armored demon soldier was smashed into Wanxiang City, the consequences would be severe. Countless mortals would suffer from it. How is this possible? The old demon general muttered to himself. These demons were old soldiers who had followed him to conquer the world. They had survived thousands of battles and survived until now. These 100 soldiers were definitely terrifying demons. But now, one of them was smashed to death by a rod. The old demon general could not accept this. Roar! The old demon general roared to the sky. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his roar. Even the light shield formed by the great city defense formation of Wanxiang City shook. That rod, the old demon general stared at the inconspicuous black rod in Xiaoqing's hand. He had really misjudged it. This black rod was not simple at all. It could actually smash an undying demon soldier to death. Ha ha, Martial Uncle, you are so fierce. You killed one with just one move. This is great. Look at these guys acting so arrogantly, but they are nothing more than this. In the distant sky, Gu Zhong laughed and said while fighting against the ancient black-armored demon soldier with 2 horns. Damn it! The ancient black-armored demonic soldier who was fighting with Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry. This human was very strong. Although he was only a Saint Emperor, his battle strength could be said to be abnormally strong. He was even stronger than a great saint expert. This was the rhythm of being invincible in the same realm. This human must not be left alive. If he became a great sage, or even a saint venerable, he would be a great threat to the demons. Great Tao demon body. The twin-horned demonic soldier roared, and an extremely powerful demonic power surged out of his body. A huge figure appeared in the sky. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Even the great Tao of the heavens and earth was crying out, being suppressed by this demonic power. Looking at the figure that was as huge as a mountain, Gu Zhong was dumbfounded. So big, Gu Zhong exclaimed. The ancient black-armored demon soldier stretched out his hand and grabbed at Gu Zhong as though he was catching a fly. I know this move as well. Behold, my heaven and earth body. Gu Zhong's body swayed and instantly turned huge. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground. His body shone with an endless golden light, as though he was a golden celestial being from the ancient times. An extremely strong aura spread out from his body. Demons aren't the only ones who know this kind of body technique. Yours truly knows it too. Yours truly wants to see if your great Tao demon body is stronger or yours truly's heaven and earth body is stronger. As Gu Zhong said this, he charged forward and struck out with the strongest metal element fist. The metal element fist was a martial art battle skill that Gu Zhong had been practicing ever since he became Gu Fei's disciple. Although this battle skill was simple, it could turn something rotten into something magical. Gu Zhong punched out with his fist, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as the void exploded apart. A destructive aura permeated the entire world. This was especially so now that he had unleashed his heaven and earth Dharma body. That golden fist of his was akin to a gigantic golden mountain that smashed out. Little brat, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know what an invincible body is. The ancient black-armored demonic soldier, with two horns on its head, roared angrily. It also punched out, clashing head-on with Guzhong. It was extremely powerful and had no intention of retreating. Or it could be said that this ferocious demon had never thought of retreating. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky above Wanxiang City. After that, two incomparably huge figures were sent flying backwards. The sky exploded as a ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Wherever the ripple passed, the sky was annihilated. Seeing this scene, the demon general on the old horse could no longer sit still. The strength of these two fellows had exceeded his expectations. Kill every living thing in the Wanxiang City. Don't leave a single one alive. The old demon general roared. From his point of view, all the living things in the Wanxiang City could not be compared to the ancient black-armored demon soldier that was killed by Shaoqing with a single strike. One should know that in the entire Eastern region Devil's Den, there were not many demon soldiers that could survive tens of thousands of battles. It was already very rare for a demon soldier to survive hundreds of battles, let alone tens of thousands of battles. In the entire Eastern region Devil's Den, there was only one ancient black-armored demon soldier under the command of the old demon general. This was a force that could influence the entire Eastern region. Kill! The 98 ancient black-armored demon soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying killing aura spread out from the ancient black-armored demon soldiers. This was a demon soldier that truly came from the ancient times. When they formed a battle formation, even Saint Venerables would have to retreat. Their combat strength was unimaginably strong. The 98 demon soldiers raised their demon spears at the same time and stabbed forward. Boom! The light shield in front of them immediately exploded. The phalanx formation, formed by the ancient black-armored demonic soldiers, charged into Wanxiang City. Kill to your heart's content, and enjoy the Feast of Souls. Chapter 2874. When the phalanx formed by the ancient black-armored demonic soldiers charged forward, the light barrier formed by the defensive power of Wanxiang City was instantly torn open. The black-armored demonic soldiers charged into Wanxiang City. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The terrifying demonic aura disrupted the laws of heaven and earth, causing countless living beings in Wanxiang City to be extremely terrified. The city is breached. The Iron Blood Taoist, who was standing in the sky above the city lord's mansion, couldn't help but change his expression upon witnessing this scene. He never expected that the great city barrier formation that could block a sacred venerable would be as fragile as a piece of paper in front of these demons. The Iron Blood Taoist knew that the demons that invaded this time were not ordinary. They were different from those in the past. These demons were even more ancient and terrifying. There was no doubt that the ancient demons were powerful. Kill to your heart's content. The old demon general rode on his old horse. At this moment, he seemed rather agitated. A murderous aura that caused all living beings to tremble spread from his body. His eyes emitted a blood-red radiance that could even make a saint's heart palpitate. However, Shaoqing and Guzhong didn't seem to be that worried. Guzhong displayed his heaven and earth dharma body and fought with the ferocious demon in the sky above Wanxiang City. Roar! The ferocious demon roared. A dozen large stars near it instantly exploded. With a single roar, even Guzhong couldn't help but frown at the ferocious demon's demonic aura. Moreover, this ferocious demon was only one of 100, apart from the ancient black-armored demonic soldier that was smashed to death by Shaoqing's rod. The remaining 98 ancient ferocious demons had all charged into Wanxiang City. Even the old demon general rode his bony old horse and charged into Wanxiang City. Ignorant living beings, Go to hell. The old demon general stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards. A terrifying suction force immediately spread from his hand. However, what surprised the old demon general was that not a single human flew out from the city below. How is this possible? The old demon general was shocked. If it was in the past, with just a stretch of his hand, the souls of countless living beings would be extracted from their bodies and then fly towards his hand. They would fall into his hand and be refined by him. For the demons, the souls of all living beings in the world were definitely great supplements. They could help them improve their cultivation. The more souls they devoured, the stronger they would be. At this moment, the 98 ancient black-armored demonic soldiers had already charged down from the sky and were about to reach Wanxiang City. Damn it, retreat quickly. The old demon general seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. He roared and rode the old horse as if it was on fire, wanting to rush out. The 98 ancient black-armored demon soldiers paled when they heard this, and they hurriedly charged into the sky. However, at this moment, transparent ripples appeared in the void, without any warning, and a gigantic antique appeared from Wanxiang City below. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the mouth of the cauldron and swallowed the 98 ancient black-armored demonic soldiers into the ancient cauldron. Rumble, the ancient cauldron shook, and the entire world seemed like it was about to shatter and then be swallowed into the cauldron. Pitch-black, spatial cracks appeared in the void, like black lightning. A wave of chaotic, primordial chaos chi surged out from the ancient cauldron. The 98 ancient black-armored demonic soldiers that were swallowed by the ancient cauldron all exploded in the air in terror, turning into clouds of black blood mist. Roar! The old demon general almost went crazy when he saw this scene. At this moment, the ancient cauldron directly rushed out from Wanxiang City. The mouth of the cauldron swallowed the primordial chaos energy of all living beings, and a powerful devouring power instantly enveloped him. It had to be said that the old demon general was truly powerful. He actually shattered the void and rushed out of Wanxiang City. However, the old horse under him was not so lucky. The old horse let out a neigh and was directly swallowed by the ancient cauldron that rushed up from below. Under the pressure of the primordial energy of all things, the old horse also let out a mournful cry and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Both its body and soul were destroyed. The primordial chaos energy was the source energy of all living beings. Even those ancient, undying demonic soldiers could not go against it, and were destroyed in both body and spirit. Suddenly, it was as though a new world was opening up within the ancient cauldron. It was extremely horrifying, and everything within was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Ark, the old demon general, who had escaped to the outskirts of Wanxiang City, roared into the skies. He could only watch helplessly as the demonic soldiers that had followed him for countless of years, the ones that had once fought alongside him in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, were destroyed within the ancient cauldron. His eyes were about to split apart as he was filled with extreme grief. You kill people, people kill you. What's there to be sad about? A voice rang out from within the ancient cauldron as a figure walked out from it. The gigantic ancient cauldron then shrunk rapidly and landed on the right hand of a black-robed young man. I want you dead. The old demon general roared out. As though he had gone mad, he dashed towards the black-robed young man. Yin and yang reversal, stars shift. The black-robed young man waved his sleeves, causing the entire sky to distort. In the next moment, the old demon general and the black-robed young man disappeared from the skies of Wanxiang City. Seeing this, Iron Blood Taoist, who was in the skies above the Wanxiang City Lord's residence, was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. His lord's methods were simply way too shocking. To think that he could kill 98 extremely powerful ancient black-armored demonic soldiers in one go. If they had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even Shaoqing was dumbfounded. That scene was simply way too shocking. His big bro's methods were getting stronger and stronger, and the power of that mountain and river cauldron was not weak either. Just then, a powerful aura of the Saint Tao descended from the skies. Thereafter, a heart-palpitating demonic aura descended from the skies as well. They've gone to the depths of the skies. Little Qing looked up at the starry sky and tightened its grip on the black rod. Then it soared into the sky and rushed toward the starry sky. At this moment, Gu Zhong and the horned ancient black-armored demonic soldier were also fighting endlessly in the skies. Rumble, a gigantic golden palm appeared in the starry sky, slamming towards that terrifying devil shadow. The gigantic palm enveloped a part of the starry sky. One after another, the huge stars shattered under the gigantic golden palm. It was as terrifying as splitting open the heavens. This was the power of a saint emperor. With a wave of their hand, they could shatter stars, causing the skies to tremble and fall at any time. Roar! The horned ancient black-armored demonic soldier roared, and also struck out with his palm. Wherever the pitch-black demonic palm passed, stars would explode one after another. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge golden hand and the pitch-black demonic hand collided. The two huge hands exploded in an instant, turning into two extremely powerful forces that exploded with a loud bang. The two powers canceled each other out and intertwined, turning into a terrifying destructive power that swept out in all directions. Stars fell from the starry sky and exploded. The void collapsed and was annihilated. Even the chaotic aura was blasted out. Gu Zhong and the demonic figure were both knocked away by the explosive power. How is this possible? You're only a little saint king. How do you possess such battle prowess? The ancient black-armored demonic soldier stabilized himself before roaring out madly. At this moment, the ancient black-armored demonic soldier had also discovered that all his comrades who had attacked Wanxiang City had been slain. He was filled with disbelief. This was just unbelievable. It also made him very uneasy. The presence from the ancient cauldron made even him, an ancient demonic soldier who had experienced countless battles, shiver. He wanted to kill this despicable human and avenge his comrades. As supreme demonic energy erupted from the ancient black-armored demon, 9 ancient demonic inscriptions appeared on his body as the demonic energy quickly condensed and rapidly increased. Humph! Haven't you heard that fighters are invincible among the same level of cultivation? Not only am I invincible among the same level of cultivation, I can even challenge people of higher cultivation like you, Gu Zhong coldly said, as he stared at the ancient black-armored demon. Humph! Gu Zhong coldly said, as he stared at the ancient black-armored demon. Damn it! The ancient black-armored demon roared. He was an ancient demon, so he obviously knew how terrifying experts like this human were. In the past, it was a human like this that had caused a great number of casualties among the demons. However, after so many years, he had still encountered a human like this. It really displeased him. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a middle-aged man who held an item that gave off a presence that made the ancient black-armored demon uneasy, the presence of the divine phoenix. The ancient black-armored demon turned around and looked at the man. His blood-red eyes emitted rays of blood-red light as his gaze fell on the item in the man's hand. I can deal with this guy myself. Don't interfere. Gu Zhong said to the Iron Blood Taoist in the distance. The Iron Blood Taoist looked deeply at the ancient black-armored demon and nodded at Gu Zhong. Then he turned around and rushed towards the star sector where the old demon general was. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Zhong and the ancient black-armored demon started fighting again. Their combat strength was similar, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. At this moment, Gu Fei's avatar and the old demon general were facing each other in another part of the starry sky. Powerful auras spread from the two figures. The entire starry sky was shaking, and the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. They could fall from the sky at any time. At this moment, Shaoqing, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the three saints of heaven, earth, and man arrived in the starry sky and looked at the two figures facing each other from afar. Even further away, in the starry sky, many powerful figures were faintly discernible. The attack of the ancient black-armored demonic soldiers had already alerted the powerful existences in the eastern region. Chapter 2875. In the depths of the starry sky, two extremely powerful figures were confronting each other. At this moment, countless saints of the eastern region were alarmed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Wanxiang City, it's that Gu Fei again. Such a voice rang out from the Dongfang family's ancestral land. Many saints soared into the sky and came to the starry sky to watch the battle. Not many people were willing to miss a battle between experts of this level. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was powerful. However, when the saints saw the two figures fighting in another part of the starry sky, they couldn't help but be shocked. Many people recognized the golden deity. It was Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. He was at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm, but he could fight endlessly with a great saint ancient demon. How is this possible? Many people actually didn't believe that a cultivator could be invincible among the same level, and that they could even challenge experts of a higher level. However, the battle strength that Gu Zhong had displayed now forced them to believe it. Ridiculous. Not all legends are fake. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe such a thing? Some experts muttered, "He's already invincible among those of the same level." A saint of the Dongfang family sighed. Gu Fei and his disciple had already become famous, and almost no one could control them. This was definitely not a good thing for the entire Dongfang family. Some people in the eastern domain had always been hostile to Gu Fei. Some grudges and hatred were not so easy to resolve. These people would always be Gu Fei's enemies. Unless they died, the hatred would be resolved. Regardless of whether it was the Dongfang family or the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity, there were people who wanted to kill Gu Fei. These people were among the saints who appeared in the starry sky to watch the battle. However, at this time, Gu Fei and his disciple had already risen, so these people didn't dare to act rashly. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Gu Zhong and the ferocious demon clashed. The supreme power of a saint emperor erupted, and a series of explosive sounds came from his body. The power of his martial body also erupted. This time, the ferocious devil was directly sent flying, coughing up blood. It was pitch-black devil blood, and every drop of devil blood contained a powerful devil nature. If an ordinary person came into contact with this demonic blood, they would be corroded by the demonic nature of the demonic blood and turn into a demonic creature that only knew how to kill. The ancient fiendish demon, was shocked to the max right now. To think that this human would only reveal his true battle prowess now. This was way too shocking. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Zhong struck out with his heaven-covering palm. The golden palm instantly enveloped a part of the world and slammed towards the ferocious demon that was sent flying. Rumble, wherever the golden hand passed. Stars would explode one after another, transforming into destructive storms. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. "I'll fight you to the death." that ferocious devil roared, and his entire body emitted a pitch-black demonic fire. His entire body actually began to burn, and the strongest demonic power erupted. This ferocious devil was burning its own life essence to stimulate all of its potential and display its strongest combat strength. "Let's fight to the death, then." Gu Zhong roared out as his entire body shone with a bedazzling golden light. It was as though his entire body was covered by a ball of golden flames. Turning into a streak of sword light, he dashed forth. Shu, the ancient fiendish demon, laughed malevolently. Turning into a streak of demonic light, he dashed forth to meet the incoming golden streak of light. Boom! The golden streak of light and the demonic light clashed together. In the next moment, an even stronger shock wave burst forth from the golden streak of light, causing its combat strength to skyrocket. The demonic light dissipated as the ferocious devil was sent flying out with a tragic cry. Bam! It exploded into a black blood mist. Within the blood mist, a figure wrapped in a demonic light bolted up into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! You think you can escape? The golden streak of light dissipated as Gu Zhong's figure appeared in the void. Grabbing out with his hand, he grabbed the demonic light in his hand. Bam! Gu Zhong clenched his right hand and directly crushed the demonic light. An ancient, black-armored demonic soldier was killed just like that. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At this moment, Gu Zhong wiped off the sweat on his forehead. When he was fighting against the ancient fiendish demon, he used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. That was how he managed to kill the ancient fiendish demon. One had to admit that this ancient fiendish demon was truly powerful and terrifying. Just when Gu Zhong killed the ancient black-armored demonic soldier, Gu Fei was still confronting the old demon general. Although he did not descend with his true body, he was still extremely powerful. The supreme aura of the great Tao spread out from his body, causing the starry sky to tremble. The old demon general had completely calmed down. He once led the ancient black-armored demonic soldiers to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The number of living beings that died in his hands was simply innumerable. This old demon general's combat experience was so rich that there were probably only a few in the entire human world. The old demon general knew that he had encountered a formidable opponent. The opponent's combat strength was not below his. Moreover, what made his heart palpitate was that the person who killed all his demonic soldiers wasn't his true body, but a clone. What made his heart cold was that no one told him that this fellow was so difficult to deal with. Could it be that those fellows in the devil's den wanted to see him make a fool of himself? At this moment, Gu Zhong killed the ancient black-armored demonic soldier and rushed towards the starry sky where Gu Fei was. Kill! At this time, the old demon general roared and finally made his move. He stretched out his right hand, and a demonic dragon immediately rushed out from his palm, pouncing towards Gu Fei. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, and a destructive aura spread out from it. Bam! Gu Fei punched out, directly hitting the head of the demonic dragon. In the next moment, the head of the demonic dragon exploded, turning into demonic qi. Buzz! Gu Fei immediately pointed out with a finger. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his finger, piercing through the void, aiming at the old demon general's forehead. Swish! The old demon general directly disappeared into the void, causing Gu Fei's attack to miss. In the next moment, the old demon general's figure appeared above Gu Fei's head. With his head down and feet up, he directly swooped down on Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei's figure also disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old demon general. His right leg was like a divine whip sweeping towards the old demon general. However, the old demon general's figure disappeared again. Grand art of the void, is it? Gufei smiled. In that case, I'll play with you. Swish. Chapter 2876. All the black-armored demonic soldiers that the old demon general brought with him died in battle. This infuriated the ancient war devil that once led his troops to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom. Bang. In the depths of the starry sky, large areas of the void exploded without any warning. Chaotic energy was blasted out, causing the entire space to tremble. It was a terrifying scene. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. There was no silhouette in the starry sky. The 2 powerful existences had fused with the surrounding void and were fighting in the void. This was a battle between void arts. Gufei and the old demon general had cultivated the profound of the void to an extremely high level. Their bodies fused with the void, leaving no traces behind. Shaoqing, Guzhong, and the rest were nervous. This old demon was not simple. He was much stronger than the fiendish devils that came before. This was definitely an ancient devil that was about to take that step. And Gufei wasn't fighting with his real body, but a clone. Although Gufei's clone was strong, it was still inferior to his real body. Moreover, this clone was an immortal clone. Although it could use martial arts, it wasn't as powerful as his real body. The anti-void secret art was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Shaoqing and Guzhong knew that Gufei was using this art to fight against the ancient devil. Boom. At this time, a silhouette broke through the void. A supreme, demonic aura spread out from the silhouette, causing the entire space to tremble. Swish. In the next moment, the silhouette shrouded in demonic energy disappeared from the void. The moment the demonic figure disappeared, a large chaotic hand slapped out of the void and blasted a huge hole in the spot where the demonic figure had originally been. If the silhouette was half a step slower, it would have been hit by the chaotic hand. Bang! The void trembled. With a muffled sound, another silhouette fell out of the void. This person had a majestic, immortal aura. It was none other than Gufei's clone. Gufei's clone blurred and vanished into thin air. A pitch-black, demonic hand silently appeared where he had just been standing. Under the demonic hand, the void was silently annihilated, constantly shattering outwards. The 2 powerhouses seemed to be evenly matched, and neither was able to gain any advantage over the other. This Shaoqing and Guzhong couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this scene, both of them extremely shocked. This ancient war demon was extraordinary after all. It was outstanding, able to kill holy venerables. Unfortunately, his opponent today was Gufei. Actually, it wasn't that the spectating saints couldn't sense anything. They could still sense the profound undulations in the air. Many people were discussing in low voices, guessing who would win. Shaoqing and Guzhong naturally supported Gufei, believing that Gufei would definitely win. However, others weren't so sure, especially those from the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan. They couldn't wait for Gufei to die in the hands of the demon. It's a pity that he's not fighting with his real body. Someone sighed. Many people wanted to see Gufei's true battle prowess, but many of them could see that Gufei, who was fighting endlessly with the ancient fiendish devil, was merely a clone. Rumble. At this time, the starry sky in front of them suddenly shook violently. Large stars fell from the sky and exploded. Even the Tung-Long continent could see fireworks blooming in the sky. The strange phenomenon that appeared in the starry sky attracted the attention of the cultivators in the other regions of the Tung-Long continent. Even mortals could see the strange phenomenon in the starry sky. Soon after, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the starry sky. Each spatial crack was larger than a star and could easily tear a star apart. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The entire sky exploded. Two silhouettes charged out from the void. Powerful energy ripples spread in all directions. Dozens of large stars exploded on the spot. Kill! Gu Fei roared and struck forward with his palm. A huge golden hand appeared in the void in front of him and blasted towards the demonic shadow opposite him. On the golden palm, 9 immortal marks appeared and intertwined, drawing upon the power of the immortal Tao. Kill! The old demon general also roared angrily and sent out a palm strike with all his might. The tip of the needle met the awn of the wheat. It was extremely powerful. Bang! The golden hand and the demonic hand collided like two divine mountains colliding. A transparent ripple of the void spread out in all directions like a wave. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, stars would explode one after another, destroying everything in its path. This terrifying ripples swept through the entire starry sky. All the saints were shocked and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Some of the unlucky ones with weaker cultivations directly fell from the starry sky. This was a battle between holy venerates. Ordinary sages simply wouldn't be able to withstand the holy venerate might that erupted from holy venerate powerhouses. Even little Qing and Gu Zhong had no choice but to retreat into the distance. At this time, the golden palm and demon hand dissipated in the sky, turning into a mass of golden light and demonic qi. Then, they wore each other down and disappeared in the chaotic qi. This scene was too shocking. The area of the shattered void was comparable to half of the East region sky market. If this had happened in the soaring dragon ancestral star, many people would have died. It was not an exaggeration to describe this terrifying scene as apocalyptic. Gu Fei and the old demon general clashed again. The immortal Tao divine law and the demonic Tao grand technique clashed continuously, creating dazzling sparks. The two experts fought their way into the chaotic qi. Blood splattered everywhere. They were already in a frenzy. There was only one opponent in their eyes, and that was to turn the other into dregs. Everyone was dumbfounded to see the two experts fight their way into the chaotic qi. These two guys were so powerful that they could ignore the chaotic qi. One should know that even ordinary saints wouldn't dare to enter the chaotic qi casually. At this time, in the endless chaotic turbulence in the qi, two figures were moving at high speed, fighting with all their might. The intensity was absolutely rare. Buzz. Gu Fei's body blossomed with golden light. 9 extremely sharp sword lights, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, rushed out of his body and slashed towards the old demon general. He directly used the 9 sky punishing swords. Puffed. 9 sword lights instantly pierced through the old demon general's body, leaving 9 trails of blood behind the old demon general. Chapter 2877. The punishing Heaven 9 swords was said to be able to punish the heavens. It was a killing sword path created by a supreme sword Tao expert. Its killing intent was so strong that it made even the demons' hearts palpitate. Gu Fei displayed the punishing Heaven 9 swords. 9 immortal sword lights instantly pierced through the old demon general's devil body, leaving 9 bloody holes on his body. Roar! The old demon general roared in anger. He was directly hit by the impact of the 9 sword lights and flew backward for an unknown distance. He was inexplicably angry. This puny human could actually hurt his devil body. This old demon general was a terrifying war devil from the ancient times. This old demon's combat experience was absolutely incomparably rich. He had experienced thousands of battles and still managed to survive. the old demon general's supreme devil body was absolutely tempered and tempered. Ordinary Saint Venerable level sacred tools would find it hard to hurt him. Saint Venerable level sacred tools slashed the old demon general's body like scratching an itch. They couldn't even break his devil armor. However, Gu Fei's sword lights directly broke the old demon general's devil armor and pierced through his devil body. In other words, Gu Fei's punishing heaven sword lights were many times stronger than a Saint Venerable level sacred tool. At this time, the old demon general's figure had already disappeared in the endless chaos turbulence, but a powerful devil aura emerged from the depths of the chaos turbulence. Rumble, boundless primal chaos chi surged as an incomparably huge figure appeared within the primal chaos. On that huge figure, devil blood dripped down. Gu Fei looked at the scene in the distance. He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Chaos chi condensed, and the huge figure in front directly stretched out a big hand, slapping towards Gu Fei. The chaos turbulence was directly broken, and the surrounding chaos chi crazily gathered towards that big hand. The chaos demon shadow quickly became clearer. It looked like a chaos demon from ancient times, and was about to walk out of the chaos void. This is, sensing that the old demon's strength was constantly increasing, Gu Fei's face revealed a trace of surprise. This fierce devil was actually crazily condensing chaos chi. The chaos chi in the chaos void was not so easy to refine and absorb. The chaos chi here was incomparably violent, forming chaotic turbulence. This chaotic turbulence would evolve into earth, water, wind, and fire from time to time, easily tearing apart any living being below the saint realm. This was also the reason why only saints above the saint realm dared to enter the chaos void. The primal chaos void was a world that had yet to be opened up. Of course, there were also supreme experts who could open up a world in this kind of void. They were the legendary primal chaos domains, also known as primal chaos paradises. Such paradises were very difficult to find, but quite a few had been discovered since ancient times. At this time, the chaos void seemed to be splitting heaven and earth. The chaos chi exploded, and the earth, water, wind, and fire raged. Bang! Gu Fei smiled, stretched out his right hand, and directly pressed forward, compared to the old devil's chaos chi palm. Gu Fei's palm was simply pitifully small, like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, it was this ant that shook the tree. Rumble, as the two powerful forces collided. Gu Fei only felt an extremely powerful force coming from the chaos demon hand and directly sent him flying. Humph! Gu Fei coldly snorted, stopping his retreat. Roar! The fierce devil roared at the sky, then opened its mouth, and a huge black hole immediately appeared in the void. A heaven-devouring force came out, and endless chaos chi was swallowed. Gu Fei also flew towards the black hole involuntarily, and was about to be devoured. You want to eat me? Gu Fei laughed. He did not resist, and was directly swallowed by the black hole. He entered the chaos void, and chaos lightning wreaked havoc everywhere. A destructive chaos chi rushed towards Gu Fei. TCH, you want to destroy me with just this? What a joke! Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void, allowing the chaos chi to destroy him. 9 immortal Tao patterns emerged on his body. The chaos chi was blocked outside his body. Rumble. The powerful chi continued to condense, and the entire chaos void seemed to be solidifying. However, Gu Fei was like a lone boat in the raging sea, about to be overturned at any time. However, something unexpected happened. Although Gu Fei looked like he was about to be destroyed by the chaos chi, he was like an undying cockroach, still standing strong. How is this possible? I don't believe that I can't kill you. The ancient devil's voice was full of disbelief. He had already used the chaos chi to kill Gu Fei, who had been swallowed into his stomach. At this time, The spectators outside the void didn't know what was happening in the chaos turbulence, but they suddenly felt that Gu Fei's qi seemed to have disappeared. Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong exchanged a glance. They both saw confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They absolutely did not believe that Gu Fei could be killed by that devil. However, Gu Fei's qi had disappeared. This was a fact. What exactly was happening in the chaos turbulence? No one knew. Not only was there chaos qi, but there was also the power of earth, water, wind, and fire that could destroy all divine intents. Even a powerful existence at the saint level could not sense what was happening in the chaos turbulence. What's going on? Many people were shocked by the sudden disappearance of Gu Fei's qi, but a small group of people were gloating. These people wished that Gu Fei would die and reincarnate as soon as possible. No, it would be better to say that he would die early rather than reincarnate. Some people were already sneering, thinking that Gu Fei was only SOSO. These people had already forgotten that the person fighting against the ferocious devil was actually just a clone of Gu Fei. However, some people were very clear-headed and knew what this meant. As long as Gu Fei's real body was not destroyed, losing one or two clones would not be able to harm him. Master, Gu Zhong stared at the huge chaos vortex with a solemn expression. Inside the vortex, the chaos qi and the power of earth, water, wind, and fire were constantly intertwining. A powerful demonic aura came out of the vortex, but Gu Fei's qi had completely disappeared. Don't worry. Xiaoqing patted Gu Zhong's shoulder and said. Although he said so, he was very nervous in his heart. Gu Fei should not be defeated by that devil. That guy is dead. The elder of the Dongfang family also came. His face showed a complicated expression. He seemed to be surprised and happy at the same time. He wanted to laugh, but he could not. At this time in the Dongfang family, the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was still in seclusion. He wanted to break through the legendary realm, but everyone knew how difficult it was to take that step. The Eastern Sky Tyrant King was not a real human emperor. There was still a long way to go before he reached the human emperor realm. This Tyrant King walked a different path from others. The human emperor was also the strongest existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, comparable to the legendary supreme masters. However, this path was no easier than the path of the extreme path supreme master. It was too difficult to become a Renhuang. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many Renhuangs throughout the ages. Once the Eastern Sky Tyrant King succeeded, no one would be able to threaten the Dongfang family anymore. However, if he failed, the Dongfang family would be finished. In the entire Eastern domain, everyone knew that the only person Gu Fei was afraid of was the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. This was because the Tyrant King held the human emperor sword in his hand. Gu Fei did not even care about those old antiques in the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity. Of course, the Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity could become a force of the Desolate Antiquity that had existed for countless years. They were not weaker than the Dongfang family. In fact, they were even stronger. The Zhao family of the Desolate Antiquity also felt very sullen about Gu Fei's disregard. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei had died in battle, an aura that was so powerful that it made the saint-level creatures' hearts palpitate suddenly spread out from the broken void. This is sensing the powerful aura that suddenly spread out from the broken void. Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong were both surprised and happy. They were very familiar with this aura. Source qi of heaven and earth. Some old antique saints said this after sensing this aura that made their hearts palpitate. Source qi of heaven and earth was not the chaotic qi. The Hong Meng spiritual essence was the source qi of heaven and earth. This kind of spiritual essence was born before the heaven and earth. Then it evolved into the chaos, yin and yang, the five elements, and then the heaven and earth. The source chi of heaven and earth was also known as the chaotic Hong Meng spiritual essence. Since ancient times, there was only one supreme saint weapon that contained the chaotic Hong Meng spiritual essence. That was the mountain and river cauldron. Just when all the creatures in the outside world were indescribably shocked, in the depths of the chaos, an incomparably huge demonic shadow suddenly exploded. Endless chaotic Hong Meng spiritual essence suddenly exploded. If this scene of destruction had happened in the outside world, the entire starry sky would have been directly destroyed. An unimaginably terrifying destructive power spread out. Even the chaotic turbulence was dispersed. The earth, water, fire, and wind were in chaos. A space of nothingness appeared in the chaos. In the endless chaotic turbulence, an incomparably huge space of nothingness was forcibly opened up. This space of nothingness was probably larger than any of the domains in the ton-long continent. At this moment, an ancient cauldron rushed out of the endless demon chi. Several huge pieces of corpses floated in the nothingness, emitting a heart-palpitating demonic aura. Damn it! A wave of unwilling will spread out from the void. The huge pieces of corpses quickly rushed together. Then a ball of demonic light burst out, and the figure of the old demon general appeared in the void. Cauldron of source chi of heaven and earth. You actually have the cauldron of source chi of heaven and earth. No wonder. Chapter 2878. The Mountain River Cauldron, also known as the Heaven and Earth Source Chi Cauldron that the old demon general mentioned, turned into the size of an adult's fist and was held in Gu Fei's right hand. The ancient cauldron exuded an ancient aura. Primordial chaos chi swirled around the cauldron's surface. Primordial chaos chi pulsed within the cauldron's mouth, as if a world was evolving inside. Swish! The old demon general directly turned and fled. What a joke! The opponent had the heaven and earth source chi cauldron. He had no chance of winning at all, and would be killed instead. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei bellowed and chased after the old demon general with the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. At the same time, a clanging sound came from the ancient cauldron in his hand. A stream of primordial chaos chi turned into a divine chain and rushed out of the cauldron, piercing through the escaping old demon general. Poof! With a soft sound, the divine chain condensed from primordial chaos chi pierced through the old demon general's demonic body, then wrapped around him and pulled him towards the mouth of the cauldron. Roar! The old demon general roared. The demonic chi around his body surged, trying to break free from the shackles of the divine chain. The divine chain around the old demon general's body clanked. The more he struggled, the tighter the divine chain became. This shocked the old demon general to the extreme. Roar! The old demon general struggled with all his might. A demonic spear filled with monstrous demonic chi shot out from his forehead. It was a blood-stained demonic spear, with divine blood dripping from its tip. This was a great weapon that had once killed a divine being. However, this saint-killing demonic weapon did not help the old demon general break free. The blood-dripping spear stabbed the divine chain condensed from primordial chaos chi, making a clanging sound, unable to break through the shackles of the divine chain. Swish! At this moment, another divine chain rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and wrapped itself around the bleeding demonic spear. The demonic spear was pulled towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron by the divine chain. The demonic spear was full of demonic nature. It had once killed a saint, and the saint blood on the spearhead had yet to dry, blooming with palpitating crimson light. The demon spear was also struggling, but he couldn't break free from the chains. He was one step ahead of the old demon general and was pulled into the mountain river cauldron. The old demon general roared again and again. From time to time, he would transform into a demonic dragon that was even bigger than a mountain, and from time to time, he would transform into an incomparably huge demonic bird. The primal chaos demonic energy was vast and mighty, and the entire primal chaos was in turmoil. The old demon general did not want to die. The longer he lived, the more he treasured his life. Even if he had once been an invincible demon general who led the black armored Emo soldiers to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was the same. As long as they could survive, no living being would want to die. It's just a deathbed struggle. Gu Fei smirked when he saw this. There was no living being that could fight against the cauldron of mountain and river, unless it was the Supreme Zun or Ren Huang that had long disappeared. In the current world, there was only one Ren Huang, and that was Jiang Ren Huang. Jiang Ren Huang was friends with Gu Fei, so he naturally wouldn't attack Gu Fei. Now, the existence that could threaten Gu Fei was only the demon ancestors of the demon ancestor. Unless the mysterious and unfathomable demon ancestor in the depths of the Eastern Demon Cave jumped out, no one in the Eastern Demon Cave could compete with Gu Fei. There was no suspense in what happened next. No matter how hard the old demon struggled, it could not break free from the shackles of the divine chains. In the end, it was swallowed by the cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei directly sat on the cauldron of mountain and river and activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to refine the old demon and the demonic weapon that had once killed a saint. The cauldron of mountain and river had not fully awakened, so Gu Fei could only use a small part of the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, but it was enough to deal with the old demon general. Soon, the demonic spear that had once killed a saint collapsed in the cauldron of mountain and river, and was then destroyed by the primal chaos chi. The old demon general was incomparably powerful. Even though he was pulled into the cauldron of mountain and river, he still wanted to escape from the cauldron of mountain and river. He constantly cast the demon technique, wanting to tear the void and escape into the primal chaos. However, he was inside the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron of mountain and river could suppress mountains and rivers. Even if the old demon general was a legendary half-step supremacy, it would still be difficult for him to escape from the cauldron of mountain and river. Rumble, the void inside the cauldron of mountain and river trembled. A mass of demonic chi swept out, enveloping more than half of the void. This made the cauldron spirit in the cauldron of mountain and river show signs of awakening. Clang! Divine chains rushed out from the depths of the void inside the cauldron of mountain and river, directly piercing the mass of demonic chi and penetrating the old demon general's demonic body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the old demon general screamed miserably. His entire demonic body was immediately torn apart by the divine chains. One of the divine chains directly penetrated the old demon general's Yuan Shun. The old demon general's Yuan Shun was immediately nailed to the void by the divine chains. His Yuan Shun quickly faded and dissipated in the void. As soon as the Yuan Shun was destroyed, the vitality of the old demon general's shattered body instantly disappeared. The shattered body floated in the void, still emitting a heart-palpitating demonic aura. A drop of blood from such a powerful old demon general could instantly demonize a large area, enough to kill ordinary sages. Only by completely obliterating the old demon general's flesh and bones would it be possible. The divine chains condensed from primordial chaos chi that tore apart the old demon general dissipated and turned into a mass of primordial chaos chi, wrapping around all the shattered flesh and bones floating in the void. Then, a primordial chaos flame emerged from the primordial chaos chi, burning the old demon's demonic body to ashes. Everything with demonic nature was obliterated. This ferocious demon, who once led a group of subordinates to conquer the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the heavens to tremble, was annihilated just like that. Roar! Just when Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to kill the old demon general, a furious roar resounded from the depths of the Eastern Devil Cave. How is this possible? Even he died in battle. Could it be that Gu Fei is the reincarnation of a sovereign? An old voice resounded from the depths of the Devil Cave. The voice was filled with unwillingness. At this time, in the starry sky outside the chaotic void, everyone was inexplicably shocked. This time, it was the old demon's aura that suddenly disappeared. No one knew what happened. Could it be that Gu Fei killed that ferocious demon? Is this possible? Someone found it hard to believe. The strength of that ferocious demon was undeniable. It was impossible for Gu Fei to kill such a powerful, ferocious demon in one go. Only Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong knew that the ferocious demon was dead because they sensed the aura of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei used it. Chapter 2879. In the depths of the starry sky, the shattered void was gradually repaired by the power of the heavens and earth. Gu Fei's aura surged out from the shattered void, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. What's going on? Some of the saints were inexplicably shocked. The old demon's aura had disappeared for a period of time. Why hadn't he appeared yet? Could it be that the ferocious demon was really killed by Gu Fei? No one knew that Gu Fei was actually activating the mountain and river cauldron at this moment, drawing the power of the cauldron to refine the ferocious demon. At this time, everyone was staring at the shattered void that was gradually becoming smaller. They all wanted to know the result of this battle. It was as if there were countless ants crawling in their hearts, making them itch unbearably. However, no one dared to enter the primal chaos to check it out. All they could do was wait. Some people couldn't help but look in the direction of Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong. When they saw the relaxed expressions on Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong's faces, they more or less guessed what had happened. Looks like Gu Fei got lucky again this time. A small group of people from the Dongfang family and the Zhao family were somewhat disappointed with this result. They originally thought that such a powerful, ferocious demon would be able to make Gu Fei pay a little, but in the end, those ancient demons were all here to die. Not long after, Gu Fei's aura also disappeared. Then, a figure walked out from the shattered void. As soon as they saw the figure that walked out from the shattered void, everyone knew the result of this battle. Gu Fei had won. That ferocious demon would probably not be able to walk out from the primal chaos again. After knowing the result of this battle, the small group of people from the Dongfang family and the Zhao family were naturally very disappointed. Some of them directly turned around and left. Most of the people who were watching the battle did not have any enmity with Gu Fei. Such an ending was something they were happy to see. It should be known that demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings. The Eastern Demon Den was a threat to all the forces in the Eastern region. Sooner or later, all the forces in the Eastern region would start a war with the demons in the Eastern Demon Denver. But now, Gu Fei had single-handedly killed so many strong demons. Such a battle record made everyone admire him. Currently, in the Eastern region, only Gu Fei dared to fight against the Eastern region demons. Moreover, he killed all the invading demons one by one, not leaving a single one alive. This was simply too satisfying. Gu Fei wasn't like the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family. These families had too many misgivings and were overcautious. They didn't want to fight with the East Region Devil Cave's fiendish devils. On the other hand, Gu Fei did not have so many concerns. Big brother, master, Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong hurriedly went to greet them. All right, let's go back. After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he had already charged down from the starry sky. Xiaoqing and Gu Zhong exchanged a glance, and hurriedly rushed down from the starry sky. The three saints of heaven, earth and human, as well as Iron Blood Taoist, and the others also hurriedly followed. The battle ended. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Gu Fei's avatar was already so powerful. Wouldn't his real body take that step forward? The stronger Gu Fei was, the better it was for the entire human race. But for his enemies, it was a bad thing. Whether it was in the human world or the heaven world, he had enemies. Of course, he also had friends. Some people didn't necessarily have to become enemies. For example, Azure Dragon of the Southern Desolate Azure Dragon clan. He only saw Gu Fei as an opponent worthy of respect and surpassing. However, it was not easy to surpass Gu Fei. The battle between Gu Fei and the old devil had a great impact. Naturally, it also alarmed Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was also among the spectators. When he saw Gu Fei defeating the fiendish devil, he couldn't help but be shocked. If the opponent's avatar was already so powerful, wouldn't his real body be even more heaven-defying? It seemed that he was still not Gu Fei's match. Azure Dragon sighed and turned to leave the eastern domain. He returned to the southern desolate domain to continue his seclusion. Afterward, he would go to the forbidden area of the Azure Dragon clan. There was a legend in the Azure Dragon clan. As long as someone could pass the test set by their primogenitor, they would be able to obtain great power. As the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan, he naturally wanted to obtain even greater power. However, since ancient times, no one had been able to pass the test set by the Azure Dragon primogenitor. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was. But precisely because of this difficulty, the things left behind by the Azure Dragon primogenitor were even more heaven-defying. At first, Azure Dragon was still hesitating, but now he had made up his mind. He must pass the test set by the primogenitor and obtain the greatest power of the Azure Dragon clan. He would become the strongest existence in the history of the Azure Dragon clan apart from the primogenitor. Gu Fei, I will definitely come back to find you. After saying that, the Azure Dragon walked into the forbidden area of the Azure Dragon clan and disappeared. Have you finally made up your mind? Beside the entrance of the Azure Dragon clan sat a black-robed old man. At this time, the black-robed old man was staring at the direction where Azure Dragon disappeared. At this time, be it the heavenly realm or the mortal realm, many people were preparing. Perhaps the great chaos would really come. The Eastern Demon Cave emitted a heart-palpitating demonic aura. Ever since the old demon general and the 100 ancient black-armored demonic soldiers died in battle, the Eastern Demon Cave did not make any further moves. However, everyone knew that the Eastern Demon Cave would not let it go just like that. The atmosphere of the entire Eastern Domain became even more tense. Be it the Dongfang clan or the desolate ancient Zhao clan, they began to restrain their disciples. The entire Eastern Domain seemed to be in for a storm. At this time, Wanxiang City had regained its peace. The phenomenon in the sky above Wanxiang City had disappeared. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. They really took that step. This surprised and delighted Shaoqing and the others. At this time, on the ancestral Myrtle Star, in the depths of the ruins where the legendary land of immortals was located, immortal light rushed out from time to time. This attracted the attention of the major forces in the ancestral Myrtle Star, and they sent their experts to investigate. For a time, the area where the ruins were located became much more lively. 100 miles away from the ruins, there was a city called the City of Immortals. It was an ancient city, so ancient that no one could remember when it was built. At this time, the ancient city was already overcrowded. Some people said that the legendary land of immortals was about to appear. The immortal light that appeared in the ruins was a sign that the land of immortals was about to appear. The land of immortals was an ancient legend in the ancestral Myrtle star. It was said that there were great opportunities and great fortunes in the land of immortals. Whoever could obtain such fortunes and opportunities would become the most powerful existence in the ancestral Myrtle star. Chapter 2880. The ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was one of the 5 ancestral stars of the mortal realm. It was a humongous planet that had existed since time immemorial. A supreme existence once emerged from this planet, and that supreme figure was none other than Sovereign Ziwei. In the ancestral star, Supreme Ziwei was also known as Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei had once ruled the mortal realm for an era, suppressing the dark chaos and slaying the supreme demon lord. He was one of the strongest sovereigns throughout history. Of course, he eventually disappeared as well, and no one knew where he went. This was a great secret of the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, or even the entire mortal realm. Not even the G clan knew of this secret. The G clan was a monarch clan, and Emperor Ziwei was a supreme existence who came from the G clan. Even though the emperor had disappeared for eons, the G clan still ruled over the entire ancestral star. This was something that had never happened on any other ancestral star. In other ancestral stars, the clans that had produced sovereigns had once ruled over the entire planet. However, once the sovereign disappeared, the clan would soon lose the right to rule over the entire planet. However, the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was an exception. It was the only ancestral star in the mortal realm that was still completely controlled by a monarch clan. Of course, while the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was still under the control of the G clan, many powerful sects and clans had risen on the planet. Though these sects and clans seemed to obey the orders of the G clan on the surface, they were secretly competing with the G clan. One should know that the G clan had ruled over the entire ancestral star for far too long. In every era, there would always be experts who challenged the G clan's right to rule, but they were all defeated by the G clan and died tragically. However, there was once a time when the G clan encountered a great calamity. A quasi-sovereign appeared on the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. During the era when sovereigns had disappeared, quasi-sovereigns were invincible existences. In the battle that year, the quasi-sovereign charged straight into the ancestral grounds of the G clan and nearly wiped out the super clan that had ruled the ancestral star for eons. In the nick of time, an ancestor of the Purple Myrtle G family asked for a decree left behind by the Purple Myrtle Emperor to kill that quasi-supreme being. Only then did the Purple Myrtle G family survive. In the years that followed, all of the major powers became more well-behaved. They knew that the G family of the ancestral star had a backup plan left behind by Emperor Ziwei. So many of them had no choice but to endure. At this time, the phenomenon of the flying immortal land immediately attracted the attention of all the major forces on the entire ancestral star. Countless experts rushed towards the flying immortal land. In an instant, the flying immortal city was overcrowded. All the inns were filled with cultivators, and some even set up camp in the mountains outside the city. At night, divine lights and immortal auras could be seen rushing over from afar from time to time, landing near the flying celestial city. Some even fell directly into the flying celestial city. Rumble, a chariot shrouded in purple aura, suddenly appeared under the moonlight. A powerful aura emanated from the chariot. The beast pulling the chariot was the legendary Purple Qilin. That's the G clan's Qilin chariot. The important figure of the G clan is here. Someone recognized the origin of this chariot. Only the important figures of the G clan could ride the Qilin chariot because it was a symbol of status. Not everyone could ride it. In the G clan, only the core members of the clan could use the Qilin chariot. Only the most powerful ones could ride the Purple Qilin, a saint-level divine beast. Such a divine beast was much stronger than ordinary saints and could easily kill them. However, this purple Qilin was willing to pull the chariot for someone else. The chariot charged over from the distance. The purple Qilin's forehooves stomped on the ground, creating pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. The appearance of the chariot alarmed all the experts near the flying immortal city. Humph, even the G clan can't sit still anymore. Someone sneered at the chariot that flew over their heads. The purple Qilin pulled the chariot straight into the flying immortal city and landed in the city lord's mansion. The flying immortal city was still the territory of the G clan. The G clan divided the entire ancestral star into countless territories and sent out their experts to guard them. Those experts who guarded a region were the kings. The patriarch of the Z-Wei G family was the emperor, and the city lord of the flying immortal city was a marquis. The flying immortal king was definitely one of the most powerful nobles of the Z-Wei G family. Some even said that he had already taken that step. Of course, this was only a legend. No one had actually seen the power of the flying immortal king. This time, the noble of the G clan didn't show himself when the strange phenomenon appeared in the land of flying immortal. It was as if the phenomenon had nothing to do with him. Soon, a piece of news spread across the flying immortal city. The genius son of the G clan lord had arrived. His name was G Fan, the son of the current G clan lord. G Fan is here. On a mountain peak outside of the flying immortal city stood a blurry silhouette. This silhouette was like a puff of smoke, giving off an unreal feeling. It was as if a gust of wind could blow this person away. The one driving the Qilin chariot was G Fan. All the experts in the vicinity of the flying celestial city were shocked. G Fan had gone into seclusion after returning from the chaotic world. However, before G Fan went into seclusion, he was already a saint. Now that he had gone into seclusion for so many years and had come out, it was hard to imagine just how strong he had become. Many people were curious, especially the geniuses from the same generation as G Fan. In the ancestral star, there was no lack of geniuses in every generation. Some of these geniuses could even be compared to G Fan of the G clan. Although the G clan was the leader of the cultivation forces in the ancestral star, there were also some forces with extremely deep foundations. Even the G clan was wary of these forces. Among the forces that even the G clan was wary of, the Yun clan was one of them. This clan was very powerful, but they kept a low profile. However, despite their low profile, this clan still produced an incredible figure. Yun Tianzhao, the only person in the Yun clan who could fight against G Fan among the younger generation. He actually came personally. Very well. In a courtyard in the flying immortal city, a young man in white stood in the courtyard. He looked up at the moon and mumbled to himself. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Whoosh! At this moment, the figure on top of the mountain outside the flying immortal city disappeared. In the next moment, the figure reappeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion of the flying immortal city. G Fan, come out and fight. A loud voice was heard, echoing throughout the entire flying immortal city. What? Someone wants to challenge G Fan? All the cultivators in the flying immortal city were shocked. G Fan had just arrived, and before he could even warm his seat, someone had already come to challenge him. The entire ancient city was in an uproar. Countless cultivators rushed out of the city. Everyone was curious and wanted to see who this person was that dared to challenge G Fan. However, everyone was disappointed, because the figure in the sky above the city lord's mansion of the flying immortal city was blurry. Even the sacred level cultivators could not see the figure clearly. The person was like an incarnation of the great Tao. His entire body was surrounded by qi. Even the sacred level cultivators with the inner eyes could not see the figure clearly, let alone the other cultivators. How is this possible? Could this person be the legendary Heavenly Tao physique? Someone said, the Heavenly Tao physique. Those who possessed this physique were born to be close to the great Tao of the heavens and earth. They were the favored ones of the heavens. Their cultivation speed could be described as insane. While everyone was still in shock, a figure dashed out from the city lord's mansion. It was a figure surrounded by purple chi. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the figure's body. It's you. The person was Ji Fan. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. He stared at the figure and said coldly. He recognized the person. The blurry figure immediately turned around and left. Humph! Ji Fan turned into a ray of purple light and chased after the figure. The two figures were extremely fast and disappeared into the mountains outside of the flying immortal city in an instant. Everyone was startled. Then they all turned into rays of light and chased after the two cultivators. How is this possible? Why did I sense that person's aura? In the city lord's mansion of the flying immortal city, such words were heard from a palace. Inside the palace, two pairs of eyes lit up as if they were going to see through the sky. Boom! Under the moonlight, a loud rumble was heard from deep inside the mountains outside of the flying immortal city. The mountains trembled, and countless birds in the mountains were startled. Countless beasts on the ground ran for their lives. Two extremely powerful figures were fighting deep inside the mountains. Their energy waves spread in all directions. Mountains crumbled one after another, and the ground cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Some powerful saint-level living beings rushed over and were shocked to see this scene. The entire space in front of them could no longer be sensed by the great Tao of the heavens and earth. There were only two extremely powerful figures fighting. The power that erupted from the two cultivators disrupted the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Ji Fan has the infinite body. The power of infinite transformation is vast and mighty. It can dissolve all attacks. He's already undefeatable. Someone said something like that. Not necessarily. That person seems to have the heavenly Tao body. Although the infinite body is powerful, the heavenly Tao body is also extraordinary. It can attract the power of the great Tao of the heavens and earth for its own use. Someone said disapprovingly, in that case, let's see who will emerge victorious between these two. Chapter 2881. A great battle erupted in the depths of the mountains outside of the flying immortal city. A mysterious figure had challenged Ji Fan, causing a commotion in the city. All the cultivators were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all rushed out of the city to watch the battle. However, a saintly aura surged out from the depths of the mountains. The countless figures that had just soared into the sky fell from the sky, like dumplings being thrown into a pot. For a moment, screams and shouts filled the air inside and outside of the flying immortal city. Many people were badly injured. Some unlucky ones even fell from the sky and died. At this moment, the hot-headed cultivators finally came to their senses. This was a battle between holy grade beings, and not everyone was qualified to spectate it. Of course, there were many who were qualified to go and watch the battle in the flying immortal city. In the courtyard of the flying immortal city, the white-robed young man who was standing under a tree suddenly disappeared. Like a gust of wind, a few leaves drifted down from the tree. Who is that? How dare he challenge Ji Fan? Some of the geniuses of the younger generation were muttering to themselves. High up in the sky, many powerful figures were faintly discernible. The ancestral star of crepe myrtle was the home of life. Geniuses from various sects and races emerged in large numbers. the entire world of cultivation was flourishing. Geniuses were prideful by nature. They believed that they were not weaker than others. Although Ji Fan was a genius of the Ji clan, many still saw him as a target. The genius of the Yun clan, Yun Tianzhao, was one of them. The Yun clan wasn't the only cultivation clan in the ancestral star. In the clouds high up in the sky, the silhouette of a golden phoenix was faintly discernible. A powerful aura of a golden phoenix emanated from the clouds. An expert of the Phoenix clan is here too. Someone noticed the golden phoenix in the clouds. The Phoenix clan was a great clan in the ancestral star. Legend has it that this clan was descended from the phoenix. In this generation, there was someone in this clan who showed signs of atavism. The Phoenix clan regarded the one with the bloodline closest to their ancient ancestor. Some people speculated that the phoenix expert hiding in the clouds was the one with the bloodline closest to the ancient ancestor of the Phoenix clan. That existence from the Phoenix clan was also an expert who could contend against Ji Fan. However, this person was mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen his true appearance. At this time, in the depths of the mountain ridge, two figures soared into the sky. They actually fought all the way to the starry sky, causing the stars in the sky to tremble as though they were about to fall. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. I have the limitless body I confuse with 10,000 das. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Ji Fan's voice rang out from the starry sky. His tone was extremely arrogant, giving off an insolent feeling as if he did not care about anyone in the world. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. Of course, this Ji Fan did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Merging with 10,000 das. What arrogance! A disdainful voice came from the golden phoenix in the clouds. On a mountain peak, a white-robed young man raised his head and looked at the two figures fighting in the starry sky. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Humph! Is the limitless physique very strong? Back then, in the primal chaos world, wasn't it defeated by a single person? The figure who was fighting with Ji Fan said disdainfully. Ji Fan was infuriated. Back then, he had been defeated by Gu Fei in the primal chaos world. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. Now that the other party had mentioned it, he was too ashamed to show his face. Hearing the words of that mysterious person, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Ji Fan had actually been defeated before. How was that possible? One had to know that Ji Fan had the limitless body. There was no doubt about the strength of that body. Legend had it that the North Pole Emperor also had such a body. Since ancient times, there had only been two people with the limitless body. One was the North Pole Emperor, and the other was Ji Fan. According to legend, the body that could contend against the limitless body was the chaotic body. However, the chaotic body was only a legend. It had only been recorded in the oldest records of the North Pole Emperor. Who had Ji Fan lost to? Everyone was very curious. But the mysterious person did not reveal the identity of the person who had defeated Ji Fan. This made everyone's hearts itch. You deserve to die. Ji Fan attacked in a frenzy. Bolts of violet lightning rushed out of his hands, tearing through the starry sky and bombarding the figure in front of him. That was a great lightning technique. Back then, when he fought against Gu Fei, he had used it. His body could merge with the myriad Taos of heaven and earth. This was not a lie. He could seize his opponent's Tao fruit and then turn it into his own. The talent of the limitless body was absolutely monstrous. This was also why Ji Fan was the target that all the young experts of the North Pole Emperor wanted to surpass. The geniuses of the Phoenix clan and the Yun clan all saw him as their greatest opponent. This was a competition between people of the same generation. Even if those geniuses killed Ji-fan, the Ji clan couldn't say anything. However, if someone were to bully the weak and kill Ji-fan, that person would become the enemy of the entire Ji clan. Humph, the mysterious figure sneered. 9 beams of divine light surged from his body. As he was enveloped by the 9 beams of divine light, he looked like a celestial lord who had descended from the heavens. Vast and boundless saintly aura surged from him. The balls of violet lightning were blocked by the 9 beams of lightning that surged out of the mysterious figure. Rumble, the violet lightning wreaked havoc, and a terrifying power of destruction tore through the void. 2 planets near the mysterious figure were swept by the purple lightning and immediately exploded. The 9 transformations, heaven art. Just as the mysterious figure performed the art, a voice came from the city lord's residence of the flying celestial city. The tone of the voice sounded very surprised. Is that person from 10,000 years ago still alive? The voice in the flying celestial city spoke again after a moment of silence. Then, a figure shot into the sky from the city lord's residence. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe, with a purple crown on his head. He took a step forward and entered the starry sky above. That person looked directly at the figure that was fighting with Ji-fan, and purple Tao patterns intertwined in his eyes. What? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He seemed to have noticed something. Even someone as powerful as him could not help but be surprised. Someone actually alerted the king of the flying celestial. Someone was shocked to see the middle-aged man in black robes. Chapter 2882. The Phaeacian king's appearance caused a commotion in the starry sky. One should know that he was the true ruler of the Phaeacian city, a noble conferred by the Ji clan. There was no doubt that this marquis was powerful. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. How is this possible? At this moment, the Phaeacian king didn't pay attention to anyone else. Instead, he activated his technique and carefully observed the mysterious person who was fighting against Ji-fan. He cultivated an eye technique of the Ji clan that could see through all illusions and illusions, down to the very source. No matter how the monster changed, he could immediately see through its true form. It really is that person, but how is this possible? How did he do it? The Phaeacian king frowned. When the other used the heavenly art of 9 revolutions, he felt that the mysterious person had most likely returned. Now that he used his eye technique to observe, he was shocked and confused by the mysterious person's state. Rumble, at this moment, the starry sky shook. Ji-fan seemed to have activated the great path of heaven. An extremely powerful force of the great path surged from his body, and blinding lightning flashed in the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning of the great path appeared and bombarded the mysterious figure in front of him. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain and tore apart the starry sky. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. At this moment, Ji-fan seemed to have truly melted the great path of heaven and earth into his body. He had become the world and controlled the power of divine punishment to destroy everything. However, the mysterious person's heavenly art of 9 revolutions was also impressive. 9 beams of divine light circled around him and bloomed with boundless light. It was as if a world of its own had been created around him. All the terrifying bolts of lightning that were bombarding the mysterious person entered that world and disappeared. Heavenly art of 9 revolutions, untainted by all laws. Ji-fan couldn't help but be moved. He never would have thought that the mysterious person had cultivated the heavenly art of 9 revolutions to the 9th revolution. Was this even possible? One had to know that the heavenly art of 9 revolutions was a heavenly art created by Ziwei the Great. It was a secret of the Ji clan and one of the Ji clan's top techniques. Ji Fan hadn't cultivated the heavenly art of 9 revolutions because he cultivated another heavenly art created by Ziwei the Great, the unbounded method. To Ji Fan, the most suitable method in the Ji clan was the unbounded method. He naturally didn't need to cultivate the heavenly art of 9 revolutions. However, the 9 revolutions celestial art, which was also created by the North Pole Emperor, was naturally not inferior to the unbounded heaven art. As a member of the Ji clan with the limitless body, Ji Fan naturally knew how powerful the 9 revolutions heavenly art would be if he cultivated it to the 9th revolution. Bzzz, the void trembled, and an extremely powerful devouring power surged out from the world around the mysterious figure, instantly devouring all the purple lightning into the world. Very good. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the 9 revolutions heaven art to such a level. Truly a surprise. Ji Fan stopped and no longer attacked. In fact, he had long since seen through his opponent's actual strength. Since his opponent was fighting him in such a state, the outcome of this battle was already decided. All right, the next time we meet, we'll fight to the death, said the mysterious figure. Then, the figure that was enveloped by the 9 beams of divine light dissipated in the void. Even the 9 beams of divine light turned into a rain of light. They flickered like fireflies before finally disappearing into the void. Ji Changkong, I'll wait for you. Ji Fan looked at the rain of light and muttered to himself, Ji Changkong. That mysterious person is Ji Changkong. Some of the older saints were shocked when they heard Ji Fan's words. They didn't expect the mysterious person to be Ji Changkong, who had disappeared for 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, the primal chaos reappeared in the world. Ji Changkong entered the primal chaos in search of an opportunity to become a saint. However, he didn't expect that he would disappear without a trace. Everyone thought that Ji Changkong had died in the primal chaos. But now his name appeared again. Furthermore, it was from Ji Fan's mouth. Some of the older generation seemed to have thought of something. They smelled a conspiracy. It seemed like Ji Changkong's disappearance back then was not an accident. I didn't expect it to be him. Is he coming back? The flying immortal king muttered to himself. 10,000 years ago, Ji Changkong was the number 1 person of the Ji clan's younger generation. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the next clan leader. However, something unexpected still happened. At the crucial moment of the competition for the position of clan head, Ji Changkong actually disappeared. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. However, everyone knew how dangerous the primal chaos was. Not to mention Ji Changkong. Even a saint would find it hard to protect themselves in there. Many people believed that Ji Changkong was unlucky and met with danger in the primal chaos world. Unfortunately, he died there. Only a few people of the Ji clan realized that this was not an ordinary accident. However, they couldn't find any evidence and could only give up. Today, one of Ji Changkong's clones returned. The secrets of the past were about to be revealed. Some people already realized that this secret would cause a huge commotion in the Ji clan. It's actually just a clone. Many people found it hard to believe that one of Ji Changkong's clones could fight against Ji Fan. If his real body came, wouldn't he be even stronger? The battle ended. Ji Fan returned to the flying immortal city. The saints in the starry sky also dispersed. The flying immortal king also returned to the flying immortal city. Although the battle ended, all the cultivators in the flying immortal city were discussing it. The result of this battle was out of everyone's expectations. They were all guessing who Ji Changkong was. After all, Ji Changkong was someone from 10,000 years ago. In the current world, not many people recognized him. Only the older generation had some impression of him. Very quickly, Ji Changkong's background was dug out. What? This Ji Changkong was actually an absolute genius from 10,000 years ago. Some people found it hard to believe. A genius from the Ji clan from 10,000 years ago. After hearing this news, all the cultivators in the Flying Immortal City were indescribably shocked. However, what everyone was most curious about was why Ji Changkong wanted to challenge Ji Fan and cause trouble for him. The news of Ji Changkong's appearance quickly spread from the Flying Immortal City. All the major powers in the Ancestral Star received the news. When the news reached the Ji clan, it caused a huge commotion among the upper echelons of the Ji clan. Chapter 2883. The strange phenomenon in the Land of Ascension stirred up the entire Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star. Many experts gathered in the Flying Immortal City in hopes of entering the legendary Celestial Ground. The place where the Land of Ascension was located was the ancestral ground of a great sect. That sect had discovered some clues and decided to guard the place in hopes of obtaining the legendary Great Fortune. However, after waiting for countless years, that great sect didn't obtain any great fortune or fortune. Instead, it obtained a great calamity. No one knew what happened to that sect back then. It was destroyed in a single night, leaving behind only a huge ruin in the middle of a mountain. Who was it that destroyed such a great sect? No one knew, because those who knew were all dead. However, the cultivators in the Flying Immortal City saw the strange phenomenon that night in the ancestral ground of the great sect. Boundless immortal light rushed out from the ancestral ground. Some said that it was a sign that the Land of Ascension was about to open. Everyone from the great sect had entered the supreme celestial ground. However, others said that the Land of Ascension had indeed opened, but a terrifying creature had come out and devoured all the disciples of the great sect. This matter had shaken the entire Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star. Even the Ji clan had sent out experts to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. After that, the matter was left unsettled. As time passed, only the old geezers of the Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star knew a thing or two about what had happened back then. But now, the legendary Flying Immortal Land was shimmering with immortal light again. This naturally attracted countless powerful beings to come over. The major factions of the Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star all sent out experts, including some that could contend against the genius of the Ji clan, Ji Fan. Ever since the battle between Ji Changkong's clone and Ji Fan, the entire cultivation world of the Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star was shaken. A white-haired, old man walked out of the Ji clan's ancestral ground. The old man headed straight for the Flying Immortal City. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Ji clan, the current leader of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji, was unhappy. Back then, he had used the Ji clan's battle slave to enter the primal chaos world to kill Ji Fan. Who would have thought that not only did he fail to kill Ji Fan, his battle slave was also taken away by that fellow called Gu Fei. This was his trump card, but now it had become someone else's trump card. This caused Emperor Ji to feel so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "Where is Ji Wu?" Emperor Ji's voice came from one of the halls in the ancestral grounds of the Ji clan. Very quickly, a figure charged over from a distant mountain peak, entered the hall, and knelt before the throne in the hall. "Go and take a look. If it's really that guy, get rid of him and come back," Emperor Ji said expressionlessly as he looked at the figure kneeling in front of him. "Yes, Patriarch." The person called Ji Wu hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave the hall. He stood on the stairs outside the hall and looked in another direction. There was a vast amount of immortal chi there. In the distant sky, in the sea of clouds, he could vaguely see divine mountains floating in the air. With a sigh, he shot up into the sky and flew towards the teleportation platform nearby. The ancestral land of the G clan was a large world, an extremely stable world. This world naturally came from the hands of the North Pole Emperor. Only the North Pole Emperor had the ability to carve out an extremely stable world. Although this world couldn't compare to the true, flawless, great world, it was infinitely close to it. Ji Wu directly boarded a nearby teleportation formation, activated it, and left the ancestral land of the Ji clan. The ancestral land of the Ji clan was actually a world opened up by a supreme. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion on the entire Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. The North Pole Emperor's methods were simply too shocking. Of course, this was the greatest secret of the Ji clan. Only the core members of the Ji clan knew about it. Ordinary disciples likely didn't even know about its existence, let alone enter the ancestral land. In the outside world, the Ji clan had another ancestral land, or rather the ancestral court. The ancestral court came first, then the Ji clan, and then the North Pole Emperor. The North Pole Emperor was an unparalleled existence that came from the Ji clan. Ordinary disciples of the Ji clan only knew of the ancestral court, not the ancestral land. The ancestral court of the Ji clan was located in one of the few immortal grounds on the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. The place where the Emperor's dragon vein converged was an immortal spiritual land. The ancestral court was protected by a supreme killing formation set up by the North Pole Emperor. Almost no one could invade it. Throughout history, there had only been one case of someone attacking the ancestral court. Although the Ji clan of the North Pole Emperor dominated the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star on the surface, and other factions couldn't shake their ruling position. However, in reality, the Ji family was divided into three major factions. Among them, the most powerful faction was the faction led by Empress Ji. The other major faction was Ji Chongkong's faction. This faction had produced Ji Chongkong, who had the potential to become the next clan leader. However, Ji Chongkong had unexpectedly been lost in the primal chaos. After competing with other geniuses of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji finally sat on the position of the Ji clan leader. Ji Chongkong's faction had been suppressed by the clan leader's faction for tens of thousands of years and was no longer what it used to be. Now that Ji Chongkong had appeared, the faction saw hope again. Other than the clan leader's faction and Ji Chongkong's faction, the remaining faction was the neutral faction. The neutral faction was the backbone of the Ji clan, and they were also the target of the two factions. However, the Ji clan's neutral faction hadn't chosen a side. They had always remained neutral. Because of this, Ji Chongkong's faction hadn't been suppressed too much by the clan leader's faction. The clan leader's faction didn't dare to go overboard, so they couldn't monopolize the faction. At this time, whether it was the clan leader's faction, Ji Chongkong's faction, or the neutral faction, they all sent experts to the Flying Immortal City. Very quickly, 3 big shots of the Ji clan arrived at the Flying Immortal City. The Flying Immortal King ignored them and didn't even come out to greet them. This made the 3 very unhappy, but they still smiled and went to greet the Flying Immortal King. Although the Flying Immortal King was a marquis of the Ji clan, his title wasn't bestowed by Emperor Ji, but by the Ji clan. Therefore, the Flying Immortal King didn't give a damn about Emperor Ji, and Ji Chongkong's faction was snubbed by the Flying Immortal King. Only the neutral faction's big shot was received by the Flying Immortal King. The neutral faction's people were able to maintain their neutrality for countless years. This made the Flying Immortal King admire them a lot. The Flying Immortal King only invited the neutral faction's people, which naturally made the other 2 even more unhappy. However, whether they were unhappy or not had nothing to do with the Flying Immortal King. Chapter 2884. The three factions of the Ji clan sent their own experts to the Flying Immortal City to investigate the matter of Ji Changkong. When they heard everything from the Flying Immortal Monarch, the expert from the Clan Master's faction, Ji Wu, could no longer sit still. It was a dark and windy night. In a courtyard of the Flying Immortal City, a middle-aged man was sitting at a stone table under a tree. I didn't expect it to be true. That fellow really appeared. Ji Wu muttered to himself. On the table in front of him, there was a wine flask and a jade cup. He picked up the wine flask and filled the jade cup to the brim. Then he raised the jade cup and drank it in one gulp. Bang! He smashed the jade cup and stood up. Ji Changkong, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being the clan master's enemy. I don't want to kill you, but I have no choice but to do so. Ji Wu's gaze became extremely sharp. At the same time, in another courtyard of the clan master's mansion, a white-haired old man laughed heartily. He was incomparably excited. His grandson had indeed returned. The old man set up a banquet in the courtyard. Then he ate and drank alone with big bowls of wine and big mouthfuls of meat. Their branch had endured humiliation for 10,000 years. It was time to vent their anger and raise their eyebrows. He was celebrating his grandson's return. What a pity! It would be great if those old friends were here. As the old man spoke, he reached out and grabbed a jar of wine beside him, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. Back then, he met Ji Changkong in the primal chaos. He wanted Ji Changkong to return to the Myrtle ancestral star with him, but Ji Changkong refused. After so many years, Ji Changkong had finally returned. Ji Changkong's return meant that many secrets from back then would be revealed. However, the Clan Master's faction did not wish for Ji Changkong to return. Back then, it was Emperor Ji's doing that caused Ji Changkong to be trapped in the primal chaos for 10,000 years. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died a long time ago. At this time, the neutral faction of the Ji clan was both happy and worried about Ji Changkong's return. He could already predict the consequences of Ji Changkong's return. Compared to the other forces in the Z-Way ancestral star, they were more than happy to see the Ji clan fall into chaos. It would be best if the Ji clan split up. Only then would they have a chance to stand out. The Ji family was simply too powerful. No one dared to provoke them. The inheritance of a sovereign was no joke. Only when the Ji family fell into disarray would the other powers have the chance to stand out. Rumble, at this moment, immortal light suddenly rushed out from the area where the land of immortal ascension was located. A powerful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain ruins, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Here we go again. All of the cultivators in the Flying Immortal City were surprised and overjoyed when they sensed the immortal aura coming from outside the city. Some people directly shot into the sky from the city and rushed into the depths of the mountains. Some strong figures had already arrived outside the Flying Immortal Ruins. At this moment, the Flying Immortal Ruins were emitting immortal light, enveloping the entire ruins. Those who approached the Flying Immortal Ruins felt as if they had ascended to immortality. Their bodies were also emitting a resplendent immortal light. All the cultivators shrouded in the immortal light seemed to be intoxicated. Their bodies were constantly emitting immortal light, and their auras were constantly weakening. In the end, even their primordial spirits flew out from their divine apertures and turned into rays of immortal light that dissipated into the void. The cultivators who were about to enter the immortal light and bathe in the immortal aura felt a chill in their hearts. They all stopped and stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The dozen cultivators who were bathing in the immortal light all fell inside one after another. Their essence turned into immortal light and fused with the immortal light. Even their primordial spirits turned into immortal light. The strangest thing was that the cultivators who died inside all had smiles on their faces, as if they had truly ascended to immortality. What's going on? Did that great sect face a calamity like this back then? Someone said with a trembling voice. This is too strange, someone said with lingering fear. If they had also walked into the immortal light, wouldn't they have suffered the same fate? At this moment, a vague chanting sound came from the depths of the ruins that were enveloped by the immortal light. This caused the hearts of the cultivators outside to tremble. This was a great temptation. It was as if there was a supreme, celestial master chanting a supreme, celestial scripture in the ruins. The faint voice seemed to contain the supreme truth. This caused many cultivators to be mesmerized, and their consciousness began to blur. Some of the weaker cultivators began to walk forward in a daze and entered the immortal light. In the next moment, their bodies began to emit immortal light, and they directly fell to the ground. Their vitality was instantly sucked away. Roar! Someone roared angrily, emitting the divine voice of the great path. The cultivators, who were about to fall into a daze, immediately felt as if they had been given a wake-up call. Some of them immediately regained consciousness. When they realized that they had actually unknowingly walked towards the immortal light in front of them, they were all shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. However, some of them were still unable to regain consciousness. They walked straight into the area enveloped by the immortal light, and their bodies emitted immortal light. They fell to the ground with a smile on their faces and no longer made a sound. This time, hundreds of cultivators were affected. Their minds were taken away by the faint voice that came from the depths of the ruins. They unknowingly walked into the immortal light and lost their lives. The Tao voice that came from the depths of the ruins was still lingering between heaven and earth. However, at this moment, everyone knew how terrifying this Tao voice was. Those with weaker cultivations immediately retreated. Soon enough, those below the immortal realm retreated. Only those above the immortal realm could barely resist the strange Tao voice coming from the depths of the ruins. However, as time passed, the Tao voice coming from the ruins grew stronger. The temptation was so strong that even the immortal realm could not resist it. The immortal realm retreated too. Not long after, the immortal kings had no choice but to retreat as well. In the end, the immortal emperors, almighties, and quasi-saints had all retreated. Only the sage-level beings were still persisting. What's going on? Did that great sect really perish like this back then? On a mountain peak far away, a white-robed young man was looking at the scene ahead. Within the immortal light that enveloped the entire ruins, there seemed to be a supreme immortal lord chanting sutras, and the shadows of immortals were faintly discernible. In another direction, in the sky far away, there was a chariot pulled by the divine beast, Purple Chelan. Two sharp gazes shot out from the chariot and scanned the depths of the ruins ahead. This is a murderous immortal light. Who's playing tricks in there? Chapter 2885. It was a moonless, windy night. Boundless immortal light rushed out of the flying immortal land. A supreme aura emanated from the depths of the light, as if a supreme immortal master was chanting. All the cultivators were shocked. The perfect aura of the great Tao was irresistible to any cultivator. Many living beings walked into the immortal light and bathed in it as if they were about to ascend to immortality. Of course, these living beings who were lucky enough to bathe in the immortal light had truly ascended to immortality. Even their primordial spirits had turned into immortal light and died. There was great danger in the immortal light. At this time, only the sage-level living beings were still watching outside the flying immortal ruins. All living beings below the sage level had retreated. No one dared to approach. The divine voice of the great Tao coming from the depths of the immortal light was too tempting. As long as the voice entered their ears, living beings below the sage level would find it difficult to enter. They would walk into the immortal light in a daze and die. Is someone controlling all of this from the depths of the immortal light? Some sage-level living beings guessed. Boom! Just as everyone was hesitating, a powerful aura of the divine Tao suddenly erupted. A figure rushed out from a mountain far away from the flying immortal ruins. It was a living being shrouded in black aura. A chilling aura emanated from its body, and the air seemed to be frozen. A lunar frost dragon? The other sages were surprised to see that living being. It was a dragon, a lunar frost dragon. It was a branch of the dragon race. The lunar frost dragon was a dragon born in a place of extreme Yin. It was naturally close to the essence of Yin. An adult lunar frost dragon was extremely powerful. A dragon breath from its mouth could freeze everything within 10,000 miles. The lunar frost dragon charged towards the flying immortal ruins. It opened its mouth and spat out a black cauldron. The black cauldron flew out of the lunar frost dragon's mouth and rapidly expanded. Then it floated above the lunar frost dragon's head. The black cauldron vibrated, and streams of Yin essence descended from the cauldron, enveloping the lunar frost dragon below. Is that the lunar cauldron? Someone exclaimed. The extreme Yin cauldron contained the extreme Yin essence. It was an incomparably powerful sacred tool. Although it wasn't an exalted treasure cauldron, it could be considered as the most powerful sacred tool apart from the exalted sacred tool and the quasi-exalted sacred tool. At this moment, the lunar frost dragon used the lunar cauldron as a shield and charged into the flying immortal ruins. The lunar cauldron vibrated, and the lunar essence chi surged, blocking the immortal light in the surroundings. The sage-level experts in the mountains outside were all shocked by this scene. They all stared at the lunar frost dragon with rapt attention. The lunar frost dragon charged into the depths of the immortal light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Even the most powerful sage-level beings couldn't sense the existence of the lunar frost dragon. The immortal light enveloped the area, and the aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty. There was an indescribable aura of the Tao that enveloped the area, making it difficult for the sage-level beings' divine senses to sense everything that was happening within. However, an angry roar soon came from the depths of the immortal light. The entire flying immortal ruins shook, and the immortal light that enveloped the area undulated violently like a golden ocean. Then, a figure rushed out from the depths of the immortal light in a panic. The figure's entire body was glowing with immortal light, and powerful strands of essence chi continuously rushed out from the figure, turning into resplendent immortal light. What happened? The sage-level beings outside immediately tensed up. The figure that rushed out was the lunar frost dragon that had just charged into the depths of the immortal light. At this moment, the lunar frost dragon desperately tried to rush out. Even the lunar cauldron on the dragon's head was emitting immortal light, and the grand patterns were continuously being worn away. Boom! With a loud explosion, the lunar cauldron actually exploded. Countless fragments shone with immortal light, and the extreme Yin essence chi contained within all turned into endless immortal light, fusing with the surrounding immortal light. The lunar saint tool had been completely turned into scrap metal. Even the spirituality of the fragments had been worn away. Roar! The lunar frost dragon roared in grief. There was still a few thousand feet left before it could charge out of the immortal light. However, the origin of the great Tao within the lunar frost dragon's body was constantly being forcibly extracted by an unfathomable force. The powerful true dragon was only a few hundred feet away from the immortal light when it collapsed to the ground. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mountainous lunar frost dragon smashed a huge pit into the ground, and its body was half buried in the soil. At the same time, a blurry dragon figure rushed out of the lunar frost dragon's body, turning into immortal light and dissipating into the void. An extremely powerful lunar frost dragon had fallen in the immortal light just like that. All the sage-level beings who saw this scene were indescribably shocked. That was the lunar frost dragon, a powerful sage-level being, but it had fallen just like that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? The lunar frost dragon's cultivation was definitely not weaker than the average sage-level being. Moreover, it had the lunar cauldron, a very famous sage-level treasure even on the Myrtle ancestral star. The lunar cauldron was forged from lunar divine iron and contained the essence of Een. Once it was used, it could freeze everything within a radius of 10 million miles. However, that famous sage-level treasure had exploded right before the eyes of all the sage-level beings. It had been completely destroyed by the strange power within the immortal light. Could there be an unknown curse power within the immortal light? Someone guessed. Even the lunar frost dragon had fallen in there. This shocked all the sage-level beings outside the flying immortal ruins. They felt a chill run down their spines. No one dared to take the risk of entering the immortal light. One had to know that there were very few among the sage-level beings present who were stronger than the lunar frost dragon. Chanting continued to come from the depths of the immortal light, but everyone knew that great danger lurked in the depths of the immortal light. This immortal chant was definitely a demonic chant. "Gee, Fan, why don't you go in and take a look?" Just as all the holy grade beings were silent, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white figure standing on a tall mountain in the distance. It was a handsome young man. "Yun Tianzhao?" Someone exclaimed in surprise after recognizing the white-robed young man. "The genius from the Yun clan?" Someone couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Yun Tianzhao was a genius from the same generation as Ji Fan in the Yun clan. He was the only one among the younger generation of the Yun clan. Although Yun Tianzhao was young, he had defeated experts from the older generation in a row. No one had ever heard of him being defeated before. Humph! A sneer came from the chariot in the distance. The purple Qilin that was pulling the chariot kicked its hooves anxiously and let out a low growl. "The Ji clan is a sovereign emperor clan. I'm afraid that only the Ji clan would dare to enter the flying immortal land on the entire ancestral star." Yun Tianzhao continued. He stood on top of a tall mountain. The mountain winds howled, but his hair and clothes didn't flutter in the slightest. Everyone agreed with Yun Tianzhao's words. Even the celestial lean cauldron had exploded in the celestial light. Perhaps only a quasi-paragon saint artifact, or a real paragon saint artifact, would be able to contend with the strange energy in the celestial light. On the ancestral Myrtle star, there was only one Emperor Myrtle. Therefore, the family that was most likely to possess a paragon sacred weapon was definitely the Ji family. Of course, a quasi-paragon saint weapon might be able to resist the strange force in the immortal light. Since ancient times, there had been many quasi-supremes on the ancestral star. The Yun clan even had a quasi-supremes in the past. Otherwise, how could the Yun clan have survived for so many years and still stand tall on the ancestral star? Any force that could survive from ancient times to the current era was not simple. "If you want to go in, I'll keep you company." The voice came from the Qilin chariot. All the saint-level life forms were shocked. The two great geniuses of the ancestral star didn't seem to be on friendly terms. Ji Fan's arrogance was well known in the ancestral Myrtle star. One should know that he was a heaven's pride, Not only did he possess the limitless physique, but he also had a patriarch for a father. With such a physique and such a background, Ji-fan was indeed qualified to look down on all his peers. While the crowd was guessing how Yun Tianzhao would deal with Ji-fan, Yun Tianzhao soared into the sky from the mountain peak and charged into the flying immortal ruins that was shrouded in immortal light. Everyone was startled by the scene. Yun Tianzhao's action had really shocked them. The scene of the lunar frost dragon's death was still vivid in their minds. Yun Tianzhao actually dared to charge into the flying immortal ruins. Could it be that he had a better life-saving method than the lunar frost dragon? Yun Tianzhao didn't take out any saint weapon, but the void around him was distorted. Not a single ray of immortal light could get close to him. All the saint-level life forms were shocked by the scene. This Yun Tianzhao was really impressive. The void around him had formed a world of its own. It was like jumping out of the three realms and not within the five elements. This was the profound meaning of the void. Moreover, he had cultivated the great Tao of the void to the point of perfection. The body is like the void, forming a world of its own. Such words came from the Qilin chariot. The person in the chariot was obviously surprised by Yun Tianzhao's action, but he had already said it. Now that Yun Tianzhao had entered the flying immortal ruins, it was his turn. Just when everyone was guessing whether Ji-fan would also enter the flying immortal ruins, a figure had already rushed out of the chariot. "I'll play with you." Chapter 2886. Under the night sky, the flying immortal ruins, shrouded in immortal light, was definitely a forbidden area with unknown dangers lurking within. Even an extremely powerful lunar frost dragon had perished in there and had been reduced to a cold corpse. This caused all of the holy grade beings who had wanted to explore the flying immortal ruins to stop in their tracks. Among all the saint-level beings present, there weren't many who thought they could defeat the lunar frost dragon. However, Ji-fan from the Ji clan was definitely one of them. The Ji clan was a sovereign clan of the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. They had once produced a supreme being. Undoubtedly, Ji-fan had the confidence to enter the flying immortal ruins. However, to everyone's surprise, the one who entered after the lunar frost dragon was Yun Tianzhao from the Yun clan. Many people knew that Yun Tianzhao and Ji-fan were rivals. However, the two of them had never fought each other since they started their martial arts careers. However, as they were both outstanding talents of the younger generation of the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, many people believed that a battle between the two would happen sooner or later. At this moment, Yun Tianzhao and Ji-fan entered the flying immortal forbidden area at the same time. This attracted the attention of countless experts, especially the geniuses of the same generation as the two. Are they finally going to compete? Someone said. Everyone was looking forward to it. Both of them were known as geniuses of their respective clans. Although they hadn't cultivated for a long time, they had already surpassed the experts of the older generation. I wonder which of these two will become the number one of the younger generation. Someone stared at the depths of the flying immortal forbidden area, but he couldn't see or sense anything. Dazzling immortal light shrouded the entire space in front of them. In the depths of the immortal light, purple chi surged and auspicious colors bloomed. This was clearly a scene that could only be seen in a supreme immortal land. However, under this immortal scene, there was a peerless, murderous intent hidden. Time trickled by. An hour passed, but there was no movement in the depths of the flying immortal forbidden area. Another 2 hours passed, and still nothing happened. All the saint-level beings were shocked. Could it be that even Ji-fan and the others were lost in the depths of the flying immortal forbidden area? How was that possible? One should know that Ji-fan was a genius of a sovereign clan. No one doubted Ji Fan's cultivation base and combat prowess, and no one doubted Yun Tianzhao's strength either. Both of them were the strongest prodigies on the ancestral star of Myrtle Myrtle. When the sun rose from the east, there was still no movement from the depths of the flying immortal forbidden land. It was as if the two powerhouses had disappeared. At daybreak, the strange immortal light emitted by the flying immortal forbidden zone began to dissipate. When the sun rose, the immortal light that enveloped the entire ruin disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. Many sage-level experts were shocked. Did Ji Fan and Yun Tianzhao just disappear like that? This was definitely a major event that could shake the entire ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle. Two heaven-defying existences had actually disappeared. When the immortal light disappeared, the divine sense of the saint-level expert instantly enveloped the entire ruins. No one could sense the presence of Ji Fan and Yun Tianzhao. In the center of the flying immortal ruins, a stone door appeared. It was an extremely ancient stone door. What puzzled everyone was that there was a bloody handprint on the stone door. The blood seemed to have not dried yet, as if it had just been imprinted. A stone door, a bloody handprint. All of this was extremely strange. The tightly shut stone door was covered with mottled marks left by time. There were even countless marks left by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. On the base of the stone door, there was an arrowhead. The arrowhead was covered with bronze, but it still emitted a faint murderous aura. Sensing the murderous aura from the arrowhead, all the sage-level beings felt their hearts palpitate. It was obvious that someone had shot an arrow at the stone door, but failed to destroy it. Moreover, the arrowhead that was stuck in the base of the stone door was still emitting a faint murderous aura. Countless years had passed, but the murderous aura still existed. One could imagine how powerful the creature who shot the arrow was. The divine sense of the sage-level beings was extremely sensitive. They immediately discovered the arrowhead that was stuck in the base of the stone door. They were all inexplicably shocked. Could it be an arrow shot by a supreme being? Someone whispered. Did Ji Fan and the others enter this stone door? Someone guessed. Ji Fan and Yun Tianzhao would definitely not disappear for no reason. It was most likely that they had entered this stone door. The stone door stood alone in the ruins, and it emitted an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. No one knew what would happen after the stone door was opened. Someone stepped forward and tried to push open the tightly shut stone door. However, no matter how much that person activated the power of the divine path in his body, he could not move the stone door at all. That person shook his head and retreated. Then, a sage ruler walked over and also tried to push open the stone door. However, the result was the same as the previous person. Even someone as powerful as a sage ruler could not push open the stone door. That sage ruler sighed and retreated to the side. Humph, I'll do it. A voice came from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure shrouded in the golden divine light of the great path walking over with large strides. It was a golden deity. This race was the descendants of the Golden Battle clan from ancient times. They were born with great power, and their bodies were even more powerful than divine beasts. Moreover, this was a sage emperor. He was many times more powerful than the previous sage ruler. The aura of a sage emperor emanated from his body, and the surrounding void trembled. The cultivator of the Golden Battle clan directly arrived in front of the stone door. He stared at the stone door for a long time before extending his hands and pressing them on the stone door. Roar! The golden deity emperor roared angrily, and his arms shook violently. Golden divine power immediately erupted from his arms, and a tremor sounded in the void. However, What made everyone's jaws drop was that the stone door did not move at all. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Even this gold Saint Emperor was unable to push open this stone door. The golden deity emperor's power was absolutely tyrannical. There was no doubt about that. He continued to exert his strength, and rays of golden divine light surged from his body. They were like bolts of golden lightning that wreaked havoc and tore apart the void. Rumble! The space near the stone door began to tremble. The rocks on the ground rose up, and as if they were weightless, they floated around the stone door. An extremely powerful sage emperor's aura erupted from the golden deity emperor. Ah! Gold Saint Emperor let out a deep roar from his throat. The veins on his forehead bulged as he pushed forward with all his might. However, the tightly shut stone door in front of him didn't have the slightest reaction. No matter how much strength he exerted, the stone door didn't budge. Roar! The golden deity emperor let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, all the power in his body was gathered on his arms, and he pushed forward. Boom! A violent tremor rang out. Everything floating in the void instantly exploded, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the golden deity emperor. As the earth shook and the mountains swayed, hideous cracks appeared on the ground. Countless white bones were revealed beneath the cracked ground. There were actually countless skeletons buried under the flying immortal ruins. At this time, the cracks in the ground were revealed. Legend has it that the ancient sect was once incomparably prosperous. However, in the span of a single night, all of its disciples disappeared. Could they have been buried underground? Someone said something like that. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the powerful figure in front of the stone door. 9 golden runes appeared on the golden deity emperor's body and intertwined with each other. The power of the great Tao of the Saint Emperor was vast and mighty. Some of the weaker saints had already retreated far away, not daring to get too close. Everyone stared at the stone door nervously. However, the result was unexpected. The stone door was still tightly shut. The golden deity emperor used all his strength, but the stone door was still not pushed open. In the end, the golden deity emperor knelt in front of the stone door, panting heavily. All the saints who saw this scene were dumbfounded. The golden deity emperor was a descendant of the golden battle race. The power of his arms could shatter the void and shatter the earth. However, he still could not push open the stone door. Damn it! The golden deity emperor quickly stood up and soared into the sky, leaving directly. He could not afford to lose face like this. The golden battle race was once an extremely glorious race on the ancestral star of Ziwei. This race had almost become an imperial race. Back then, the person who fought with Ziwei the Great for the throne was an extraordinary genius from the golden battle race. Although this prodigy of the golden battle race had been defeated by the North Pole Emperor, he didn't die. No one knew what happened to this prodigy of the golden battle race. On the ancestral star of Ziwei, the golden battle race was a cultivation force second only to the Ji family of Ziwei. Even the golden deity emperor could not push open the stone door. For a moment, no one made a move. The news of the mysterious stone door appearing in the flying immortal ruins quickly spread, shocking everyone. All the major forces immediately sent their experts to the flying immortal ruins. While the flying immortal ruins was undergoing an unforeseen event on the ancestral star of Ziwei, Gu Zhong and his son, Gu Xiaofeng, were on the human race's ancient path that led to the ancestral star of Ziwei. Not only Gu Zhong and his son, but countless cultivators on the ancestral star also set foot on the ancient path. The human race's ancient path that had been sealed for countless years had finally opened. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire cultivation world on the ancestral star. In the ancestral star of the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were ancient teleportation formations that led directly to the human race's ancient path. Between the 5 ancestral stars of the human realm, there were ancient paths that connected to each other. This was actually a path of trial, a path filled with challenges and dangers. Chapter 2887. The appearance of the ancient path of the human race had shaken the entire cultivation world of the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was a path of trial, but also a path to become an expert. Although there were dangers and the possibility of dying on the path, as long as one could make it back and forth and survive, one would definitely become an expert. There were even people who obtained great fortunes on the path and almost took that step to become a quasi-sovereign. This was also the reason why so many people chose the path. Countless people from the 5 great regions of the soaring dragon ancestral star had embarked on the ancient path. The ancient path was connected to the 5 great ancestral stars, but it had long been abandoned. However, someone had used a supreme divine ability to connect the ancient path, allowing it to be reopened. No one knew who had connected the ancient path and opened it, but the superpowers of the soaring dragon ancestral star all believed that those who came back alive from the ancient path would become an expert. The waters of the human realm were probably deeper than the heaven realm. The reopening of the ancient path of the human realm had shocked the superpowers of the heaven realm. They all sent out their rising stars and prodigies from the human realm to set foot on the ancient path. Gu Zhong and Gu Xiaofeng had left, leaving only the iron-blood Taoist and Shaoqing to guard the myriad phenomenon city. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. Shaoqing and the others guessed that Gu Fei and the old tortoise might really be taking that step. Otherwise, why would they be in seclusion for so long? In fact, there were many saint emperors and even great sages who embarked on the human race's ancient path. They wanted to train themselves and go further on the path of cultivation. Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist wanted to embark on the human race's ancient path, but they could not leave the myriad phenomenon city because Gu Fei and the old tortoise were still in seclusion. However, on this day, Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist were pleasantly surprised to see Gu Ling bringing Zhao Hao and Yen to the myriad phenomenon city's city lord mansion. When Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist saw Gu Ling, they were extremely shocked. They thought that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. However, when they asked Gu Ling, only then did they find out that Gu Fei was still in seclusion. Moreover, at the crucial moment, he was in some kind of profound and unfathomable state. It was as if his mind was wandering the cosmos, sensing all things in heaven and earth, the supreme principles of the great Tao. He sensed the opening of the ancient road of the human race. So he sent Gu Ling, Zhao Hao, and Yen out of his inner world. Gu Fei believed that it was necessary for Gu Ling and the others to take a trip to the ancient road of the human race, which was definitely a good thing for them. What? You want to walk the human tribe's ancient road? Both Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist were shocked to hear that Gu Ling and the others were going to walk the ancient road of the human race. One should know that the ancient road was not a smooth path, but a path paved with blood and bones. Throughout the ages, countless prodigies of the human race had fallen and lost their lives on the ancient road. That's right, this is Father's wish. Moreover, you two don't have to stay here. Do whatever you want to do, Gu Ling said to Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist. That works too? Both Shaoqing and the iron-blood Taoist were surprised. Did that mean that Gu Fei and the old tortoise didn't need their protection? They could even leave on their own? Why not? Uncle Qing, don't you trust even my father? Who in this world can hurt a martial sage who wields the cauldron of mountains and rivers? Gu Ling said proudly. Her father was her idol and her goal to surpass. In fact, she would be satisfied as long as she could catch up to her father's footsteps. Gu Ling was not yet a sage, but she was infinitely close to the sage realm. She only needed to pass the tribulations. Zhao Hao and Yen Er's cultivation had also improved rapidly. They both possessed heaven-defying constitutions, and Gu Fei provided them with countless treasures for their cultivation. It would be strange if they couldn't improve their cultivation base. Zhao Hao had the earth elemental physique. He was innately close to the earth elemental energy. As long as he stepped on the ground, he could draw the boundless earth qi for his own use. Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist discovered that Zhao Hao had already become an immortal emperor. Such speed of cultivation was too shocking. How long had it been? Yen Er's cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Zhao Hao's. She was also an immortal emperor, but in terms of combat strength, she was superior to Zhao Hao. This was because Yen Er possessed innate Tao eyes that could see through all falsehoods. No matter how powerful one's divine ability was, she would be able to see through the truth and origin of the opponent. In this way, she would be in an invincible position. Gu Zhong's eldest disciple, Meng Long, was also sent out from his inner world by Gu Fei. Although Meng Long's physique was ordinary, he was still Gu Zhong's eldest disciple. Although he didn't have a heaven-defying physique, he had still cultivated to the immortal emperor realm. Even Gu Fei felt that Meng Long was a talent that could be nurtured. Even if one did not have a heaven-defying physique, one could still become an expert. One must know that Gu Fei's physique was extremely weak back then, but didn't he still reach his current level and become an invincible martial saint? Gu Ling, Yen Er, Zhao Hao, and Meng Long embarked on the ancient road of the human race. The place they were going to was different from Gu Zhong and his son. They were going to the ancient road that led to the primordial ancestral star. The primordial ancestral star was the most mysterious ancestral star among the 5 ancestral stars. There were very few records about this ancestral star in the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was said that the ancestral star was the origin of life and could be traced back to the most ancient era. Therefore, it was called the primordial ancestral star. Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist didn't expect that Gu Ling and the others would actually want to go to the primordial ancestral star. It was said that it was the oldest ancestral star that contained the greatest secret of the origin of life. Of course, this was Gu Fei's idea, so he couldn't say anything. The next morning, Shaoqing and the Iron Blood Taoist escorted Gu Ling and the others to an ancient divine island high in the sky of the eastern region. There was an ancient teleportation formation on the divine island, which could be said to be a gateway to the ancient road of the human race. At this time, the divine island was filled with people. Not only the island, but even the sky was filled with people. There were too many people here. One after another, people stepped onto the teleportation formation and disappeared from it, setting foot on the ancient road of the human race. Beside the ancient teleportation formation, someone had set up a checkpoint to collect fees, which surprised Shaoqing and the others. One should know that this divine island had suddenly appeared in the void and was not created by the major factions of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Interesting. Gu Ling couldn't help but laugh at this scene. At this time, a green-robed young man walked over and was stopped by those people. Fellow Taoist, before you step on the ancient road of the human race, please pay 50 gene of supreme grade immortal crystals. Thank you. Chapter 2888. High up in the eastern sky was a floating divine island. No one knew when or how this divine island appeared. It was as if it had always been there and no one had noticed it. But now, this divine island was densely packed with people. Even the sky was filled with countless figures. Moreover, more people were rushing over from afar. The eastern region was too big. There were countless cultivators and even many saint-level existences. The divine island was very lively. Many people used the ancient transportation formation on the divine island to set foot on the legendary ancient road of the human race. This was the path of the strong. Those who stepped on the ancient path and came back alive had all become experts that others envied. However, this was also an ancient path filled with dangers. There weren't many people who could come back alive after setting foot on the ancient path. Many people would never be able to come back. Gu Ling came with Yan, Zhao Hao, and Meng Long. Accompanying them were Shao Qing and the Iron Blood Taoist. The appearance of Shao Qing and the Iron Blood Taoist caused quite a commotion on the Divine Island. Some people recognized them. Wanxiang City could be said to be the most eye-catching place in the entire eastern region. The Eastern Devil's Den had launched 2 large-scale attacks on Wanxiang City, but they were defeated by the city's experts. Such a result shocked the entire eastern region's cultivation world. As experts of Wanxiang City, Shao Qing and the Iron Blood Taoist were naturally well known. "Is that Gu Fei's brother?" someone said quietly, giving Shao Qing's group some pointers. "They're here too. Are they also going to set foot on the human race's ancient road?" Someone exclaimed. "One should know that Shao Qing was a great saint, a peak great saint at that. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles of cultivation and becoming a heavenly sovereign. Even someone like him wanted to set foot on the human race's ancient road. Could it be that he wanted to use the ancient road to break through the shackles and become a supreme, heavenly sovereign? Moreover, there were people who saw through Shao Qing. Shao Qing's true form was a true dragon. This was the ancient road of the human race. True dragons weren't humans, so how could they walk the ancient road of the human race? Some experts recognized Gu Ling. She was Gu Fei's daughter. This shocked the other cultivators on the island. Why did Gu Fei's daughter appear here? Everyone was shocked to discover that Gu Fei's daughter was not a sage, but a quasi-sage. Actually, many people had already guessed why Gu Fei's daughter came to the Divine Island. What else could she do here? He had to set foot on the ancient road of the human race. Sure enough, everyone saw Shao Qing and his group walk towards the ancient teleportation formation in the center of the Divine Island. At this moment, a large group of dissatisfied cultivators had gathered at the location of the ancient teleportation formation. "What right do you have to charge 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals to let people step on the ancient road of the human race?" A green-robed youth angrily pointed at the embroidered-robed, middle-aged man and shouted, "That's right, this is the act of bandits." Someone argued with the person who set up the checkpoint. 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals, not 100 pieces. These fellas were too ruthless. One should know that 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could afford. "Humph, you poor bastards still want to set foot on the ancient road of the human race? Do you know that this ancient teleportation formation was built by our ancestors? Is it too much for us to charge a fee?" A fair-skinned and plump middle-aged man in embroidered robes glared angrily at the crowd and shouted, "How can you prove that this ancient teleportation formation was built by your ancestors?" The green-robed youth gritted his teeth and said, "These people were too much. One should know that this was the ancient road of the human race. It should be shared by the human race. But these people were trying to monopolize the passageway to the human race." Such acts of banditry made the cultivators gathered on the Divine Island unhappy. The mark on the teleportation formation is the proof. The embroidered-robed, middle-aged man said sternly, "Humph, monarch race. Has the soaring dragon ancestral star ever produced a supreme being who was known as a great emperor?" Someone said disdainfully, "Ha ha, I've never heard of it before. It seems that there was a great Emperor Ziwei on the ancestral star. Are you from the Ziwei Imperial clan? Someone said with a smirk. How dare you? The embroidered-robed middle-aged man was enraged. You ignorant ants, how dare you look down on our monarch race? You're courting death, the embroidered-robed middle-aged man said with a menacing look. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort was heard from a boulder beside the ancient teleportation formation. An old man with white hair and tattered clothes who was sitting on the boulder suddenly opened his eyes. Like two bolts of lightning flashing across the sky, the old man's messy hair looked like two twinkling stars. It was difficult to look at them directly. A supreme aura of sainthood burst out from the slovenly old man's body. Immediately after that, the faces of the countless cultivators gathered around the ancient teleportation array sank. Some of them simply blew up, their bodies and souls destroyed in the face of the might of sainthood. Someone acted immediately, protecting a large group of cultivators. Otherwise, more people would have died. The azure-robed young man was very unlucky. He turned into a mist of blood, his body and soul destroyed. The unkempt old man seemed to have no qualms at all. He killed a young genius right away. There were many cultivators who died along with the azure-clothed youth. For a moment, there was a great panic among the cultivators. All the cultivators gathered around the ancient teleportation array retreated like the tide. The unkempt old man, sitting on the boulder beside the ancient teleportation formation, did not do anything. He immediately closed his eyes that shone like stars and fell silent again. The extremely powerful aura of the sage path retreated like a tide, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The old man's existence seemed to only be there to intimidate the cultivators who wanted to cause trouble. He was not actually going to attack the crowd. But then again, were those people going to die just like that? Humph! I'd like to see who dares to look down on our monarch race now. The embroidered-robed, middle-aged man sneered as he looked at the panicking cultivators. A monarch race, how impressive! In the distance, Gu Ling saw this and could not help but feel disapproving. Just then, Shaoqing had protected them, which was why they were not affected by the aura of the sage path that had erupted from the unkempt old man. That old man is not as simple as he seems. Shaoqing glanced at the old man, sitting on the boulder beside the ancient teleportation formation, and said with a stern expression, "I'll go find out what's going on." Meng Long walked into the crowd as he spoke. Not long after, Meng Long returned. He learned about the origins of those people from the other cultivators. It turned out that the people who had taken over the ancient teleportation formation were from the Qin clan. The Qin clan was an extremely ancient clan. Chapter 2889. The sudden appearance of the Qin clan shocked many people. The Qin clan claimed to be an emperor clan. In ancient times, only supremes could be called great emperors. Since the ancient times, the title of great emperor couldn't be casually used. Only the strongest existences in the world could be called great emperors. Great emperors were supremes. Supremes were great emperors. Even quasi-supremes didn't dare to call themselves great emperors. Since the Qin clan was called an emperor clan, they naturally had great emperors in the past. Only the descendants of great emperors were considered emperor clans, just like the Ji clan in the ancestral star of the Ziwei clan. However, all the major powers in the Eastern Domain had searched through all the ancient records in their clan, but they couldn't find a single word about the Qin clan. It was as if the Qin clan appeared out of nowhere. Because of the Qin clan's mysteriousness, many people were apprehensive. However, the only way to enter the human race's ancient road was through the ancient teleportation array on the Eastern Domain. Regardless of whether the Qin clan was an emperor clan or not, the fact that they dared to occupy the ancient teleportation array was enough to show how powerful they were. One must know that the consequences of occupying the ancient teleportation array were very severe. This would incur the wrath of the masses. The major powers in the Eastern Domain weren't pushovers. Cultivators who wished to enter the human race's ancient road had to hand over 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals before the Qin clan would let them pass. Of course, to some of the major powers, 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was nothing. Many people didn't want to offend the Qin clan and obediently handed over the immortal crystals before entering the human race's ancient road. Such people weren't in the minority. However, some of the major powers, such as the desolate Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan, were unhappy about this. It wasn't a big deal for others to hand over 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals, but they couldn't. One must know that if they were to hand over 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals as a toll, wouldn't they be telling the world that they were afraid of the Qin clan? Meanwhile, many people handed the toll to the chubby middle-aged man in embroidered robes and were allowed to set foot on the human tribe's ancient road. A wise man submits to circumstances. The chubby middle-aged man weighed the 50 kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals in his hand and glanced at the surrounding cultivators while laughing. Preposterous. Seeing the fat middle-aged man's face, many people couldn't help but become angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Although the fat middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't anything special, the sloppy old man with messy hair was a true expert. "Martial uncle, what should we do?" "We have to pay the toll as well," Menglong said to Guling. He was also filled with disdain towards the Qin clan's banditry. However, the other party wasn't weak and had experts guarding them. Even Shaoqing was very fearful of the sloppy old man sitting on the big rock beside the ancient teleportation formation, let alone the others. At this time, Yan, and Zhao Hao were looking at Guling. The two of them naturally followed Guling's lead. Guling thought for a moment and said, "Well, there's no hurry. Let's wait and see." Shaoqing and the Iron-Blood Taoist also nodded. The Qin clan was too mysterious. Since the people of this clan dared to occupy the ancient teleportation array, they naturally knew the consequences of doing so. Causing public anger was definitely not a small matter. Even the desolate ancient Zhao clan and Dongfang clan wouldn't dare to do such a thing. However, the Qin clan suddenly jumped out and dared to do such a thing. The Qin clan is too much. Not long after, a voice rang out. A powerful aura came from afar, causing the entire area to be enveloped in a desolate atmosphere. The cultivators on the Divine Island were shocked and quickly retreated. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth were filled with figures. Countless rays of light appeared between the heaven and earth like divine rainbows. This was definitely a miraculous scene because there were simply too many cultivators here. There were even saints who directly sent the cultivators of their clans into a space similar to an inner world. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left on the originally crowded Divine Island. Little Qing, Guling, and the others naturally stayed on the Divine Island and did not leave. At this time, a figure came from afar. It was a white-robed middle-aged man. With a single step, he arrived above the island. Saint, when the white-robed middle-aged man saw the white-robed middle-aged man descending from the sky, his expression couldn't help but change. The white-robed middle-aged man landed on the ground. He glanced at the sloppy old man sitting cross-legged beside the ancient teleportation array, before glancing at the white-robed middle-aged man. "Merely a clown, yet you dare to be so insolent here. You truly don't know the meaning of death." The white-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a bright light. At this moment, the white-robed middle-aged man was incomparably shocked. He wasn't a saint. With just a glance from the white-robed middle-aged man, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat and almost collapsed to the ground. As for the Qin clan cultivators behind the white-robed middle-aged man, they were in an even worse state. All of them stared at the white-robed middle-aged man in terror. Their countenances were pale, and they were filled with terror. At this moment, the sloppy old man sitting on the boulder suddenly opened his eyes. A low growl came from the old man's throat, as if he was a terrifying beast that had been startled. Are they going to fight? On a mountain peak far away, a violet-robed Guling spoke. The white-robed, middle-aged man suddenly glanced at Guling. After that, he turned his attention to the sloppy old man. Daring to provoke an emperor clan, this person isn't simple. Xiaoqing spoke. He couldn't tell the origins of this middle-aged man, but there was no doubt that this middle-aged man was someone from the immortal Tao. The middle-aged man's body was shrouded by the light of the great Tao. This was an incomparably powerful saint emperor of the immortal Tao. This was also the reason why this middle-aged man dared to act. Saint emperors, even in this era where experts were everywhere, were existences that could look down on an entire region with disdain. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The white-robed middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his forehead and stared at the white-robed middle-aged man as he spoke with difficulty. The aura of the other party was simply too powerful. If it wasn't for the secret treasures on him, he would have died long ago. The other cultivators of the Qin clan also had secret treasures on them. This was why they didn't die under the Saint Emperor aura of the white-robed middle-aged man. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Is that so? How about I send you on your way first? The white-robed middle-aged man suddenly grinned at the white-robed middle-aged man.